What if Naruto was the son of Hades? Part 3 reading NPU by Shadow Gods of the Fallen. Chapter 3. After a long silence it was broken by Thal's voice. I guess I will read Kushina, shrugged Thals. Kushina smiled at the daughter of Zeus and gave the book. Okay, you may start. Read, my daughter, said Zeus. The next few days were really weird, but it soon became routine, and that fact mythical creatures were teaching Naruto was not bothering him. It might have bothered his friend Percy, but that is just Percy for you. Wimp, teased Nico, Talia, and Annabeth with a smile on their faces. Each morning, they would go to a class called Ancient Greek, where they pretty much learned the Greek language from Annabeth. Worst time of my life, joked Percy. Annabeth blushed and hit him on his shoulder hard. Percy laughed and said, wise girl, I am joking. Annabeth blushed harder while Aphrodite squealed loudly. Now, thanks to their Greek heritage, they were about to understand it, but it was a little hard for Naruto because he confused English, Japanese, and Greek. That must be horrible, shuddered Percy just thinking about it. Annabeth glared at Percy for being Percy. Talia and Nico whispered something like, whipped. Percy blushed brightly while Annabeth glared at the two, but her image was ruined by a light pink dusting on her face. With each other some of the time. Then, after that and breakfast, they would participate in outdoor activities. This is where the boys separated for a bit to see what they were good at. Naruto went along with the schedule to see what was there and some really fun things. The first one was sword and shield class, and it was taught by Clarice. She took this well and decided to prove herself against the blonde-haired warrior. Naruto, being himself, didn't pick any of the blades that were provided for him. He used the 2 blades he was given to by Chiron. Those blades are awesome, cheered Ares. All the gods nodded their heads in agreement. Heck, even some of the goddesses nodded their heads too. Hades just smirked and thought, interesting indeed. To say being were shocked and a little put off by the fierce blades was an understatement. So while Clarice used a sword and a shield, they rushed at each other. Wait, where is lamer? Said a shocked Percy. Annabeth giggled at Percy's remark while the gods and goddesses had a smile on their faces besides Ares. Talia and Nico did the mature thing and laughed out loud until their sides hurt. Thals just smirked and tried to hide her snickers. Kushina just shook her head while she had a smile on her face. Flashback. Think you can win, Blondie? Of course he can, said Apollo and Hermes with grins on their faces. Artemis sighed and thought, I can't ever make them shut up for at least 20 minutes. Apollo just smiled brightly at his sister who was almost blinded due to the light. Artemis just glared at her twin and then she huffed, turning her attention back to the book. Asked Clarice as they circled each other, with their audience watching silently. Can't say as I never used swords before, Naruto said, judging her reaction. Good, make the girl underestimate her opponent, smiled Athena with a thoughtful look on her intelligent face. Clarice got a cocky smirk on her face and swung her blade to the side, hoping to catch the blonde off guard. Won't work because a ninja never is always prepared, smiled Apollo. Thals just nodded her head in agreement while Kushina just smiled. He just blocked it with a reversed blade. Now that is not to say I have never actually used a blade before. See, grinned Athena, proud that she was proven right once again. The other gods and goddesses just rolled their eyes and Poseidon just coughed but said, no at all. Athena's stormy gray eyes narrowed in response but didn't say anything to the sea god. Zeus slammed his fist on his throne, make a thundering sound in the throne room. Zeus then boomed out, read, my daughter, before Athena and Poseidon can continue with this pointless argument. Athena and Poseidon glared at the king of the gods before each of them huffed, then focused back onto the book. Annoyed, Clarice rammed her shield into the blonde to unbalance him. It worked as he dropped his dragon sword. Noticing he in no time to pick it up, he ducked a sword strike that was meant for his head and thought up a plan. I wonder what the plan is, said Athena who had thoughtful look. Properly thinking up a plan, said Kushina and Thals. You know, this is a learning experience for all, so, I think I should teach you something as well, Naruto said with a smirk, and Clarice just looked at him confused. I was taught to never watch the blade, he said as he threw it in the air. Everyone followed it with their eyes and that was all Naruto needed. He rushed up and kicked the shield out of Clarice's hand, causing to drop her sword and fall on her ass. Very good strategy, nodded an impressed Athena. Ares grumbled but nodded his head in agreement. The demigods whistled and nodded their heads. The next thing she knew was that a pair of black knives was around her neck. She saw that the fox sword was embedded into the ground and he was not there. So that must mean that he was the one with the knives. Good deduction for a child of Ares, nodded Athena. Ares grinned for a moment before he realized it was an insult. Before he scowled at his sister who was snickering at him. As were all the other people in the throne room. Now that is called improvising if you are not good with what you are using. True, she is more used to having lamer, grinned Percy. Annabeth shook her head but had a smile on her face. He said into her ear, making her shudder, but she did get to enjoy it much because he took the blades away and offered her a hand to get back up. Such a gentle man my grandson is, cooed Aphrodite. Kushina sighed, never getting used to her mother's thinking process. She gratefully took it and walked away silently. No one saw the blush on her face as they were all asking if Naruto could fight him. Flashback end that had been fun, but he could not figure out why Clarice walked away and why she would not look at him for the rest of that day. Odd. Ah, she is developing a crush, how cute, co-ed Aphrodite. Ares just growled at the love goddess for playing with his children's love life.
Hephaestus grinned at the face Ares was making.
Meanwhile, the demigods looked unsure about these turning events. After that, he tried out the archery class with Chiron. The horseman did say he was just a bit better than Percy.
Anything can be better than Percy, sang Annabeth.
Hey, complained Percy. Annabeth just punched Percy playfully in the arm. Meanwhile, Annabeth had a small blush on her face. Athena saw it and frowned at her daughter and glared at the dubbed sea spawn. Naruto was not great at it. He could throw kunai and shuriken, but he was just not that great with bows and arrows. Though, he did admit that packed more power than his throwing weapons. The next thing he tried was wing horseback riding. At first, the horses were wary of him because he had an odd smell. Hades characteristic, grumbled Nico because he hated horses. It's okay Nico, patted Percy. But one did come up to him and it was a pure silver one. Wait a minute, do we have a silver one? Questioned Annabeth. Nope, shook Percy his head. Talia's and Artemis' eyes widened and thought, it is so beautiful. But Apollo being Apollo had to interrupt his twin's thought process. By saying, it is pretty but gold is much better. Artemis had murder in her silver eyes and she shouted, no, silver is the most beautiful color ever. Whatever little sis, droned Apollo. Artemis huffed and looked at all the other occupants in the room and she saw everyone else had a look of amusement on their faces. This got Artemis to blush and asked if Thales could continue reading. Thales took pity on Artemis and nodded her head then continued. That had been shocking because that one did not trust a lot of people and with a first meeting to boot. So, after their lunch, they all practiced aerial combat. At first, Naruto had been air sick, but quickly got over that. Just like last time, he had no clue how to fight in the air, so he improved again, scaring the crap out of the Demeter cabin when he had jumped off his Pegasus. Does Naruto still do suicidal stunts often? Questioned a paled Talia. Thales smirked that said you will just have to find out. Talia just winced because her slight fear of heights in her option thought about, what if Naruto does it to her? Thales sneezed thinking similar times with her first date on the magic carpet ride. Kushina just gave a soft smile and thought about her baby boy. And kicked his opponent in the head to knock him away. Good job punk, said Ares. The demigods grinned and said, he has guts, I can give him that. Athena just scowled at her brother before focusing back on the book, but on the side note agreeing with the demigods. The part that scared them, however, was that he was then free falling to the ground. Luckily, the Pegasus caught him. Let's just say he had made an impression on the Demeter cabin. Whether it was good or not, only time would tell. Good, said Kushina and Thales who blushed because they said it out loud. Hades gave a snicker and Kushina glared at him dangerously, which Hades shrank back from in slight fear. Demeter smiled at her daughter-in-law and thought, we will get along wonderful. Persephone looked at her mother and groaned but gave a smile a second later because she was thinking about her mother's time in the underworld will not be about her kidnapping or cereal, at least not 24/7.
Then had a class on monster assaulting and he made that even more fun than what the Hermes cabin was doing. He blasted some of the monsters stalked in the woods with his wind attacks so that the other campers could get a good strike in before it regained its bearings.
That is a good idea because it boasts up the self-confidence of others that have problems with self-confidences, said Athena. Thales smiled at her boyfriend's heart of gold. Aphrodite cooed and the goddesses smiled fondly. The others after that he had a choice on what he could do. So for the next 3 days, he tried something new each time. In arts and crafts, he and the Hephaestus cabin had created a ninja with celestial bronze and the minotaur horn he had acquired. It was pretty effective in the weapon area and he now had another weapon to use, always a plus. A good way of not getting yourself killed and always a good idea, never have enough weapons, cheered Ares. Aphrodite glared at the war god and hissed out, "You will not corrupt my precious grandson or I will cut off your dick with a spoon." Ares winced while Kashina smiled at her mother and silent cheering her on.
Artemis looked shocked at the threat before grinning at the love goddess for the first time ever. Aphrodite looked at Artemis before smirked to her.
And since they had time, they had created a unique shield for him. On each arm was half of it and it could turn into a huge shield if he put the two together and the two halves acted as a weapon that Naruto thought up, buzzsaws. Ares smiled and thought, kid's got a talent. Athena had to nodded her head in agreement with her brother. Those 3 were added to his bracelets. The charms were that of the half a shield on both arms and a horn for the minotaur blade. Oh yeah, he could definitely work with the Hephaestus kids again. Hephaestus cabin makes the best weapons around, said Percy. Hephaestus grinned at Percy who blushed in embarrassment. Annabeth silently cooed thinking about Percy being so cute. Aphrodite on the other hand just smiled at the 2 lovebirds.
Another day, he tried canoe racing. That did not go well.
I am great at it, smiled Percy thinking about water in general. Annabeth rolled her eyes while saying, seaweed brain, our parents are not ocean or water gods. Percy just gave a goofy smile that made Annabeth's heart race and a blush forming on her pretty face. After 5 minutes of paddling in circles, ouch, I would get frustrated in about 4 minutes, said Thales. While the others nodded in agreement except Poseidon and Percy who had grins on their faces thinking, water powers for the win.
He jumped out of the boat, lifted it and water walked all the way to the finish line.
He is walking on water, said a shocked Annabeth, Percy, Selena and Nico. Phoebe and Zoe were silently impressed at the boy. Thales and Kashina just struggled because Kashina could do it natural. Thales on the other hand was used to it because if you were dating a ninja you would see it often. Of course Percy was in the class and beat him, but he was second, still it was funny to see their gobsmacked faces at how he could walk on the water. With the wall climbing thing, he got bored of that real quick as all he had to do was walk up it and he was done. That of course scared the crap out of the satyrs, much to his amusement. Then he had some fun in the sun on the nearby beach, that was some good relaxing time, but that was it to Naruto and of course he was oblivious to all the girl ogling him. Oh Thales, are you jealous of all the attention my grandson is getting, cooed Aphrodite. Thales just shook her head because she thought, Naruto has a harem already so no, I am pretty much the leader of the group. Mostly Clarice and the Aphrodite cabin girls. After all that, there was free time and Naruto would either talk to Talia in limbo or hand out with Percy, Annabeth, and Grover. During that time, Percy told them about his sword fight with their cabin leader, Luke. That was fun to hear about, but they had also heard about his sword fight with Clarice and wanted to know more on what happened. Of course Thales, you would try and get Naruto to be yours, smiled Aphrodite. Thales just blushed but couldn't met the eyes of her boyfriend's grandmother. Aphrodite just grinned victorious about the fact she was right. Artemis just rolled her eyes but Aphrodite just brushed it off because right now she was having too much fun. Talia was very interested in knowing what he did, and that was to be expected from someone stuck in a tree. The day before capture the flag, Naruto told her all about his world and she was skeptical at first but she soon believed him when he was able to do a jutsu in limbo. I really want to know about justice now, complained Athena with a small pout on her face. She then told him about her journey to Camp Half-Blood with Luke, Annabeth, and Grover. That was a really interesting tale. Before he left that night, he told her he would find a way to help her out of the tree and that was a promise. And he never breaks his promises, smiled Thales. She just smiled and hugged him, hoping that he would be able to save her from this nightmare. Ah, cooed the goddesses while the gods just grumbled. Now however, Naruto, Percy, and Grover were at the pier. Naruto was watching the clouds while the other two were staring into the water. Naruto could tell that Percy had barely survived the rock wall because he smelt all toasty. Percy groaned while Annabeth just patted his shoulder. Percy blushed at the contact of her hand because it felt nice and warm but soft as well. Percy didn't hear his cousin snickering or Thal's smirk. When he heard Grover saying something about a searcher's license, he asked, "Okay, what the heck is a searcher's license?" "Oh." Grover jumped, forgetting that his friend was there. "It will let me search for Pan, god of the wild." "Huh, so you get it?" the blonde asked. Grover looked down at the naiads in the water. Mr. D suspended judgment. He said I hadn't failed or succeeded with you two yet, so our fates were still tied together. If you got a quest and I went along to protect you, and we all came back alive, then maybe he'd consider the job complete. Which he did, smiled both Annabeth and Percy. "Well, that's not so bad, right?" Percy asked. "Blah ha ha. He might as well have transferred me to stable cleaning duty. The chances of you getting a quest. And even if you did, why would you want me along?" "Because you are G-Man," said Percy. Nico smirked at his cousin. Annabeth smiled and thought, he is so sweet. Wait, no, I can't be thinking about him like that, besides he wouldn't like me, would he? Aphrodite felt a wave of love coming from the demigods, and it was her job to play matchmaker. The two parents of the named children just groaned, feeling a headache coming. "Of course we would want you along," Percy said. Naruto bopped his goat-like friend on the head. "Don't be so gloomy, you are our friend." Hestia smiled and said, "He really is a person with a true heart, and it is rare to see in today's age." Grover stared glumly into the water. "Basket weaving. Must be nice to have a useful skill." Annabeth, Percy, Nico, Talia, and Thals said, "He has a searcher's instance because he was able to find us." Naruto and Percy tried to reassure him that he had lots of talents, but that just made him look more miserable. They talked about canoeing and swordplay for a while, with Naruto being better at swordplay than at canoeing. "Well, he was going around circles, it would get annoying," said Percy. Annabeth just looked at Percy with an unreadable expression on her face and said, "Who are you and what have you done with Seaweed Brain?" Percy thought, "I am not that bad, am I?" Nico and Talia just snickered while Thals just grinned. Kushina with the gods and goddesses had an amused look on their faces. Percy blushed and said, "Can we please get back to the story?" Zeus just nodded his head and said, "Carry on, daughter." Thals began where she was left off. That made Percy laugh at the memory of his friend going in circles. "Percy dear, please don't repeat yourself," smirked Aphrodite. Percy blushed and said, "I will try, Lady Aphrodite." Aphrodite just smiled but walked up to her husband and sat on his lap. She sighed and thought, "I can't believe I was so blind about Hephaestus." But then grinned while thinking, "At least I know that now." The goddesses and gods just smiled and thought, "Well, this reading does wonders, I wonder what else it has in store." Then they debated the pros and cons of the different gods. Naruto said that if one had the Lord of the Dead on your side, you would not have to worry about monsters going after you. Actually, the monster attacks would be less than a normal demigods, but you would have to sometimes worry about a monster attack, murmured Hades. Finally, Percy asked Grover about the 4 empty cabins. "Number 8, the silver one, belongs to Artemis," he said. "She vowed to be a maiden forever. So of course, no kids. The cabin is, you know, honorary. If she didn't have one, she'd be mad." "Very," growled Artemis. The gods just shivered at the tone of voice the goddess of the hunt. "Understandable. But come on. Having no kids of your own. That kinda sucks," Naruto commented. "Well, she is head of the hunters, so she has kids, but they are not her own," Grover said. "Indeed, I do love all my hunters," smiled Artemis. Talia smiled thinking about all her fallen hunters like Zoe and the ones that perished during the Battle of Manhattan. Zoe and Phoebe just smiled at their lady. Claiming unclaimed kids, nice," Naruto said. "For girls only," said Artemis with her hunters nodding in agreement. "But, they are only girls," Grover replied. "Ah, the satyr agrees with hunter girl," snickered Apollo. Artemis' reaction was to shoot her silver arrows at Apollo Jr. The response of all the males in the room winced and a painful scream from Apollo. The hunters snickered while Artemis just smiled and said, "You should learn to keep your annoying mouth shut, brother." Zeus said, "Well, if you are about done, children, I think we should continue." Naruto thought about it and shivered. If Anko was there, thing would be crazy. "Yeah, okay. But the other 3, the ones at the end, are those the big 3? Asked Percy. "Unfortunately no, son, it isn't," hissed out Hades. Persephone suddenly squishing Hades' hand. Kushina just smiled at the two and thought, "Ah, they are so adorable." Hades just smiled at Persephone, who smiled back. Grover tensed. The two boys guessed they were getting close to a touchy subject. No, one of them. Number 2, is Hera's, he said. That's another honorary thing. She's the goddess of marriage, so of course she wouldn't go around having affairs with mortals. So true, sneered Hera. Zeus turned white and shuddered, yes dear. The other gods and goddesses just laughed at their king's misfortune. That's her husband's job. When we say the big three, we mean the three powerful brothers, the sons of Kronos. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. Percy stated. Right. You know. After the great battle with the Titans, they took over the world from their dad and drew lots to decide who got what. Zeus got the sky, Naruto stated. Poseidon the sea, Hades the underworld. So much paperwork, moaned Hades. Persephone gave her husband a smile on her face and thought, this is the man I fell in love with. Grover said. But Hades doesn't have a cabin here. Surprisingly, Percy said this. I should, growled out Hades. Maybe in this dimension you will, said Percy, Annabeth, and Talia. Nico just smiled while Kushina and Talia both remained impassive because they did not want to ruin the story for the others. No, he doesn't have a throne on Olympus, either. He sort of does his own thing down in the underworld. If he did have a cabin here. Grover shuddered. Well, it wouldn't be pleasant. Let's leave it at that. Hey, Naruto's cabin is not that scary even at night, said Thals. Annabeth gained a gleam in her eyes, saying she was interested if the Hades cabin was the same in future. Aphrodite cooed and giggled out, how would you know what his cabin looks at night? Thals blushed and stuttered out nonsense. Talia felt embarrassed and amused at her alternate self. Zeus' face was turning bright red with anger while thinking, how that no good son of Hades lured his only female demigod that was living into his cabin at night. Hades along with the rest of the gods were snickering at Zeus' red face. He can't be that bad. Naruto rolled his eyes. He is kind of creepy, Grover stated. But Zeus and Poseidon, they both had, like, a bazillion kids in the myths. Why are their cabins empty? Percy asked. The pact which seems to have little to no effect on my brothers, hissed out Hades. Hera agreed fully with her eldest brother who's ruled the underworld. Then Hera glared at her husband. Zeus being the smart husband he has looked anywhere else besides his wife. Hestia coughed to get everyone's attention before saying, I think we should get reading once again. Grover shifted his hooves uncomfortably. About 60 years ago, after World War II, the big three agreed they wouldn't sire any more heroes. Their children were just too powerful. They were affecting the course of human events too much, causing too much carnage. World War II, you know, that was basically a fight between the sons of Zeus and Poseidon on one side, and the sons of Hades on the other. The winning side, Zeus and Poseidon, made Hades swear an oath with them, no more affairs with mortal women. They all swore on the river Styx. And have they stayed faithful to that oath? No, they didn't, sneered Hera. Zeus turned red while Poseidon looked at the floor. Hades on the other hand grabbed his wife's hand. Kushina smiled at her alternative husband and wife. Demeter scowled at Hades thinking that he corrupted her precious daughter. Persephone sighed and thought, Hades has been faithful to his word unlike father and Poseidon. Well, that is interesting. A world war caused by your kids, I think they made a good choice, except one thing bugs me, Naruto said. I wonder if Naruto will figure it out, mused out Athena. Kushina smiled and thought, he will knowing his luck. Percy with the rest of the demigods smirked and thought, he has it. What? Percy asked. Thals just said, just wait and find out. They are immortal. They are going to break that oath one day, because nobody can give up their lifestyle. The child catches on quickly, grinned Hera. Zeus looked everywhere besides his lovely wife. The married gods looked anywhere besides the females in the room. Wow. I don't think they even thought about that, Grover said with wide eyes. But they have kept that oath, right? Percy asked. Of course not, especially Zeus, said Hera. Zeus frowned at his wife but looked away due to his wife's icy glare. Grover's face darkened. 17 years ago, Zeus fell off the wagon. There was this TV starlet with a big fluffy 80s hairdo, he just couldn't help himself. Doesn't surprise me there, said Hera. Artemis had to agree because like all men were pigs. Zeus frowned at his wife but just waved his daughter to read once more. When their child was born, a little girl named Talia. I am not little, pouted both Talia and Thals. Well, the river Styx is serious about promises. Zeus himself got off easy because he's immortal, but he brought a terrible fate on his daughter. Yeah, it turned me into a tree, said Talia. But I wouldn't have met Naruto or you have joined the hunters, said Thals.
Talia paused and nodded her head while thinking, I can't win against myself, so just go with the flow. Percy and Annabeth smiled and their hands brushed against each other. They both looked at their hands and blushed madly. Aphrodite smiled and Poseidon with Athena frowned at their children's closeness. Thals continued on. Naruto's face darkened. Yeah, dear old dad could not protect his daughter from all the way up there and let her be turned into a tree right before she died.
Thanks Daddy, said Talia and Thals. Zeus smiled at his female demigod. But that isn't fair. It wasn't the little girl's fault, Percy said, and Naruto nodded.
Grover hesitated. Percy, children of the big three have powers greater than other half-bloods. They have a strong aura, a scent that attracts monsters. When Hades found out about the girl, he wasn't too happy about Zeus breaking his oath.
Well duh, I was still angry at the oath you made me do, and I was still bitter at what happened to Maria.
After a long pause with the stars of all the gods and demigods looking at Zeus.
I am sorry brother, grumbled out Zeus. Hades just struggled then sighed.
Hades let the worst monsters out of Tartarus to torment Talia. A satyr was assigned to be her keeper when she was 12, but there was nothing he could do. He tried to escort her here with a couple of other half-bloods she'd befriended. They almost made it. They got all the way to the top of that hill. Zeus frowned thinking back to that fateful day. Thals smiled thinking about her tree and that day she first met Naruto. Aphrodite straightened up feeling such strong love.
Talia sighed and thinking how much time she lost. Thals sighed and continued on with the story about her boyfriend. He pointed across the valley, to the pine tree where they had fought the Minotaur. All three kindly ones were after them, along with a horde of hellhounds. They were about to be overrun when Talia told her satyr to take the other two half-bloods to safety while she held off the monsters.
Hestia smiled warmly at both Thals and Talia, who both blushed in response.
She was wounded and tired, and she didn't want to live like a hunted animal. The satyr didn't want to leave her, but he couldn't change her mind, and he had to protect the others. So Talia made her final stand alone, at the top of that hill. As she died, Zeus took pity on her. He turned her into that pine tree. Her spirit still helps protect the borders of the valley. That's why the hill is called Half-Blood Hill. Percy stared at the pine in the distance and he noticed that Naruto was clenching his fists. The story made him feel hollow and guilty too. A girl his age had sacrificed herself to save her friends. She had faced a whole army of monsters. Next to that, their victory over the Minotaur didn't seem like much. He wondered, if he'd acted differently, could he have saved his mother? Percy, don't think about the past too much, and in the end you did rescue her, smiled Poseidon. Hades just grunted and waved his hand to Thals to continue reading. Grover, Percy said, have heroes really gone on quests to the underworld? Sometimes, he said, Orpheus, Hercules, Houdini. And have they ever returned somebody from the dead? No, hissed out Hades. Persephone gently placed her hand on Hades' arm. Hades calmed down slightly and told Thals to continue.
No, never. Orpheus came close. Percy, you're not seriously thinking.
No, he lied. I was just wondering. So, a satyr is always assigned to guard a demigod? Before Grover could answer, Naruto piped in. Percy, I know how you feel, but you can't really revive someone that is dead. I know a ninja that did and he was truly a madman. So he would fit in well with Hades, said Poseidon. Zeus and the other gods chuckled. Hades just smiled and thought, I will get my bothers back someday. What do you mean, I know how you feel? Percy asked. I have wanted to revive my mom for a long time. Ah sweetheart, I was alive so it wouldn't have worked. Kushina smiled sadly. He knows now, smiled Thals. Kushina got up and hugged Thals then whispered, I know and thanks for reminding me, Talia. Thals blushed and whispered out, don't mention it, Mom. Kushina smiled and went back to her seat beside Hades. But when I heard what Orochimaru had done, I took back my idea of doing that.
What did he do? Grover asked, now curious. When he was fighting his old teacher, Old Man Hokage, he summoned the long dead, first and second Hokages by sacrificing the bodies of his students.
The Edo Tensei, hissed out Kushina. The demigods shouted out, what is the Edo Tensei? Apollo said, the translation is summoning, impure resurrection. So what does it do? Questioned Hades looking interested. Kushina hissed out, Edo Tensei, impure world resurrection. It's a technique created by the second Hokage. It's best explained as a type of summoning jutsu, used to summon the soul of someone who resides in the pure realm, the dead, into the impure realm, the living. The use of this jutsu requires DNA samples of the soul you are summoning in a living human to host the soul. Once resurrected, the person you brought back is restored to his fullest abilities. These people are essentially zombies. They cannot die unless their souls are sealed or the user calls the jutsu off. They also have regeneration at its highest degree. Even if you destroy their arms and legs, in a few seconds they are restored, in other words fast regeneration. Continued Thals. Kushina finished, it is a forbidden jutsu because it calls for a human sacrifice, and it is just wrong because the dead should stay dead. Hades smiled and nodded wholeheartedly because it would make the paperwork go down. Aren't there any ways to counter it if you are summoned? Questioned Athena. Yes, there are, said Kushina. Tell us please, said the demigods. The gods and the goddesses just nodded their heads.
Kushina sighed and began. First, the most important thing to know is that anyone who knows the Edo Tensei seals can free themselves from the contract if given the opportunity. Now, there are multiple ways that one can be unrestricted in Edo Tensei form.
So they are immortal in a way and can't die by nature means, said Hades. Kushina nodded her head and said, the resurrected body does not feel pain. Then my type of army then, grinned Ares. Kushina rolled her eyes and began again. These are some of the way to release yourself from the Edo Tensei, but the original purpose of the technique was suicide missions to kill the enemies. But here goes from what I know about the technique. The grace period when one's soul is released, the revived person is strong enough to withstand the Edo Tensei. The controller allows the revived person free movement. Some other force is able to place a stronger control over the revived person. Or you can cast it onto yourself after the Edo Tensei and become the new caster. Wow, that would be the best moves for Sons of Hades, said the demigods. Thals glared at them and said, no, and left it at that. Kushina sighed and said, if you see a loved one that is trying to kill you would be very emotional. For example, Percy, if your mother died and then your opponent used it onto your mother, would you be willing to kill your mother by taking her soul? No, I wouldn't, said Percy. Now do you see my point? Questioned Kushina. Percy and the other demigods nodded their heads. You see, to revive someone, you have to kill someone in return. Well, that is one way, said Nico. The demigods nodded their heads. Naruto explained, and he saw horrified looks on his two friends. So please, don't even try it. I won't, Percy said, shaky because of that story. Grover decided to change the subject by answering Percy's question. We are not always assigned that way. We go undercover to a lot of schools. We try to sniff out the half-bloods who have the makings of great heroes. If we find one with a very strong aura, like a child of the big three, we alert Chiron. He tries to keep an eye on them, since they could cause really huge problems. Grover really needs to learn to keep quiet, smiled Annabeth. Selena nodded her head while giggling. Annabeth then turned to the deceased daughter of Aphrodite and whispered that she should tell her mother about her death.
Selena looked unsure and whispered back, later. Annabeth nodded her head and looked at Thals to continue.
Thals nodded her head and continued. And you found me and then Naruto. Chiron said you thought me and Naruto might be something special. Grover looked as if Percy had just led him into a trap, and Naruto smirked. Grover had been caught. I didn't. Oh, listen, don't think like that. If you were, you know, you'd never ever be allowed a quest, and I'd never get my license. You're probably a child of Hermes. Or maybe even one of the minor gods, like Nemesis, the god of revenge. Don't worry, okay? Grover, Nemesis is a goddess not god, sighed Annabeth, hopeful, thinking that Nemesis didn't hear it. Oh, Nemesis is not going to like that she is referred to a male, snickered Apollo and Hermes.
Thunder rumbled and everyone knew right then and there that Nemesis has heard it.
The demigods and gods felt bad for him but was not brave enough to stand in the way of a pissed-off minor goddess of revenge. Meanwhile, near Camp Half-Blood, a young satyr was walking along near the forest. When suddenly he tripped on a small pebble. A giant branch.
The demigods kind of looked sympathetic to the poor satyr. Back at the throne room. Really, Grover? Nemesis. Percy is not that vengeful. Now Sasuke might be, and if he is, I would not be surprised. Naruto said. While the other two shudder, they knew about Sasuke and his obsession with power and revenge. What about me?
You seem to be good at making stuff, so would say you are related to the Smith god.
Charlie's dad smiled. Selena then frowned because she kind of missed Charlie even though she is having so much fun.
Hephaestus, my husband, smiled Aphrodite. Hephaestus smiled at his beautiful wife. Ares just growled but said nothing. Thales waited until the talking was done and asked, "Are you about done so we can finish the chapter because this chapter is pretty long?" She got nods all around and so she smiled and continued on.
You have a point. Naruto said thoughtfully.
Or the goddess of love. Don't be silly, he is my grandson but I would still consider him to be a son, grinned Aphrodite. Percy said with a smirk, but Naruto just looked at him confused. You can't be serious. Thales chuckled to herself because he built a harem for himself.
4x. At last, it was time for capture the flag. Oh yeah, capture the flag, cheered Ares, thinking that this capture the flag will be awesome because they got ninjas and Ares was always ready for bloodshed. Athena sighed while thinking to herself, why was she related to her war-driven brother?
When the plates were cleared away, the conch horn sounded and we all stood at our tables.
Campers yelled and cheered as Annabeth and two of her siblings ran into the pavilion carrying a silk banner. It was about 10 feet long, glistening gray, with a painting of a barn owl above an olive tree.
Olive tree, grumbled Poseidon, thinking about the competition over Athens while Athena looked smug.
Poseidon caught onto Athena's smug glance. Then shouted out, owl dropping.
Athena rolled her eyes and said, "What's the matter, Squidface?" Poseidon turned to glare at Athena and said, "Bookworm."
Athena said, "At least I read." The two argued back and forth.
The demigods were snickering at some of the nicknames.
After a couple of minutes of arguing back and forth, Zeus finally had enough. So he slammed his master bolt onto the floor, making a loud boom in its wake.
The two immortals became silent and Zeus said, "I think that is enough or we will be here for days." Athena blushed and Poseidon snickered at her. Zeus waved his hand and said, "Daughter, please read." Thales nodded her head and continued where she left off. Annabeth and Percy both blushed because their parents are acting so immature.
From the opposite side of the pavilion, Clarice and her buddies ran in with another banner, of identical size, but gaudy red, painted with a bloody spear and a boar's head.
So those must be the flags, Naruto stated. Yeah, he heard Luke says. Ares and Athena always lead the teams? Percy asked. Not always, Luke said. But often. Because our children are the best with war, said Athena and Ares at the same time. But then both glared heatedly at one another.
So, if another cabin captures one, what do? Repaint the flag? Percy asked.
Luke grinned. You'll see. First we have to get one.
Whose side are we on? Naruto asked. Luke gave them a sly look, that combined with his scar, made him look evil in the torchlight.
Foreshadowing, said Thales. The demigods nodded their heads because they were thinking about Luke's betrayal. We've made a temporary alliance with Athena. Tonight, we get the flag from Ares, and the two of you are going to help. The teams were announced. Athena had made an alliance with Apollo and Hermes, the two biggest cabins. Apparently, privileges had been traded, shower times, chore schedules, the best slots for activities, in order to win support. Ares had allied themselves with everybody else. Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus. From what Naruto seen, Dionysus's kids were actually good athletes, but there were only two of them. Demeter's kids had the edge with nature skills and outdoor stuff, but they weren't very aggressive. Well, of course not my children are good for outdoor work like farming, replied Demeter. Hades sighed but had to agree with her there. Aphrodite's sons and daughters they weren't too worried about. They mostly sat out every activity and checked their reflections in the lake and did their hair and gossiped. Hummed a frowned Aphrodite, thinking about her children's death rate. Hephaestus's kids weren't pretty, and there were only 4 of them, but they were big and burly from working in the metal shop all day. They might be a problem. That, of course, left Ares's cabin. A dozen of the biggest, ugliest, meanest kids on Long Island, or anywhere else on the planet. All in all, Naruto thought he was have some real fun today. Chiron hammered his hoof on the marble. Heroes, he announced. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves. He spread his hands, and the tables were suddenly covered with equipment: helmets, bronze swords, spears, ox-hide shields coated in metal. Whoa, Percy said in surprise. We're really supposed to use these? Luke looked at him as if Percy had gone crazy. Unless you want to get skewered by your friends in Cabin 5. Oh yeah, Cabin 5 are my best buds in the whole wide world, Sacristilic said Percy. The other demigods snickered and thought nothing changed there. Here, Chiron thought these would fit. You'll be on border patrol. While Luke was fitting Percy with Greek armor, Naruto was chuckling to himself, man, this reminds of the Chunin exams, I just hope nothing bad happens. He then took out a scroll and out popped a set of Anbu gear that he, acquired before he left. Athena smiled and thought, nice light durable armor perfect for speed and overall ninja. Ares had to agree that it would not slow him down or restrict his movements. The demigods looked at Kushina and Thals with the question, did they both have the armor like that? Thals grinned and showed a small scroll, then bit her thumb and smeared it on the seal. With a soft pop and a little smoke, Thals lifted her Anbu armor, which was light blue with a lightning design on it. Kushina said to the demigods and immortals in the room, I will show you my armor later. Which they nodded their heads and some smiled, thinking either she will show how a ninja fights or see the armor looks on her. Kushina then turned to Thals and smiled and said, do you think you want to spar against me, Thals? Thals nodded her head with her smile on her face. Okay, after this chapter it is, grinned Kushina. People looked at him oddly before shrugging it off, already used to Naruto oddities. Okay, I got to ask. Where did you get those? Percy asked. I stole them before I left home. Thought they would come in handy someday. Smart kid. Grinned the god of thieves. Kushina smiled and thought on one hand so was anger, but another she was proud of her son to think ahead like that. Hades smiled and thought, you rape the benefits if you have the chance. Okay then, you might be Hermes' kid now. Percy deadpanned while Luke smirked. I wish he was mine, sighed Hermes. No, I mine because he would be more awesome, grinned Apollo. The 2 gods had a heated look until both were screaming out. Me. No me. Artemis thought, he is none of yours, so be silent. After 20 minutes Zeus had enough and boomed out, both of you shut it. Artemis then smiled and said, sister, can you start reading again please? Thals nodded her head and continued where she left off. Naruto decided to humor them by putting on a Greek helmet with the blue fur on top because blue was for Athena's side. Annabeth yelled, blue team, forward. The group cheered and shook their swords and followed her down the path to the south woods. The red team yelled taunts at them as they headed off toward the north. Percy though wondered why his blonde friend did not take out his weapon, not that he knew that Naruto was armed to the teeth.
Percy made his way to the Annabeth without tripping all over his armor and said, hey. Though she just kept on marching. So what's the plan? He asked. Got any magic items you can loan me? Naruto noticed that her hand was hovering over her pocket when his friend asked that. Quirking an eyebrow, he decided to get in more to eavesdrop.
Are you sure he isn't my Hermes child? Thought Hermes and the rest of the gods. The demigods shivered at the notion of the stalls and Naruto teaming up. Just watch Clarissa's spear, she said. You don't want that thing touching you. Otherwise, don't worry. We'll take the banner from Ares. Has Luke given you your job? Nice to know. Naruto's voice said from above them. They knew he was probably tree hoping, so they were not concerned. Border patrol. Same as Naruto, whatever that means. Suddenly an iris message materialized in the center of the throne room. The demigods and gods got excited because finally another scene they could see instead of just imagining it. Ares was grinning because in his opinion that meant action was not far away. Aphrodite just smiled because she could see how her grandson fights. Thals snickered because she remembered this night because Naruto told her. Percy smiled because this was the night he got claimed. Hades frowned thinking about the hellhound and that it might attack his son. Kushina and Persephone looked at each other then smiled at one another. Thals continued with the reading. It's easy. Stand by the creek, keep the reds away. Leave the rest to me. Athena always has a plan, she said as he pushed ahead, leaving him in the dust. Okay, Percy mumbled. Glad you wanted me on your team. Ah, as Percy's feelings hurt because his girlfriend is mean to him, teased Talia and Nico. No, of course not, shuddered a blushing Percy. Annabeth had a small smile on her face and her imitation of a cherry and shouted, Talia. Talia snickered with Nico. Falls shook her head but had a beautiful smile on her face while thinking, I guess in any dimension I love to mess with little Annie. Naruto jumped down next to him, scaring him and a few others. Don't worry about, patrol is an important task as well. Besides, if you are lucky, you might be able to fight. Gee, thanks. Percy rolled his eyes. 4X day had turned to night by now as Naruto and Percy were stationed next to a little creek that gurgled over some rocks, then she and the rest of the team scattered into the trees. The two stood there for a little bit and groaned. I get it. Border patrol is out of the way, so newbies like us won't their way. Naruto growled. Thal's thought with a smile, always wants action in his life. Kushina blushed and thought, I guess he is more like me than Hades. Annabeth then cooed and said, Seaweed Brain, I gave you the position for Clarice to come after you and we would have an easy victory. Percy sighed and said, I know now, wise girl, but that spear hurts. Annabeth muttered a soft apology to one of her best friend and then squished his hand. Which Percy blushed then smiled because the girl of his dreams, literally and figuratively speaking, was holding his hand. Nico and Talia snickered at the cute scene between the two obvious demigods. He needed to do something. Smirking, he got an idea. He performed his favorite jutsu just as a horn sounded and they heard whoops from enemy territory. While he left a copy to watch over Percy, he went into the forest to scare some campers. Annabeth wished she could do it because she would learn so much with that technique. Athena was thinking the same process as one of her favorite daughter. Soon he came upon a few Demeter and Aphrodite kids and smirked. He took out his new ninja too. The one thing he found out about this new blade that it had a special ability. It had the power to project genjutsu. So the blade produces illusions, said a grinned Hephaestus and Athena.
The demigods were thinking that it would really come in handy against monster and other enemies.
Hermes grinned because he can make so many pranks because of the illusion. He smirked and sent Chakra too. He made and grunt and they looked over to him and their eyes widened in fear. For what they saw was the Minotaur. Hades smiled and whispered out, that's my boy. Persephone smiled because she was beginning to like the little blonde and Kushina. He had an advance on them and they screamed and ran. Oh yeah, this will be really useful in the future. He was then assaulted by the memories of the clone he left with Percy. It dispelled itself right as Clarice attacked Percy. I wonder what she has against him. Well, besides the toilet incident, smiled Annabeth and Percy. He wondered aloud as he shunshed to where Percy was, only behind a tree so he could surprise them. Climbing to a tree branch, he watched as Percy did his best against Clarice and her friends. Ah, so her spear has the lightning element infused with it. Ouch. Even 2 hours after the incident I still felt the aftershocks of her stupid spear, pouted Percy. Aw, you big baby, snickered Talia, Nico, and Annabeth. Thals giggled at the comical scene because this was better than television sometimes. Give him a haircut, Clarice said. Grab his hair. Percy managed to get to his feet. He raised his sword, but Clarice slammed it aside with her spear as sparks flew. Now both of my arms felt numb. Oh, wow, Clarice said. I'm scared of this guy. Really scared. The flag is that way, Percy told her. He meant to sound angry but Naruto and the others heard it differently. If the situation was different, the blonde would have laughed. Such a good friend I have, sighed Percy. Thals said, that is tough love, Percy. Aphrodite giggled and said, is that what Naruto gives you? Demeter said, cereal is what makes demigods strong and lets them think of the right judgment. Hades sighed and thought, why did my sister have to be so weird? No, shouted a blushed Thals. Dionysus said, please start reading. After Thals got over her embarrassment she started to read. Yeah, one of her siblings said. But see, we don't care about the flag. We care about a guy who made our cabin look stupid. Annabeth groaned because it is a moment where Percy doesn't think things through. You do that without my help, Percy growled out and he instantly regretted it because it was probably the dumbest thing to say at the moment. Insulting an attacker who has the greater numbers is very foolish, C-spawn, replied Athena. I know now, but that doesn't mean I won't do it again, said Percy. Two of them came at Percy. He backed up toward the creek, tried to raise his shield, but Clarice too fast. Her spear stuck his straight in the ribs. If he hadn't been wearing an armored breastplate, he would have been shish kebabbed. It still hurt like hell because the point got through and shocked him. One of her cabin mates slashed his sword across his arm, leaving a good-size cut. No maiming. Percy got out, feeling dizzy. Now Naruto had enough. He took out something to end this. Oops, the guy said. Guess I lost my dessert privilege. So that is the punishment for maiming, said Athena, looking at Dionysus while thinking if it had been her children and not have the healing factor like Poseidon's children. Dionysus struggled his shoulders but remained quiet because he didn't want his sister anger. They then pushed Percy into the lake, which was a mistake for them. Demon Windmill Shuriken. Demon what? One of the Ares kids yelled. They all looked around them to see a huge-ass shuriken coming right for them. What the hell? The same kid yelled as all of them dove out of the way, but when they looked up, it was spinning place. Somehow, Clarice knew that it was Naruto and got ready. She was proven correct as it poofed into said blonde. Hiya, you all miss me? Everyone just looked at him like he had grown two heads. The hell were you? He heard Percy, who looked all healed up now. Scaring off their reinforcements. Naruto said with a dumb grin. That was a good plan. How I wish he was my child. Sorry Kushina, nothing against you of course, smiled Athena. Kushina smiled then shook her head, that meant she was not offended. Hera looked at Naruto with interest in her eyes. Ares groaned and thought, stupid son of Hades. The rest of the gods and goddesses smiled and Zeus waved his hand to Thales. Thales, getting the action, continued reading. Damn it. One the Ares kid said, charge. Into a world of hurt, chuckled Athena. Ares growled at his half-sister, but he knew deep down she was right, his children were going to lose. The two boys nodded to each other and got back to back. They had been in fistfights at school and they knew what to do. Two Ares kids rushed Percy and he swung away their blades before he punched one in the gut and then kicked the other in the face. He was so glad Naruto taught him how to fight better.
Geez, you are better in that dimension now because you got trained by a ninja man, a bloody awesome ninja. Shouted an excited Nico.
Thales wondered when another person of her dimension will come. Selena looked at Thales and wondered what her other is still alive. Percy smiled because with the help of Naruto he can better protect his second home camp Halfblood. Annabeth was thinking how he would alter the future. Thales sighed and continued where she left off. The other Ares kids rushed Naruto, who just smirked as he blocked the first two swords before he pushed their blades away and then grabbed their head to bonk them together. He then ducked a blade that was aimed for his head. He fell to the ground and jumped up to punch the kid upwards like he did to Neji and then performed a leaf hurricane to his stomach, sending him to a nearby tree. Oh, that's got to have hurt, murmured the demigods. Thales and Kushina said, it does hurt quite a bit. The gods had smiles on their faces because there was action. The goddesses frowned at the gods but remained silent. The gods grinned at Thales and she knew what they wanted. So she turned the page and once again began the story. Naruto then looked to Clarice and gave her a come on gesture with his hands. Not wanted to miss out on a new battle, she charged the blonde. Bad move, smirked all of the gods, ready for the fight to begin. While the goddesses just rolled their eyes at the gods' usually antics, but in the back of their heads they were a little bit excited. Naruto bent over backwards as the spear passed over him. He then swung around it to use it as a springboard and jumped high the air. Using her temporary distraction, Percy came up and sliced the blade of the spear off. She looked back at Percy to a sword in her face and two knives at her neck, again. We win, Princess of War. Naruto said into her ear, making her blush again. The girls in the room cooed while the boys gauged. The goddesses had smirks on their faces and Aphrodite smiled at her grandson's skill with women. Ares snarled at the pretty boy for making his one of his favorite daughter blush. Thales giggled and continued with the story. Then they heard yelling, elated screams, and they saw Luke racing toward the boundary line with the red team's banner lifted high. He was flanked by a couple of Hermes guys covering his retreat, and a few Apollos behind them, fighting off the Hephaestus kids. The Ares folks got up, and Clarice muttered a dazed curse. A trick. She shouted. It was a trick. Like father like daughter, smirked Athena. Everyone laughed at the embarrassed god of war. Ares just glared at his sister.
Zeus said, continue daughter. They staggered after Luke, but it was too late. Everybody converged on the creek as Luke ran across into friendly territory. The blue side exploded into cheers. The red banner shimmered and turned to silver. The boar and spear were replaced with a huge caduceus, the symbol of Cabin 11. Everybody on the blue team picked up Luke and started carrying him around on their shoulders. Chiron cantered out from the woods and blew the conch horn.
The game was over. They had won. The boy were about to join the celebration when Annabeth's voice, right next to them in the creek, said, "Not bad, heroes." "Yeah, that reminded me you left me out there to face Clarice's spear," shouted a pouting Percy. Annabeth just smiled and said in a soothing tone, "I didn't abandon you, at least, seaweed brain." Percy grumbled while the rest of the demigods laughed at the face Percy made. After the laughing has stopped, Thals continued with the reading. Percy looked around but should not see her. Naruto, however, did. She took off the cap she was wearing and said, "Where the heck did you learn to fight like that?"
"Ninja skills," smirked a grinning Apollo. Artemis sighed because she couldn't make her brother to shut up for 10 minutes. Then wondered what higher forces did she piss off. She contemplated if she slam Apollo into the throne room's wall. She then vowed if he intercepted one more time in the next 5 minutes she would do it.
Percy was at first shocked before he pointed to Naruto. "You set us up. You put us here because you knew Clarice would come after me, while you sent Luke around the flank. You had it all figured out." "Accurately, other me," grinned Percy. Annabeth sighed and smiled while saying, "Seaweed brain." Annabeth shrugged. "I told you. Athena always has a plan." "A plan to get me pulverized. To get you," began Apollo. When suddenly he was rammed up against the wall of the throne room by a silver blur. Apollo only thoughts were, not the face. After Artemis was done venting her frustrations on her brother, she sat back on her throne. Meanwhile, Apollo was moaning in pain because his little sister really can pack a punch.
He slowly crawled to his throne and Thal snickered but began where she left off once Apollo was on his throne.
"I came as fast as I could. I was about to jump in, but..." She shrugged. "You didn't need help. Naruto came in pretty quick with that huge shuriken-like weapon." Annabeth then looked at Percy's arm. "How did you do that?"
"Sword cut," Percy said. "What do you think?" "No. It was a sword cut. Look at it."
"Ah, healing ability, how much I love you," sighed Percy. Poseidon grew a soft smile at his son. Annabeth smiled because if Percy didn't have his healing factor with the water he would be dead, and it wouldn't be the same without Percy here. Aphrodite smiled knowingly at the daughter of Athena and thought, "You will get him soon, dear, don't worry." "Well, damn, will you look at that," Naruto commented as they saw that it was healed up. I don't get it," Percy said, shocked. The blood was gone. Where the huge cut had been, there was a long white scratch, and even that was fading. It turned into a small scar, and disappeared. Annabeth was thinking hard. She looked down at his feet, then at Clarice's broken spear, and said, "Step out of the water, Percy." "What? Just do it." Sighing, he got out and looked bone dry. He also looked to have the adrenaline rush gone that he had when fighting. So he fell, but Annabeth quickly supported him. "Oh, sticks," she cursed. "This is not good. I didn't want. I assumed it would be Zeus." "Hey," shouted an insulted Zeus. Hera said, "I would too, because out of all your brothers you are the most unfaithful. You used to have at least one demigod every month before the vow." Zeus blushed but said nothing because he feared his scary wife, because let's face it, a wife is one of the most terrifying things in the whole world. Hades and Poseidon can vouch to that. Naruto looked at her oddly before he got it as well, but he did not have much time to voice his thoughts because he heard a growl before a loud howl ripped through the forest. The campers' cheering died instantly. Chiron shouted something in ancient Greek, which he and Percy somehow knew it was, "Stand ready. My bow." Annabeth drew her sword. There on the rocks just above them was a black hound the size of a rhino, with lava-red eyes and fangs like daggers, and it was looking straight at Percy. Poseidon gripped his throne in worry about his alternative son. Annabeth held her breath because it scared her that Percy got hurt, and to add injury to the wound he was right in front of her too. Aphrodite smiled at the young daughter of Athena and thought, "You will get your man soon, dear." Athena looked at Aphrodite distrustfully but said nothing. Thals coughed and said, "Can I please continue?" The people in the throne room blushed and Thals began again. Annabeth told him to run, but he was froze in fear at this beast, so she stood in front of him. That didn't do much for him because it just jumped over her and landed right in front of Percy. He fell on his ass as it slashed at him and snarled, showing its many teeth to the young boy. By this point, Naruto stepped in, having enough of people and beasts trying to kill his friend. Bad dog. Yes, a very bad dog, chuckled Percy. Annabeth giggled and Nico along with Talia snorted. Thals smirked while the gods and goddesses had amusement in their eyes. Kushina and Selena shook their heads and thought, boys. You. He yelled as he charged the beast, much to Chiron's protest, and kick it up in the air.
Naruto created 4 clones of himself, and they shot into the air. Zoo. They yelled as one of them kicked it higher into the air, then 2 came on both sides of it and struck the beast's sides with high-powered kicks. He. Then the original descended down to the beast with his new Rasengan his has been working on. Udama Rasengan Barrage. He drove the large ball of swirl energy into the stomach, making it cry out in agonizing pain. Jumping away, he cursed as he saw the wound on the beast, healing up, just like with the Minotaur. Screw this. He yelled as he performed a familiar set of hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. There was a large poof of smoke and everyone's eyes widened to see that Naruto was on a giant orange
sword, shouted a battle-crazed Ares. Shoes, said Hermes. Bowl of cereal, smiled Demeter. Most of the people in the throne room laughed at Demeter's response. Who blushed and then crossed her hands and said, don't know what's good for them. Books, replied Athena. Poseidon shook his head and thought, only you would want books. Somehow Athena heard him and glared at the sea god. Monkey, shouted a laughing Apollo. Artemis' eyes twitched and said to herself, a couple more pages and hopeful this chapter will be done. Zoe Nightshade, Phoebe, and Talia looked at their lady and wondered if she will attack her brother again. Toad? Ew, a toad really, exclaimed Aphrodite. What the hell? Indeed, said everyone in the throne room. The toad yelled, shocked everyone more as it looked up. Naruto. I thought you were dead. I'll explain later, Gamakichi, right now I need some oil. Naruto said in a rush. The toad looked to where Naruto was, glared and grunted. Some giant dog, huh? Well, this should be easy. He spat out the oil just as Naruto called out, fire style, Hellfire Dragon. Out of his mouth came a huge black flaming dragon that, combined with the oil, made it even larger before it arced upwards and then crashed down on the scared shitless dog-like creature. When it was over, Naruto turned to his shell-shocked audience and decided to crack a joke. Someone order an extra crispy dog? Nice move, said all of the demigods, but the gods and goddesses wonder if he can control over any other element. Whoa, said one of the younger Ares campers. There was a murmuring of whispers on how the heck Naruto had done that. Chiron trotted up next Percy and Naruto as the giant told disappeared, with a grim face. Immortales. Annabeth said. That's a hellhound from the fields of punishment. They're not supposed to. Someone summoned it, Chiron said. Someone inside the camp. Luke, thought all the demigods in the throne room. Luke came over, the banner in his hand forgotten, his moment of glory gone. Clarice yelled, it's all Percy's fault. Percy summoned it. Be quiet, child, Chiron told her. They watched as what remained of the body of the hellhound melt into shadow, soaking into the ground until it disappeared. You're wounded, Annabeth told Percy. Quick, Percy, get in the water. I'm okay. No, you're not, she said. Chiron, watch this. Percy was too tired to argue. He stepped back into the creek, the whole camp gathering around him. He instantly looked a lot better and the cut on his chest healed up like nothing had happened. Yet is the key word, said Athena and Annabeth at the same time. They both blushed and everyone thought, like mother like daughter. Look, I don't know why, he said, trying to apologize. I'm sorry. But they were not watching that. He saw that their eyes, Naruto included, were above his head. Percy, Annabeth said, pointing upward. By the time he looked up, the sign was already fading, but he could still make out the hologram of green light, spinning and gleaming. A 3-tipped spear, a trident. Your father, Annabeth murmured. This is really not good. It is determined, Chiron announced. All around Mayhem, campers started kneeling, even the Ares cabin, though they didn't look happy about it. Of course, Naruto didn't making him feel better, because this was just awkward. My father? Percy asked, completely bewildered. Poseidon, said Chiron. Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus. Jackson, son of the sea god. Percy looked to Naruto for help, but gasped as he saw 3 images above Naruto. 3, exclaimed all the Olympians and demigods, who looked shocked and awed for the demigods. I wonder who the 3rd symbol is, thought Athena. Everyone looked where he was and their jaws dropped. Above Naruto were 3 symbols. One, larger than the other 2, was that of a gold helmet, the symbol of Hades. The other 2 were a scallop and a crescent moon with a star in it. Nix, thought all the gods and goddesses, who had a look of awe and a bit of fear. Oh crap, Hades, god of the underworld. Grover announced, but what are the other 2? The scallop is Aphrodite, goddess of love, and the last one is Nyx, ancient goddess of night. I guess Chiron doesn't want to scare the campers too much, but Nyx is a primordial like Gaia. Chiron said with a grim face. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of Hades and is related to Aphrodite and Nyx. Holy crap. Shit, more like, said Percy. All the demigods nodded their heads. Hestia sent a glare at Percy, who blushed and said, sorry Lady Hestia. Hestia smiled warmly at him and said to Thales, I think we should continue this exciting book. Thales nodded and continued where she left off. Came a voice from the crowd, pretty much saying what was on all their minds. Naruto said in a thinking pose, making it almost comical. My dad, being Hades, would probably explain why I have this limbo power that lets me talk to Talia in her tree. Silence.
Camp's going to freak out, muttered Annabeth. Percy and the other demigods nodded their heads in agreement. What? Everyone in the camp screamed. Suddenly there was a flash of light in the center of the throne room that was so blinding that everyone had to cover their eyes. The light dimmed and everyone could make a female because of the curves. The demigods looked at the stranger and they gasped because it was Selene, daughter of Aphrodite. But she looked different, she was more fitter and older looking. The Selene looked around the room and spotted Thales and Kushina. She then rushed over to them and shouted, Talia and Kushina. Kushina smiled and said, Sweetie, remember, you make my son very happy, call me mom, okay, because you are going to marry him down the road. Selena blushed and she could be mistaken for a cherry. Wait, what? Screamed out everyone in the throne room, but the loudest came from Aphrodite and her half-blood daughter. Zeus came out of his confusion and boomed out, tell us who you are. Selena from Naruto's dimension bowed and said, Selena Beauregard, daughter of Aphrodite and girlfriend of Naruto. Artemis and surprisingly Aphrodite shouted out, how many girlfriends does he have now? Well, I can't say because it would ruin all the fun and some of the story, replied Selena. The demigods said, what can we call you? You can call me Sil. Meanwhile Selena wondered what happened to Charles Beckendorf, how she was still alive, and if she turned traitor. Selena smiled and said, I guess in your dimension I don't die. Aphrodite jumped up on her throne and cried, my baby girl died. Yes mom, I die, said Selena. Sil, we are in a dimension with no Naruto, okay honey, said Kushina. It took a few moments for Sil it come up to speed and freaked out, shouting, a world without her, Naruto, what has this world come to? Aphrodite looked at her daughter and asked, are you happy with him? I am the happiest girls alive to have him as a boyfriend. Then I give you my blessing, because who am I to say no to true love, sighed Aphrodite. Sil asked what all happened, and so Kushina and Thales filled her in like Naruto just finished his first capture the flag and got claimed. Sil nodded her head and said, if I may, can I read next? Thales nodded her head and handed the book over to her harem sister. Sil cleared her voice and began. Everyone had moved to the area in the middle of all the cabins. People had been shocked about Percy being the son of Poseidon, but that was trampled on by the shock of Naruto's lineage. Indeed, Naruto's case is pretty much unheard, answered Athena. His family must have been interesting to keep the blood of a primordial goddess, our ancient titan, running through his veins. Naruto, you never cease to amaze and surprise people, that much is for sure, Chiron said with a sigh. Yeah, I got that a lot back home. I was always doing the impossible, like this time I painted the Hokage monument, our version of Mount Rushmore, in broad daylight, wearing Kill Me orange, and in a ninja village. I want him as a son, sobbed Hermes and Apollo. Artemis banged her head against her heads and mumbling, stupid younger brother. Apollo just said, aw little sis, I know you love me. Artemis just sobbed while thinking, what did I do to deserve this torture?
Zoe, Phoebe, and Talia looked at their mistress and wondered if Apollo finally broke her. After 20 minutes of sobbing, Artemis went back to her throne and then glared at her brother.
The hunters sighed in relief because Artemis was coming back to be well. Artemis.
Syl coughed to get everyone's attention and held up the book. Everyone nodded their heads to let her continue where she left off. Syl began once again, getting excited to read Naruto's adventure. I mean, no one noticed until after I was done. Naruto chuckled and looked at everyone's reaction.
Percy heard this story already, but he never could stop laughing at it. For some reason, Annabeth looked a little peeved. Chiron and many other campers' jaws were on the floor, and a lot of people in the Hermes cabin had a new hero. Oh, and let me resummon Gamakichi. He is going to want to know the same things as you guys. Summoning jutsu. In a poof of smoke, the orange toad was back. Kichi, for now just listen and you might learn something. The toad jutsu nodded. Naruto, how did that go? Asked Chiron. If I heard correctly, the gods said there were ninja ranks in that world you come from.
Oh yeah, that was fun. I did that as an academy student. They learn how to be ninja, and led Chunin, Jonin, and Anbu on a wild goose chase throughout the whole village, and the only one who managed to catch me was my academy teacher since he was looking for me anyway. I skipped class that day. Gu Naruto, cheered Percy, Nico, Apollo, and Hermes. Kushina put an end to the cheering with a death glare. Artemis smiled at Kushina and thought, thank you for silencing Apollo. Naruto said while scratching the back of his head.
Annabeth looked at him oddly before asking, I am guessing that those names were ninja ranks. Yeah, we got the academy students, then Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Anbu, and finally Akage, who is the strongest ninja in the village and its leader.
Wow, that is amazing. Grover said, think that Naruto must be some high-level ninja. So when you left, what rank were you? Genin, coughed Syl and Thals. The other demigods looked surprised at this piece of information. Genin. Came the simple reply that made a lot of people sweat drop. Anyway, what I wanted to ask you was why you did not tell us about Talia, Chiron said.
I did not think you would believe me. Naruto shrugged.
Well, I guess that might have happened. Now, do you have any quirks you could have gotten from any of your lineage? Chiron asked, and everyone leaned in to listen.
Well, I am guessing my limbo power is from Dad. I also have some jutsu styles like Hellfire, Shadow, and I might have the Death style. That is all I know so far. I don't know much about Lady Nyx, so I don't know if I have any powers from her.
Properly something to do with night, replied Athena. Thals and Syl along with Kushina smiled, then thought, you were right. Now for Lady Aphrodite, I would say my sexy jutsu could be from her. Oh, it was good show, commented a blushing Syl. Thals just looked confused for a second but then brightly blushed.
Naruto said thoughtfully while the toad started laughing, remembering the story of how Naruto got Jiraiya to teach him.
Sexy jutsu, I am not quite sure what you mean by that, but it must be amusing, seeing as your toad summon is laughing, Chiron said. Yeah well, I created this jutsu to flush out the perverts in my old village, and believe me, there are a lot. Naruto grumbled. Especially both of my sensei. Kakashi would read his porn in public while Jiraiya was the creator of said book, so I would call it my pervert knockout jutsu. Suddenly the image appeared above the book for all to see. Zeus continued on with some uneasiness in his voice. His gaze was directed at his lovely but terrifying wife. Hera just smiled, thinking that hopefully she could learn this just you to keep her husband in check. Can you demonstrate? Mr. D asked, shocking Naruto. All the gods and goddesses as well as the demigods looked eager to see this new just you. Kushina shook her head while Thals looked on ahead. Sure. Naruto will gather chakra for it. Percy, who had asked the same thing once upon a time, held the bridge of his nose in annoyance and turned around, getting a raised eyebrow from Annabeth.
What are you doing, kelp head? You will miss this justice, said Talia. Talia, I don't know. Okay, it is another dimension, said Percy.
Talia blushed and stuttered out, Silent Jackson. Percy smirked while Annabeth giggled and Nico snorted. Ladies,
I ask that you please don't kill me. Sexy jutsu. In a poof of smoke, Naruto had turned into a naked girl, with wisps of smoke covering her private areas.
The room was silent for some time. The gods were taking in the sight while the goddesses sighed and counted. Suddenly there were crashes heard everywhere. All the boys had blushes on their faces, they also had nosebleeds trying to cover it but failing. The female demigods were amazed at the boys' transformation. Artemis looked interested while her hunters were amazed but disgusted at the transformed girl's clothing or lack of clothing. Thals was most affected of all in the room, for she passed out and had a perverted grin on her face with blood dripping down her nose. Talia looked shocked that her alternate self was a pervert because she didn't think she would be one to begin with.
Nico and Percy snickered at Talia, then asked, "I didn't know you would be a pervert, Talia."
Talia blushed and stuttered out, "Shush, shut you up, kelp head and death breathe."
"Ah," is little Talia getting embarrassed, said Percy.
Talia's eyes twitched but after a few seconds had a sweet smile on her face and said, "Of course not, kelphead." Moments later a lightning bolt was hurled at Percy, who was quick enough to dodge out of the way. So Percy was being chased by an angered Talia trying to dodge all the lightning the daughter of Zeus threw at him. Aphrodite grinned and thought, "My grandson can turn into a granddaughter, I am so proud." Aphrodite then turned her attention to Thals and grinned thinking, "Wow, I didn't think Zeus' daughter would be into Yuri." Aphrodite came out of her thoughts when a warm hand came into contact with hers. She looked up and blushed when her husband gave her a soft smile.
Zeus coughed, trying to cover the nosebleed, and said, "I think we should have a 20-minute break to clear up some issues, no?"
The gods nodded their heads and flashed out of the throne room. The goddesses just sat on their thrones thinking of ways of punishing their brothers or husband. Thals slowly woke up to find a semi-burnt Percy with a smiling Talia. She looked at Talia questionably when suddenly Nico laughed out loud saying, "Had a nice sleep, Thals?" Thals blushed thinking about moments before her fainting. Thals looked at Nico and said, "I will count up to 20 before I run my spear through your balls." Thals began counting, 1.5.10. Nico stepped back in fear but started running as fast as he could out of the throne room. Thals grinned and said, 15.19.20, "Here I come, Nico," and she charged out of the throne room with lightning cracking in her hands chasing a screaming terrified Nico D'Angelo. 20 minutes later Hades found his son running for his life from an enraged Thals. He sighed and thought, "What did you do now, Nico?" So after a long cat and mouse with persuading from the gods had to help Nico out of Thals' clutches. Thals and Nico were back into the throne room.
Thals kept on giving Nico death glares though. Zeus and the other gods were comfortable back in their thrones and began once more.
For a moment, there was silence. Percy counted down in his head and smirked when he heard the familiar sound of people hitting the ground, which was mostly the guys of the Ares cabin and some from the Hermes cabin. "Of course it would be," said Athena. "Hey," sounded by the two offended gods. Athena just smiled and waved Syl to keep on reading. Naruto's sweat dropped when he saw a lot of people, including Mr. D, fall back with bloody noses. The girls of the Aphrodite were looking at the jutsu appraising before nodding their heads that it was good. The other girls were looking at the fallen boys with murderous glares and thankfully it was not directed at him.
"Yeah, thank goodness," snorted Percy. "Well, if you would please return back to normal," Chiron said with a small blush on his face. "Wow, even Chiron," exclaimed the demigods. "We need to assign to you to new cabins." Naruto nodded and ended the jutsu, much to the guys' relief. The guys in the throne room sighed as well because, "I have a question though," Naruto stated. "If my dad, Minato Namikaze, was actually Hades, Lord of the Dead, in disguise, then my mom would be the daughter of Aphrodite, goddess of love, but how does Nyx, the primordial goddess of night, play into all of this?" Naruto asked, making the toad look at him so fast you would think he just got whiplash.
"I would have to guess that Lady Nyx is your great-grandmother and it is thanks to Aphrodite and Hades that you still have her blood in you. Also, having her blood makes you part Titan as well. That is because the children of her and her sister Gaia were Titans," Chiron said, a little uneasy. "You sure know how to pick them, Hades," joked Poseidon. Hades blushed and said, "Shut up. Zeus just narrows his eyes because Naruto can be very powerful if he goes against the gods. I am part human, part god, and part Titan. I am the deluxe package," Naruto said with a hand on his head. That statement though made a lot of the campers chuckle. "Right, Percy, you will be in your father's cabin, so go get your stuff," Chiron said and Percy just nodded while he and Luke quickly got his stuff. "Now Naruto, I am not so sure where to put you."
"Oh, I don't think we would mind," called out a beautiful girl with black hair and brown eyes. Aw, thank you, Selena. Naruto. Naruto. Chiron said as he looked at Naruto, who was looking at something that was not there in the space between Poseidon's and Zeus's cabins.
I noticed there is not a Hades cabin. Naruto deadpanned. Ah. Well, we never had any kids from Hades in the US. He paused for a moment, letting that sink in. So wait, in his dimension Hades doesn't have a cabin just because there weren't any Hades kids in the US, shouted Nico. Hades looked surprised at the news and thought, this dimension seems more interesting now. Naruto froze and shivered. You have got to be kidding me. I am related to Hitler of all people. You get used to it, shrugged Nico. The demigods smiled at Nico because they are his friend. Unfortunately, yes. Grover groaned, so that was why we never had the cabin. Maybe we can, Naruto said as he ran to the empty spot between cabins. Percy, who had gotten back a little while ago, asked, okay, what do you mean by that? Well, when I got to this world, I was given a scroll that had a list of jutsu in it. You know, like that hellfire jutsu I used. There was on in it that said to only use when the time was right. I would think now is the time for that jutsu to be unleashed. Naruto said in excitement, and began a set of hand signs and loading them with chakra. Interesting. Chiron said. Summoning jutsu, rising house of the dead. Grover, Gamakichi, and a few others were getting a bad feeling about this. After he called out the jutsu, the ground began to shake and Naruto had to jump away as a fissure opened up and a building as black as night rose from the ground. Though, what unsettled everyone was the screams of the dead that came along with the new cabin. Well, that is a new feature, muttered Nico. Hades smirked and thought, I am beginning to like this dimension. Well, that's new. Percy deadpanned, startling a lot of people. Yep, and now we have a Hades cabin. Naruto beamed. That is good and all, but you are still welcome in the Aphrodite cabin, just so you know. Chiron stated before walking away, rubbing his head because this experience has given him a major headache. Still, at least the blonde could talk to Talia, which was always a plus. I have a question. The orange toad spoke up. What is it, Kichi? Naruto replied. Why are you so young? Are you kidding me? I have only been gone for half a year. Over there, it has been 3 years, Kichi replied. Say what? Naruto whispered as he felt like a ton of bricks had fallen on him. Really, the eclipse must be soon then. Wonder what the eclipse is, said Percy. Athena thought it might be a gateway to the other world that mortals go through. Annabeth just looked at Percy and said, Percy, we might know what it is later. Percy blushed and said, oh. Syl continued reading. Mr. D said with interest, getting a lot of confused looks. It means that it has only been 3 years over in Naruto's world, and if that is the case, time problem will reverse and 3 years will pass here and time will have barely passed over there. Okay, so what is so special about the eclipse? Naruto asked. Oh, I am sure you will find out, Mr. D smirked. 4x, you what? Talia yelled. You actually beat a huge hellhound with those ninja techniques? Those aren't just any moves, they are moves of epic proportions, shouted out an excited Apollo. The guys in the throne room agreed while the girls just rolled their eyes, then thought, they are so immature. Yes, and I let slip that I can talk to you, Naruto said with his eyes closed, waiting for the girl to hit him, but it never happened. He looked back at her and saw that she was smiling sadly. So how did they take it, Grover, Annabeth, and Luke, I mean? Talia asked nervously. Well, Grover was bouncing of the trees, much to their annoyance. Annabeth was very happy in that she to help you out, which I will do. I will get you out of this place, even if it kills me. Please don't overexert yourself, sweetheart, smiled Kushina. Thals smiled because she was thinking of the second year and how she was poisoned. Syl just smiled but continued on reading the book about Naruto and his adventures. That is a promise, Naruto said with a foxy smile that made Talia blush a bit. And Luke, she asked softly, a love triangle, how interesting, thought Aphrodite. Annabeth blushed, remembering if she loved Luke as a brother or not. Percy grumbled, then crossed his arms. He was the oddball. He just smiled sadly and said to protect you, which I promised I would. Naruto said thoughtfully until she hugged him. Thank you, Naruto. Hey, it's no problem, Talia. He said surprised but hugged her back anyway. He got a smile on his face and said, you know, that incident made our parent claim us. Backing up, Talia smiled and asked, "So, are you going to tell me?" "Hey, Percy is the son of Poseidon," Naruto said, making Talia's eyes widen. "Me on other hand, that is different. I got a chain going on." "A what?" "Well, I am the son of Hades and I am also related to Aphrodite and Nyx." Naruto shrugged like it was no big deal, but the look on Talia's face told him otherwise. "Well, any one of us would be amazed yet cautious of you because you will be a powerful deity," said Athena with a gleam in her eyes because she has found a very interesting specimen indeed. The other gods and goddesses with the demigods nodded their heads. "So you are also part Titan?" she asked shocked. "Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know how I am related to Aphrodite when I don't act like her kids." Talia thought about it and thought that he did not act like Hades' kids either. Maybe because of the mixed blood of Aphrodite and Hades, it would explain some things. "You are not super crazy like Hades' kids." "Hey," shouted out a glaring Nico, but the image was ruined by with a blush on his face. "And you are not worried about your looks like Aphrodite's kids." "Thals, that is not nice," pouted Syl. Thals just chuckled and said, "Sorry Syl. You were in between, which is pretty good to me." "Yeah, I am so glad I am not Hitler of all people." Naruto growled while saying that name with venom. "Though the only thing I can think of that would make me related to Aphrodite would be my sexy jutsu." Talia gave him a deadpanned look. "Does he not look in the mirror?" "Well, I am sure you will find out someday." "Yeah, I guess. Anyway, I should get going, curfew and all," Naruto said with a sad smile. He really liked Talia for some reason. "Okay," Talia said, giving him another hug, enjoying the feeling of being in contact with another human, especially Naruto because he seemed to emit a lot of warmth. Naruto saw her smile a big and returned the hug. "Oh, and when I get out of here, you have got to show me this sexy jutsu of yours." Naruto chuckled nervously. "Then you will be in for a blast if you like to see all the guys get blown back by nosebleeds." Talia just smiled as she saw her friend fade away, savoring the warmth until he was gone.
Back outside, we see Naruto standing in front of the tree with a palm on it. Opening his eyes, he smiled to himself and turned around only to freeze. The first thing he noticed that it was night time and that there were two people just standing there.
I wonder who they are," thought all the people in the throne room.
The first was a very beautiful woman with long black hair in a very high-class looking dress. The second was a tall man with sharp-looking eyes, black hair, and was in a midnight black business suit.
Can I help you?" Naruto asked warily. The woman smiled before saying, "Hello Naruto, I am Nyx and this is my husband, Erebus." P. Primordials shuddered out the gods and goddesses thinking about the giants and Gaia. The demigods gulped. Naruto's eyes widened and said, "Wow, the goddess of the night, but I am not sure who you are, sir." "I am the god of darkness and shadow," the man said simply. "Okay. Now I am not being rude or anything, but why are you two here?" Naruto asked, not understanding. The woman smiled. "Naruto, I came here to see you. In a sense, you are one of my children. But since you were born this way, you are not immortal." "Well, yeah, because his mom was not immortal," said Percy. Annabeth said, "Seaweed brain, we are going to figure it out and you might be wrong. That can be fixed since the deities have great interest in you." "Well shit," sounded out all the demigods in the room. "Which is mostly because you are not like any other demi-deity they have seen." "Demi-deity?" "Yes." Erebus spoke. "You are part god, part titan, and part human. That has never happened or never been acknowledged before anyway. Right, and normally we would be your great-grandparents, but I don't like that, so we will do something about that." "They better not try anything," muttered out Hades. Kushina smiled but told Syl to continue before any other comments could be made. Nyx replied as she and Erebus put a hand on either shoulder and Naruto glowed for a moment. Naruto felt weird. "What did you do and why?" "We simply strengthened your titan blood." "So that means he has less mortal blood in him, so he pretty much needs only a little push and he will be immortal," shouted out Athena. The gods and goddesses looked shocked but the demigods simply stared in awe. As for why, well, when the prophecy that surrounds the Big Three's children is over, you will be given a chance to become immortal, along with anyone else you wish to be with you," Erebus said. "Wow. Since Hades strengthened your god blood by being your father, we decided to do the same. Also, along your journey to the prophecy, you will meet your sibling and they will give you a bit of their power as they want to see what you will become." That's like unfair, complained Percy. Annabeth looked at the son of Poseidon and said, life is not fair, seaweed brain. Percy had to agree with her. Syl sighed and thought, it will take forever to finish this series. Another thing we gave you is some jutsu styles. Erebus explained. Though you will have to create your own jutsu. What you got from Nyx and I is the night, darkness style. I also gave you what my father wishes to give you, the chaos style. Sister Gaia. The gods shuddered in thought of Gaia and her giant children. Meanwhile, the demigods thought how powerful Naruto will become. Also sees great potential in you and has asked me to give you this. He then pointed to a charm on Naruto wristband. It was in the shape of a gauntlet. That is the Terra Force. It gives you slight control over the earth and gives you better control and more power if you have any earth jutsu, not to mention it gives off a lot of strength. Wow, that is a nice gift, muttered the demigods. The gods had to nod in agreement. Syl smiled, then asked if she could continue. The immortals nodded their heads. Syl then smiled and began again. I don't know what to say, but thanks, Naruto said with a genuine smile. Nyx came up and hugged him. It is no problem, but we want you to call us mom and dad too. Oh, and know that I will always be looking out for you, just like I always have when you stared off into the night and felt better because of it. Ah, cooed all the females in the room. The guys just rolled their eyes because it was too mushy for their manliness. No problem. Naruto returned the hug with tears in his eyes. She backed up and in a flash of darkness, they were gone. No problem at all. Later that night, Naruto would have the same dream as Percy would. The dream where Poseidon and Zeus were fight in Greek armor while Hades cheered from the sidelines with his ghost cheerleaders. Well, that was until a voice that seemed to be from underground woke them up. Back in Konoha, Hokage Tower, Jiraiya and Tsunade were sitting at that desk that Tsunade usually did paperwork, but since she threatened Shizune, they were relaxing today. They were playing a poker game and drinking. Dionysus just sighed, wishing he could drink because he hadn't had any for a long time.
Well, that was until a familiar orange toad popped into the office.
Gamakichi? What are you doing here? Asked a surprised Jiraiya. Naruto summoned me and it has only been half a year over where he is. Say what? Commented Tsunade. Yeah, and Minato was not really Minato. He was actually some dude called Hades, god of the underworld, that made both of the Sannin have wide eyes. So, Naruto is in the world of the Greek gods, Tsunade all but yelled. Yeah, and we beat a larger than average hellhound. Kichi beamed. Though the weird thing is that someone named Mr. D said that this time rap is going to reverse and 3 years will have passed there and only a half a year or so will pass over here until some eclipse. Having lived long enough, they knew the significance of that event. Athena thought, how much time do these events occur? Annabeth also wanted to know about the eclipse. I guess it will be happening again. Jiraiya sighed. But this time, we will have something to look forward to, Tsunade said with a smile, but Gamakichi just looked on confused. As was the rest of the throne room, besides Thals, Syl, and Kushina. Back with Naruto, come down, little heroes, the voice crooned, come down.
The sand split beneath them, opening up a crevice straight down to the center of the earth. Their feet slipped, and darkness swallowed them. Naruto was sure Percy had already woken up because he did not see his ghostly form in this dream anymore. He, however, stayed right where he was and fell until he was floating. He looked around, but only found darkness. Well, that was until 2 evil-looking eyes and 2 rows of very sharp teeth.
The hell are you? Naruto asked with no fear. What is this, no fear? I did not show fear to half the Kraken's power, so I don't think I will show fear to some freak in the dark. Owned, crackled Ares. Athena sighed and thought, idiot, stupid warhead. Apollo and Hermes laughed at the lovely interaction between brother and sister.
Artemis muttered, which sounded like stupid pig-headed war god and annoying brothers.
Hephaestus and Aphrodite just remained silent. While Dionysus tried to act like he was not interested, but he wanted to know if this dimension would be more exciting than this one. Zeus had a smirk on his face, thinking we are more powerful than you. While Hades just grinned because that is most likely their father. The goddesses who were in Kronos' stomach flinched thinking about the time spent in there. Poseidon grumbled at the stupid old man that just doesn't stay down.
Percy frowned because this would have really helped find out who was behind this.
Syl grumbled because at this rate she will finish this chapter a couple hours or even longer when it should have taken only about maybe a half an hour. Insolence. I will teach you to fear me, my unique demi-deity. Yeah, well, until then, ciao, Naruto said as he shimmered from view. 4x, Naruto. Open the door, I got Percy, we have to get to the big house. Grover's voice came from his door. Grumbling, Naruto opened up the door to let Grover into the Hades cabin. What does he need us for? Naruto said, rubbing his eyes. Just hurry. And put on some clothes, you are only in your boxers. Thal's and Syl sighed dreamily. Selena and Annabeth blushed and stuttered. Percy frowned and wondered, am I jealous of Naruto? Before shaking his head and said to himself, I got to talk to Annabeth soon. Aphrodite smiled and thought, she is the one for you, all you have to do is be brave enough to ask her. Yeah. Naruto said as he walked back in, and a few minutes later, he was in his usual attire. Okay, I am ready. On the way there, Percy looked really nervous for some reason, like he thought he was in trouble for some reason. Naruto put a hand on the boy's shoulder, and when the son of Poseidon looked at him, he just smiled. That seemed to calm Percy a bit. I don't understand how you can be so calm. I mean, we are a couple of kids that should not exist. Simple, I don't think about it. That should be Percy's speciality then, chuckled Annabeth and Talia. Percy blushed and threw an accusing glare at his best friend and also his oldest friend that is a girl. The other demigods laughed at the betrayed look on Percy's face. Naruto smirked. That just caused Percy to sigh, he should have known. Naruto looked up and saw that the sky looked like it was ready to storm. Whistling, Naruto said, that is one big storm, I wonder it will actually rain. No, Grover said. It never rains here unless we want it to. Percy found himself agreeing to this because for as long as they have been here, it never rained. Let alone being overcast at all. What the heck is that, then? Asked Percy. Grover glanced uneasily at the sky. It'll pass around us. Bad weather always does. They left it all that, but Naruto got the feeling that their half-goat friend was not telling them everything. Well, yeah, I would properly lie as well because Ms. Mama's boy would have a temper tantrum, said Hades and Poseidon. Zeus grumbled and began by saying, I am. Except it was interrupted by his wife when Hera said, shut up, Zeus. Zeus did the nature thing to do in his position, shut up and follow orders, because he did not want to sleep on the couch. Because to him, that was a big-ass storm. At the volleyball pit, the kids from Apollo's cabin were playing a morning game against the satyrs. Dionysus's twins were walking around in the strawberry fields, making the plants grow. Everybody was going about their normal business, but they looked tense. They kept their eyes on the storm. All three walked up to the front porch of the big house. Dionysus sat at the pinnacle table in his tiger-striped Hawaiian shirt with his Diet Coke, just as he had on my first day. Chiron sat across the table in his fake wheelchair. They were playing against invisible opponents, 2 sets of cards hovering in the air. Naruto wondered how the hell they did that, but stayed quiet for now. Well, Mr. D said without looking up, our little celebrities. Oh my, Dionysus copying Severus Snape, Apollo and Hermes shook their heads at God of Wine. Who pouted and wished to anyone he could wash his sorrows away with alcohol. The demigods smirked at the pouting camp director. Come closer, boys, Mr. D said. And don't expect me to bow to you, mortal, just because old. Barnacle beard is your father. He pointed to Percy and then smirked at Naruto. He actually liked the blonde, but no way was he going to say that out loud. Too late, D, smiled Hermes. Dionysus groaned because he was not going to hear the end of it for a few hundred years. Same to you, even if you were related to those three. At that, a net of lightning spread across the clouds above. Mr. D didn't seem to care. Blah blah blah. You dare. I should extend your punishment for this insolence, began Zeus. Dionysus looked afraid because he did not want to have extend more time at the cursed camp. I think that is enough, dear, replied Hera. Zeus quickly shut his mouth and nodded to his lovely and caring that loves his illegitimate children with all her heart, wife. Hera smiled but waved her hand to Syl to continue reading. Meanwhile, all of the other gods and goddesses nodded at Hera for stopping Zeus from having an argument that would last hours on end. Syl nodded and continued where she left off. Chiron feigned interest in his pinnacle cards. Grover cowered by the railing, his hooves clopping back and forth. Percy looked a little freaked, and Naruto, he looked up, wondering if he could pull that off, that or Sasuke anyway. If I had my way, Dionysus said, I would cause your molecules to erupt in flames. We'd sweep up the ashes and be done with a lot of trouble. But Chiron seems to feel this would be against my mission at this cursed camp, to keep you little brats safe from harm. Spontaneous combustion is a form of harm, Mr. D, Chiron put in. I wholeheartedly agree with Chiron, said Percy. The other demigods nodded their heads. Dionysus rolled his eyes and the other gods looked at the god of wine. You don't say? Naruto deadpanned. Nonsense, Dionysus said. Percy wouldn't feel a thing. Nevertheless, I've agreed to restrain myself. I'm thinking of turning you into a dolphin instead, sending you back to your father. Mr. D, Chiron warned, while Naruto why everyone seemed to be on Percy's case. Oh, all right, Dionysus relented. There's one more option. But it's deadly foolishness. Dionysus rose, and the invisible player's cards dropped to the table. I'm off to Olympus for the emergency meeting. If they are still here when I get back, I'll turn Percy into an Atlantic bottlenose and, well, I'm not sure what to turn Naruto into. Do you understand? And Perseus Jackson, if you're at all smart, you'll see that's a much more sensible choice than what Chiron feels you must do. Dionysus picked up a playing card, twisted it, and it became a plastic rectangle. A credit card. No, a security pass. He snapped his fingers. The air seemed to fold and bend around him. He became a hologram, then a wind, then he was gone, leaving only the smell of fresh pressed grapes lingering behind. Show off. Gets it from his overly egoistic father that I call Mama Boy, Airhead, Sparky, and said Poseidon. Zeus' eye twitched and was very close to blowing up. Athena interrupted her uncle by saying, do you really have to say this right now? The sea god laughed and said, yes I do. Syl, please continue so we can finish this chapter, smiled Hesta. Syl nodded and began. I would not talk if I were you, Naruto, Percy said. Chiron smiled and said, I would like you boys to sit down please. They compiled. Chiron laid his cards on the table, a winning hand he hadn't gotten to use. Sad, Tsunade would probably kill for that. Tell me boys, what do you make of the Hellhound? It scared me, Percy replied. If Naruto hadn't made it extra crispy, I would not be here right now. It was odd for me. I didn't listen much to my old teacher Kakashi, but if I were to look underneath the underneath, I think someone summoned it here somehow. Though, I would have to say that it would be a cool summoning contract. Naruto said thoughtfully, making Percy sweat drop. Trust me, you two will have fought far worse, when you are done. Especially you, Naruto, Chiron commented. Done? With what? Asked Percy. Yeah, and why me?
Simple. Your blood is very powerful and it repels the weaker monsters, but only the strongest of the monsters will come after you. Chiron explained. Now Percy, what I meant was your joint quest. This kind of quest hasn't been done before, so do you expect it?
Depends on what we have to do, Naruto said with his arms crossed while Percy nodded to his comment. Chiron grimaced. Well, that's the hard part, the details. Thunder rumbled across the valley. The storm clouds had now reached the edge of the beach. The boys looked over and thought it odd that the sea looked to be boiling over. Poseidon, Hades, and Zeus, Percy said. They're fighting over something valuable. Something that was stolen, aren't they? Chiron and Grover exchanged looks. Chiron sat forward in his wheelchair. How did you know that? Percy looked embarrassed at that for some reason. The weather since Christmas has been weird, like the sea and the sky are fighting. Then I talked to Annabeth, and she'd overheard something about a theft. And I've also been having these dreams. Huh, you two huh? Naruto asked, which made Percy's eyes widen. I knew it, Grover said. Hush, satyr, Chiron ordered. But it is their quest. Grover's eyes were bright with excitement. It must be. Only the oracle can determine. Chiron stroked his bristly beard. Nevertheless, Percy, you correct. Your fathers and Zeus are having their worst quarrel in centuries. So pretty much every meeting then, smirked Hermes. Apollo and Ares both laughed at the jab at his father and uncle. Then a gallon of Arctic Ocean hit him compliments of Poseidon. Zeus waved his hand and an icy blast of wind hit him. Sorry, wheezed out a trembling cold Hermes. They are fighting over something valuable that was stolen. To be precise, a lightning bolt. Of course Hades is merely egging them on for his own amusement. I would do that, grinned Hades. His brothers pouted and thought, meanie. A what? Percy chuckled nervously. It always has to be lightning. Naruto slapped his face. Huh? Percy asked. Percy, I was not joking, I got run through with a lightning blade twice. Naruto said stiffly, and he lifted his shirt to reveal the Chidori scar. Sil, Kushina, and Thals flinched thinking about it. Kushina glared at Makoto, one of her best friend's son. She even saw little Sasuke as a little innocent baby. Thals growled because she didn't like anything hurting her Naruto. Sil sighed, then coughed, which got the two to blush, and so she began once again, making Percy and Grover's eyes widen and causing Chiron to wince. The horseman quickly recovered after seeing this, and that only strengthened what he was about to say. Do not take this lightly, Chiron warned. I'm not talking about some tinfoil-covered zigzag you'd see in a second-grade play. I'm talking about a 2-foot-long cylinder of high-grade celestial bronze, capped on both ends with god-level explosives. Thankfully, it has not been used as a sword. Because the world would be like the fireworks on the 4th of July, giggled Thals. Zeus looked at his daughter and said, Daughter, my master bolt is for me only, not some mortal or immortal that wants to handle the bolt like a common sword. Sorry daddy, laughed Thals. Oh. Oh man, I bet Shinobi would love to have that, Naruto chuckled, but was silenced by Chiron's glare. Zeus's master bolt, Chiron said, getting worked up now. The symbol of his power, from which all other lightning bolts are patterned. The first weapon made by the Cyclops for the war against the Titans. The bolt that sheared the top off Mount Etna and hurled Kronos from his throne. The master bolt, which packs enough power to make mortal hydrogen bombs look like firecrackers. And it's missing? Asked Percy. Stolen, Chiron said. By who? Asked Naruto. By whom? Chiron corrected. Once a teacher, always a teacher. By you too. Percy's jaw dropped. Naruto got a pissed off look. Of all the, arg. At least, Chiron held up a hand. That's what Zeus thinks. During the winter solstice, at last council of the gods, Zeus and Poseidon had an argument. The usual nonsense. Mother Rhea always liked you best. Still I think Mother Rhea liked me best, began Zeus. Poseidon was about to interrupt Zeus but was silenced by the other gods and goddesses' glare. The other gods thought, really not again, we just heard it a couple days ago. Hades sighed and thought, stupid book for reminding Zeus of this common argument. Air disasters are more spectacular than sea disasters. Air disasters are so much better because of the lightning and the power, said Zeus. Sea disasters are because of the damage, retaliated Poseidon. The other gods and goddesses sighed and thought, here go again. After 4 hours of argument, Hestia coughed to get the two arguing brothers and said, the book please, little brothers. The two blushed and waved to Sil to continue. Etc. Afterward, Zeus realized his master bolt was missing, taken from the throne room under his very nose. He immediately blamed Poseidon. Of course he blamed Hades as well. He think it would be useful in the underground. A lot of people know he really couldn't care less about their petty arguments. So true, grumbled Hades. Zeus glanced at Hades and struggled his shoulders. Poseidon smiled at his youngest brother. But he would not stay down if someone accused him of something like that. Now, a god cannot usurp another god's symbol of power directly. That is forbidden by the most ancient of divine laws. But Zeus believes your fathers convinced a human hero to take it. But we didn't. Patience and listen, children, Chiron said. Zeus has good reason to be suspicious. The forges of the Cyclops are under the ocean, which gives Poseidon some influence over the makers of his brother's lightning. Zeus believes Poseidon has taken the master bolt, and is now secretly having the Cyclops build an arsenal of illegal copies, which might be used to topple Zeus from his throne. The only thing Zeus wasn't sure about was which hero Poseidon used to steal the bolt. Now Poseidon has openly claimed you as his son. You were in New York over the winter holidays. You could easily have snuck into Olympus. Zeus believes he has found his thief. So pretty much the same information as ours, said Percy. Annabeth smiled and nodded her head. Okay, so why me then? Naruto asked. Everyone knows Hades is bitter for being tricked into ruling the underworld. Zeus thinks that Hades is conspiring with Poseidon to get a copy or the real thing, as he wants to take Zeus's rule away. Okay, but I have never been to Olympus. Naruto deadpanned. Yeah, me either. Zeus is crazy. Percy was freaking out. Chiron and Grover glanced nervously at the sky. The clouds didn't seem to be parting around them, as Grover had promised. They were rolling straight over our valley, sealing them in like a coffin lid.
Percy, Grover said. We don't use the C word to describe the Lord of the Sky.
Perhaps paranoid, very, said all the immortals in the room. Zeus gave them looks of betrayal. They just shrugged their shoulders and said nothing. Syl quickly continued before anything else could distract her audience from the reading. Chiron suggested, while Naruto grumbled something about power-hungry gods. Then again, Poseidon has tried to unseat Zeus before, same with Hades. I believe that was question 38 on your final exam. He looked at Percy as if he actually expected him to remember question 38. Naruto just rolled his eyes. Something about a golden net. I guessed. Poseidon and Hera and a few other gods. They, trapped Zeus and wouldn't let him out until he promised to be a better ruler, right? I hate that damn net, grumbled Zeus. Same, said Aphrodite. Why? Questioned a confused Ares. Aphrodite said, because I was with you. Hephaestus laughed at his speechless brother. Syl said, Mom, may I continue now? Aphrodite waved her hand at one of her favorite daughter and said, sorry dear, you may begin again. I guess for my dad. That story that made into a movie, Clash of the Titans. Naruto took a whack at it. Another difference from our world, said Nico. Hades just sighed and thought, just like Disney all over again. Many of the gods looked at the Lord of the Underworld in pity. Zeus chuckled at his eldest brother misfortune. Hestia smiled at everyone and suggested to start the reading again before anything else happens. Syl began with the story again. Correct, both of you. Chiron said. And Zeus has never trusted Poseidon, nor Hades since. Of course, Poseidon denies stealing the Master Bolt. He took great offense at the accusation. The two have been arguing back and forth for months, threatening war. Hades just said he didn't, not feeling like starting a war for he already has too much work. That I do, groaned Hades. Demeter sniffed and thought, that didn't stop you from stealing my precious core and you don't eat enough cereal. Persephone sighed thinking of the future arguments was still on her staying with her husband, complaining about the underworld, her love life, or even cereal again for the trillionth time. Even though all these events happened eons ago. Syl sighed and thought, are we seriously going to finish the entire of the series? And now, you two have come along, the proverbial last straw. But we are just kids. I don't even think Naruto could pull that off. Percy freaked. Percy, Grover cut in, if you were Zeus, and you already thought your brothers was plotting to overthrow you, then your brothers suddenly admitted that they had broken the sacred oath he took after World War II, that they have fathered a couple of new mortal heroes who might be used as a weapon against you. Wouldn't that put a twist in your toga? But I didn't do anything. Poseidon, my dad, he didn't really have this Master Bolt stolen, did he? Yeah, me either, like you said, my dad is just too busy in the underworld, Naruto growled. Hades smiled at his son. Demeter nodded her head and said to Kushina, does Naruto eat a lot of cereal? Kushina nodded her head and said, at least 5 times a week. Demeter smiled and said, good. Hades sighed and thought, thank you Naruto. Chiron sighed. Most thinking observers would agree that thievery is not Poseidon's nor Hades' style. But the sea god is too proud to try convincing Zeus of that and Hades has just become too lazy. Hey, try having mountains of paperwork that makes you stay up until midnight to finish, shouted an irritated Hades. Persephone put her hands on Hades to try and calm him down. Zeus and Poseidon grumbled a little because they hate paperwork when they had to do it. Zeus and Poseidon shivered a little because they could just imagine the paperwork their brother had to do. Syl continued after everyone had their inputs. Zeus has demanded that they return the bolt by the summer solstice. Brother, it is a little hard to give you your bolt if we don't have it, said Poseidon and Hades. Zeus blushed and grumbled softly to himself. Hera smiled and said, Syl, you may continue. Syl bowed and said, of course my lady. That's June 21st, 10 days from now. Poseidon wants an apology for being called a thief by the same date and Hades doesn't care either way, just that this matter be solved before he is overloaded. I hoped that diplomacy might prevail, that Hera or Demeter or Hestia would make the 3 brothers see sense. Laughs came out of the identified goddesses because when their brothers were angry nothing could stop it. The 3 brothers looked like they were pouting. Which made everyone in the throne room laugh. But your arrival has inflamed Zeus's temper. Now neither god will back down. Unless someone intervenes, unless the master bolt is found and returned to Zeus before the solstice, there will be war. And do you know what a full-fledged war would look like, Percy? Bad? Percy guessed. Naruto snorted. I have read about the shinobi wars contrary to everyone's belief back home, and they were bad. I would have to believe this would be a lot worse. Imagine the world in chaos. Nature at war with itself. Olympians forced to choose sides between Zeus, Hades and Poseidon. Destruction. Carnage. Millions dead. Western civilization turned into a battleground so big it will make the Trojan War look like a water balloon fight. Yeah, war, cheered Ares. Athena sighed and thought, stupid war-obsessed brother. Yikes, Naruto cringed. Bad, Percy repeated. And you too, Percy Jackson. Naruto Uzumaki would be the first two to feel Zeus's wrath. Percy had a dumbstruck look on his face and Naruto actually looked nervous. So we have to find the stupid bolt, Percy said, and return it to Zeus. It is not stupid, it is my symbol of power, Seabrat, growled Zeus. Poseidon glared at his brother and said, so in other words it means your glowy stick. Zeus' face reddened and the only warning you could see Zeus' irradiation was the darkening storm clouds. Syl sighed but continued after Hestia calmed the two brothers down. Yeah, I would rather do that. I am not sure I am strong enough to beat some god. Naruto chuckled nervously. What better peace offering, Chiron said, than to have the son of Poseidon and the son of Hades return Zeus's property? If Poseidon doesn't have it, where is the thing? Percy asked. I believe I know. Chiron's expression was grim. Part of a prophecy I had years ago. Well, some of the lines make sense to me, now. But before I can say more, you must officially take up the quest. You must seek the counsel of the oracle. Why can't you tell me where the bolt is beforehand? Percy asked. Well, he doesn't know where it is and he didn't want to scare you, said Kushina. He was also hoping that it was Hades instead of Kronos, said Athena. Because if I did, you would be too afraid to accept the challenge.
Percy swallowed. Good reason. You agree then?
Percy looked to Grover, who nodded, and then to Naruto, who looked ready for anything. They nodded to each other and at the same time, they said, we accept. Besides, it is better than being turned into a dolphin, Percy stated, which made Naruto chuckle. Then it's time you two consulted the oracle, Chiron said. Go upstairs to the attic. When you come back down, assuming you're still sane, we will talk more. Naruto's eye twitched. That was never a good sign. What could this oracle be like? It can't be that bad, can it? He would soon find out as he and Percy went up 4 floors that ended under a green trapdoor. Percy pulled the cord and it swung open to reveal a ladder. The warm air from above smelled like mildew and rotting wood and something else. Something that Percy remembered from biology class and Naruto from the one man he really didn't like. Snakes. Neither do I, muttered the twin archers. Zeus looked guilty while Hera glared at her unfaithful husband. Of course it really smelled bad, so they covered their faces as they went up. The attic was filled with Greek hero junk. Armor stands covered in cobwebs. Once bright shields pitted with rust. Old leather steamer trunks plastered with stickers saying ITHAKA, Circe's Isle, and Land of the Amazons. One long table was stacked with glass jars filled with pickled things, severed hairy claws, huge yellow eyes, various other parts of monsters. A dusty mounted trophy on the wall looked like a giant snake's head, but with horns and a full set of shark's teeth. The plaque read, Hydra Head No. 1, Woodstock, NY, 1969. By the window, sitting on a wooden tripod stool, was the most gruesome memento of all. A mummy. Not the wrapped in cloth kind, but a human female body shriveled to a husk. Percy and Annabeth both cringed at the thought of the oracle. Apollo frowned at thought, why didn't it move on? She wore a tie-dyed sundress, lots of beaded necklaces, and a headband over long black hair. The skin of her face was thin and leathery over her skull, and her eyes were glassy white slits, as if the real eyes had been replaced by marbles. She'd been dead a long, long time. Percy got a freaked-out look on his face while Naruto had an uncomfortable look. Then, a green mist poured from the mummy's mouth, coiling over the floor in thick tendrils, hissing like 20,000 snakes.
Percy fell over and tried to get out, but the trapdoor was shut tight. Naruto was stone still as he glared at the mist, not liking this. Then they heard a voice in their heads. I am the spirit of Delphi, speaker of the prophecies of Phoebus Apollo, slayer of the mighty Python. Approach, seekers, and ask. Naruto could tell this was freaking out his friend, so he put a hand on his shoulder and it seemed to work some. Looking back at it, he had to admit it was a bit creepy.
That green mist was its form of speaking to them, and it did not feel evil like some things they had encountered so far, so he would give it a chance, and it seemed Percy would too. What is my destiny? They asked at the same time. That could confuse the oracle somewhat, said Apollo. The demigods, gods, and goddesses nodded their heads, agreeing with the god of the sun. The mist swirled more thickly, collecting right in front of them and around the table with the pickled monster part jars. Suddenly there were 4 men sitting around the table, playing cards. Their faces became clearer. It was Smelly Gabe and his buddies, along with Tsunade. I am still amazed at her breasts and how young she looks for her age, commented Annabeth.
Athena smiled at her daughter and said, I am as well, daughter. Annabeth smiled and waited for Syl to continue. Naruto smirked at the image of Gabe. He had beaten the fool at his own game. He also noticed that Percy looked pissed for a second before calming down, realizing the man was not actually here.
Gabe turned toward them and spoke in the rasping voice of the oracle. You shall go west, and face the god who has turned. Tsunade folded and said, the prince of the underworld shall meet his future and learn of the truth. Wait, prince of the underworld, questioned everyone in the room besides Kushina, Thals, and Syl. Yes, Naruto is the firstborn, said Kushina. How? Questioned everyone in the throne room. Well, the transportation to the 2 worlds is very complex and well undetermined, said Kushina. His buddy on the right looked up and said in the same voice, you shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. Good, grumbled Zeus while rubbing his master bolt. Hera groaned because he takes his precious bolt everywhere, even to bed. It zapped her many times because Zeus sometimes dreams about blowing stuff up. For example, the satyr, what was his name? Oh yes, now I remember, Grover Underwood. The guy on the left threw in 2 poker chips, then said, you shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. Luke, thought all the demigods. Finally, Eddie, the building super, delivered the worst line of all. And you shall fail to save what matters most, in the end. The figures began to dissolve, and as the mist retreated, coiling into a huge green serpent and slithering back into the mouth of the mummy, Percy cried, wait. What do you mean? What friend? What will I fail to save? The tail of the mist snake disappeared into the mummy's mouth. She reclined back against the wall. Her mouth closed tight, as if it hadn't been open in 100 years. The attic was silent again, abandoned, nothing but a room full of mementos. Well, wasn't that helpful? Naruto's voice startled Percy, and the boy could cut the blonde's sarcasm with a knife. Come on. Percy said shakily, let's get out of here, this place is creeping me out. 4x, well? Chiron asked. She said we would retrieve what was stolen. Percy sighed. Grover sat forward, chewing excitedly on the remains of a Diet Coke can. That's great. What did the oracle say exactly? Chiron pressed. This is important. She said we would go west and face a god who had turned. We would retrieve what was stolen and see it safely returned. I knew it, Grover said. Chiron didn't look satisfied. Anything else? Naruto saw that Percy didn't want to speak about it, and he kept quiet as well. That last line was disturbing. No, Percy said. That's about it. Well, there was this bit about the prince of the underworld meeting his future and learning the truth, but I am not sure what that means. I see, Chiron said as he studied their faces. Just know this. The oracle's words often have double meanings. Don't dwell on them too much. The truth is not always clear until events come to pass. You got that right, said all the demigods who were on a quest. Okay, Percy said, anxious to change topics. So where do we go? Who's this god in the west? Think, Percy, Chiron said. If Zeus and Poseidon weaken each other in a war, who stands to gain? Ares, said the gods and goddesses. Somebody else who wants to take over. The boy guessed. Yes, quite. Someone who harbors a grudge, who has been unhappy with his lot since the world was divided eons ago, whose kingdom would grow powerful with the deaths of millions. Hades groaned, thinking of how overcrowded his kingdom would be if millions would die, and also Chiron would want a pay raise for his overtime. Kushina smiled at her alterative husband, thinking the wonders of shadow clones, and thought, maybe I should teach him it. Kushina looked at Syl and mentioned for her to start reading. Someone who hates his brothers for forcing him into an oath to have no more children, an oath that all three of them have now broken. Hades, Dad, the boys said at the same time. Chiron nodded. The Lord of the Dead is the only possibility. Not the only possibility but said Athena. The gods and goddesses agreed with the goddess of wisdom.
A scrap of aluminum dribbled out of Grover's mouth. Whoa, wait. What? A fury came after Percy and Naruto, Chiron reminded him. She watched the young men until she was sure of their identity, then tried to kill them. Furies obey only one lord, Hades. Yes, but Hades hates all heroes, Grover protested. Especially if he has found out.
Percy is a son of Poseidon. And that Naruto is his son. The satyr's logic is kind of messed up, said Poseidon. The first part yes, the second part no, because I like my children but I just may not show it, said Hades. Nico looked at his father and motioned to Syl to pick up where she was at. A hellhound got into the forest, Chiron continued. Those can only be summoned from the fields of punishment, and it had to be summoned by someone within the camp. Hades must have a spy here. He must suspect Poseidon will try to use Percy to clear his name. Hades would very much like to kill this young half-blood before he can take on the quest. Hey. Naruto growled. I know that Hades is an ass, but don't jump to conclusions. Maybe he is losing control of his monster. That could be cause enough for those creatures to attack me as well. Chiron stared at Naruto for a moment and smiled. You could be right, but he is still a possibility. Naruto didn't like that but he just accepted it anyway. Great, two major gods what to kill me, Percy mumbled. Naruto just punched Percy's shoulder and said, don't worry, even if I am not ready yet, I won't let any of my precious people die on me. Hey, thanks. Percy replied with a smile. But a quest too. Grover swallowed. I mean, couldn't the Master Bolt be in some place like Maine? Maine's very nice this time of year. Hades sent a minion to steal the Master Bolt, Chiron insisted. He hid it in the underworld, knowing full well that Zeus would blame Poseidon. I don't pretend to understand the Lord of the Dead's motives perfectly, or why he chose this time to start a war, but one thing is certain. Percy must go to the underworld, find the Master Bolt, and reveal the truth. The truth no one expected, thought Percy and Annabeth. The other demigods had knowing looks on their faces but remained silent for the surprise wait later on. Grover started trembling. He'd started eating pinnacle cards like potato chips. The poor guy needed to complete a quest with Percy or Naruto so he could get his searcher's license, whatever that was. Hey, if it is Dad, Naruto started, can't we complain to our uncles and then they could take care of it? Suspecting and knowing are not the same, Chiron said. Besides, even if the other gods suspect Hades, and I imagine Poseidon does, they couldn't retrieve the bolt themselves. Gods cannot cross each other's territories except by invitation. That is another ancient rule. Heroes, on the other hand, have certain privileges. They can go anywhere, challenge anyone, as long as they're bold enough and strong enough to do it. Or stupid enough, smiled Annabeth. Percy blushed and crossed his arms then pouted. Annabeth giggled at one of her best friends. Syl and Selena smiled knowingly at the two demigods.
No god can be held responsible for a hero's actions. Why do you think the gods always operate through humans?
I just thought they were lazy. Zeus shouted out his brothers. Zeus grumbled but knew his brothers were messing with him. The sisters of the big three just giggled at the rare interaction. Naruto shrugged, or just way too busy with their own domain. You're saying we're being used, Percy stated, irritable about this information. I'm saying it's no accident that your father have claimed you now. It's a very risky gamble, but they're in desperate situations. They need you. Great. The kids got to save our parents' asses. Naruto sighed, and Grover nodded to that and chuckled a bit at that. You've known I was Poseidon's son all along, haven't you? Asked Percy, and for Naruto as well, being the son of Hades and all. Percy accused. I had my suspicions. As I said, I've spoken to the Oracle, too, Chiron said calmly. So let me get this straight, Percy said. We're supposed to go to the underworld and confront the Lord of the Dead. Check, Chiron stated. Find the most powerful weapon in the universe. Check. Naruto said with a gleam in his eye. And get it back to Olympus before the summer solstice, in 10 days. That's about right. Chiron said. Did I mention that Maine is very nice this time of year? Grover asked weakly as he gulped down an ace of hearts. You don't have to go, Percy told him. I can't ask that of you. He took a deep breath, then stood, brushing the shredded cards and aluminum bits off his t-shirt. You guys saved my life. If you're serious about wanting me along, I won't let you down. That made both of the boys smile. Percy because he wanted another friend with them and Naruto because he was proud of the satyr. All the way, G-Man. Percy said and then turned to Chiron. So where do we go? The oracle just said to go west. The entrance to the underworld is always in the west. It moves from age to age, just like Olympus. Right now, of course, it's in America. Where? Naruto asked. Chiron looked surprised. I thought that would be obvious enough. The entrance to the underworld is in Los Angeles. The gods and goddesses wondered if they had Romans in their dimension. If so, then where, the same place or in a different location? L.A. Sweet. Naruto cheered. Oh, Percy said. Naturally. So we just get on a plane. No. Grover shrieked. Percy, what are you thinking? Have you ever been on a plane in your life? Percy shook his head in the negative. Percy, think, Chiron said. You are the son of the sea god. Your father's bitterest rival is Zeus, lord of the sky. Your mother knew better than to trust you in an airplane. You would be in Zeus's domain. You would never come down again alive. Okay, so what about me? Naruto asked. To be honest, I am not sure, Chiron said thoughtfully, but to be safe, I would say that you stay on the ground as well. Overhead, lightning crackled. Thunder boomed. Naruto looked up and said, I forgot about that. Okay, Percy said, determined not to look at the storm. So, we'll travel overland. That's right, Chiron said. 2 companions may accompany you. Grover is one. The other has already volunteered, if you will accept her help. Annabeth, said all the demigods. Annabeth blushed because she was remembering how she wanted to go on the quest so bad. Thals grinned and thought, they will get together soon. Gee, Percy said, feigning surprise while smirking to Naruto, who did the same. Who else would be stupid enough to volunteer for a quest like this? The blonde looked behind Chiron to see his fellow blonde behind the man. He smirked as she took off the Yankees hat and she shimmered into existence for all to see. I've been waiting a long time for a quest, seaweed brain, she said. Athena is no fan of Poseidon. You got that right, said Poseidon. Athena glared at her rival and hissed out, got a problem there, fish face. Poseidon glared then said, not at all, owl pellet. Athena widened her eyes and screamed out, I am not.
But Zeus interrupted her with a loud boom of thunder.
Athena looked at her father, then looked at her rival and glared at him with a stare that said, this is far from over. But if you're going to save the world, I'm the best person to keep you from messing up. She then turned to Naruto and said, besides, we got the ninja ghost here to protect us if we need it. Naruto, there is one thing I am having trouble understanding. Can you see me even if I am invisible? Yep, being a kid of Hades, who has the helm of darkness, is a plus for me. Since I am guessing that hat of yours uses shadows to make you invisible, I can still see you. Oh. Pouted Annabeth. Ah, I can't surprise him, groaned Annabeth. Percy said, too bad, wise girl. Annabeth blushed, then playful hit him in the arm. Percy silently thanked the curse of Achilles. If you do say so yourself, Percy said with a smirk. I suppose you have a plan, wise girl? Her cheeks colored. Do you want my help or not? Yes, he does, because without me he would have properly been die in the first day, smirked Annabeth. Percy pouted and said, wise girl, you are mean. Annabeth laughed and said, it's okay, seaweed brain. The 4 of us will work just fine. Percy said in return, happy to be traveling with people he knows and trusts. Excellent, Chiron said. This afternoon, we can take you as far as the bus terminal in Manhattan. After that, you are on your own. Lightning flashed. Rain poured down on the meadows that were never supposed to have violent weather. No time to waste, Chiron said. I think you should all get packing. Already done. Naruto commented as seals glowed all over his body, and in place of his clothes, was his Anbu gear. I got everything I need right here. You have got to teach me that. Annabeth said with wide eyes. Athena grinned because she was going to learn this complex and extremely brain-frustrating art. Annabeth silently looked over at Kushina and thought, if she could learn it like her mother. Kushina then noticed Annabeth's glance and smiled at her. Syl continued once again. Maybe. Naruto said thoughtfully. He then had a strange thought. You know, this may be Jiraiya speaking through me, but, do you think that when the Oracle was alive, she was hot? Yup, that is Jiraiya speaking through him all right. Kushina's face was covered in shadows while cracked her knuckles. Hades looked at his second wife and shivered because she had an aura which spelled disaster on anyone who pissed her off. Everyone just blinked owlishly at the son of Hades. What? That is just weird, Naruto. Percy replied. Ah well, I meet you guys here when you get back. I gotta go tell Tyla that we are going get her dad's toy of mass destruction back for him. It's not a toy, boomed Zeus. Right, spoke his brothers. Syl smiled brightly and said, a couple more sentences and I am done. With that, Naruto shunshined to the tree. Annabeth turned back to Percy and asked, is he always like that? Yes. Both Percy and Grover said. Hey, there is nothing wrong about my baby boy, spoke Kushina. Zeus sighed and said, everyone has an hour break. All the demigods left the throne room while the gods flashed out. The demigods left the throne room. Annabeth said, hey Seaweed Brain, can you come with me? Percy tilted his head to one of his best friends and nodded his head. So Percy and Annabeth left the group of demigods. Thals and Syl just smirked their way and thought, is Annie making her move? Syl then said, hey Talia, how many years have Annabeth and Percy known each other? Talia thought for a couple of moments and said, it will be 4 years. Syl laughed and said, Naruto is right even now. What? Questioned Nico. Oh nothing, just Naruto predicting when they would be a couple, grinned Thals. Oh, was the only response Nico could muster before she was interrupted by a laugh by the daughter of the love goddess. Selena giggled and hoped so because her mother would love them as a couple. Percy and Annabeth, they walked to a garden and Annabeth sat down on the grass. Percy followed her example and sat next to her. Annabeth blushed and didn't look at Percy. While Percy wondered what happened to her, Annabeth sighed and said, hey Percy, do you like me? Percy blinked and looked confused at his friend and said, wise girl, you know me enough that yes I do. I mean more than just a friend like love, replied the daughter of wisdom. The son of the sea blushed and thought about the question once more before deciding on this life-changing decision that would ultimately be put on his decision right now. After a couple of minutes Percy answered and Annabeth held her breath. Percy blushed once more and looked at Annabeth, then said, yes I do because you are my wise girl. Annabeth grinned and kissed Percy, which Percy's eyes widened and quickly kissed her back. They smiled at each other and Annabeth laid her head on Percy's side and smiled because they finally confessed their feelings to one another and both accepted each other. Talia, Phoebe, and Zoe. Talia moved with the hunters to a clearing in the forest by Artemis Temple. Zoe sighed and said, are thy the lieutenant of the hunt and have thyself passed onto the stars? Talia said, yes, the hunt and Lady Artemis mourned for your loss, our sisters and Lady Artemis still grieve for you. I looked at your constellation every night. Zoe looked off into the distance and said, it is my destiny so I will face it. Talia looked and quickly said, maybe you can have a different destiny in this story. Zoe looked at the daughter of Zeus and whispered, maybe. Phoebe said, we should go back to the throne room, it is about time anyways. The three hunters nodded their heads and walked towards the throne room of Olympus. Kushina was walking with Athena because she promised she would teach her some of the sealing. Athena was grinning like a madwoman because finally she could learn about these interesting seals she heard so much about. Kushina chuckled and began by explaining what basic seals can do. Like put objects into a pocket dimension, silence or privacy, or a few to name. To the extremes like sealing demons, granting more power, or transporting people from one place like the Hiraishin or flying thunder god technique. Kushina began by saying that the Uzumakis were one of the best sealers in the elemental nations. I will read, replied Nico. Wait. Talia cut in, stopping Naruto's explanation. You were telling me that you, Annabeth, Grover, and this Percy are going a quest to get my father's lightning bolt, which you call his toy of mass destruction. It is so true, said Poseidon. Zeus boomed out, my precious bolt is not a toy. Thunder boomed outside of Olympus and even the mortals down below looked up at the sky confused because the sky was filled with no clouds as far as the eye could see. A random mortal shouted out, the apocalypse is coming. Shut up Bob, no, we must, but was interrupted by his friend saying, no, we will not go to your basement and sing the Yankee Doodle Dandy song or worse the Barney song. Hey, it was only once, shouted out Bob. Once too many. Back onto Olympus, sure it isn't brother, Hades rolled his eyes sarcastically. Enough, hissed out Hera. Demeter muttered, cereal would help. Hades sighed and thought, what goes through her mind sometimes I wonder besides cereal or Persephone. Zeus opened his mouth but was interrupted by Poseidon who shouted out, no, here comes the rant, quick put on your anti-Zeus ranting helmets on. Hades just chuckled and put on a helmet with an image of Zeus opening his mouth. The other gods and goddesses laughed at Zeus' impression. Why do you call it that again? Well, Naruto replied while scratching the back of his head, him and everyone is making a big deal about, and with the odd dreams me and Percy have been getting, the man is acting like a brat about it. No truer words, dear nephew, spoke Poseidon. Hades laughed and said, indeed brother. Zeus just glared at his brothers, but was remained silent due to his lovely and caring wife's heated glare. You know, I am not surprised. Talia deadpanned. Ah well. Looks like we are going the highway to hell, Naruto shrugged. Talia burst out laughing. You do know that made a song with the same title, right? Huh. I am going to have to listen to that, Naruto said thoughtfully. Well, I better get going. I will see you later, Talia. Naruto said as he started fading away from Limbo. Talia had an unsure face at first, but just waked forward and planted a kiss on Naruto's fading cheek, shocking the boy greatly. Zeus grumbled at the son of Hades with his demigod daughter. Ah, cooed the goddesses. Aphrodite smiled and thought, so cute. Kushina smiled at her precious baby boy's first girlfriend.
Thales blushed brightly while thinking, hopeful the incident in the woods will be blanked out. Meanwhile Talia widened her eyes and blushed brightly.
Good luck, Naruto, she said as he disappeared. She then sighed. He probably won't get it.
About right, nodded the goddesses and female demigods. Hey, shouted the gods and male demigods. The females just sighed while looking at the males in the room.
4x, okay, that was new, Naruto said as he put a hand to his cheek. He then made his way to where he was meeting his traveling companions in a dazed state, trying to figure out why Talia had kissed him on the cheek. My grandson will learn, giggled the love goddess. Hephaestus smiled at his wife. Meanwhile Kushina grinned at her mother and thought, Naruto's girlfriend number one accounting for.
Soon, Grover, Annabeth, and Percy arrived in their outside the camp attire. Of course for Percy, it was what has been wearing all week. For Annabeth, that was the same too, but with same book on famous classical architecture, go figure. He also wondered if they were going to get caught thanks to that knife she had. I mean their weapons changed into semi-useful items, but hers does not, oh well.
Never understatement the power of the mist, young one, smiled Hestia. The gods and goddesses nodded their head. The demigods grumbled about the stupid mist because the mist screwed with their lives more than once. Especially Percy because let's face it, the mist really hates him. Grover wore his fake feet and his pants to pass as human.
He wore a green Rasta-style cap, because when it rained his curly hair flattened and anyone could just see the tips of his horns. His bright orange backpack was full of scrap metal and apples to snack on. In his pocket was a set of reed pipes his daddy goat had carved for him, even though he only knew 2 songs, Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 12 and Hilary Duff's So Yesterday, both of which sounded pretty bad on reed pipes. Kind of sad when you think about it. Naruto. Annabeth asked, noticing Naruto's state, what is with the dumb look? Percy has the look all the time, laughed Talia and Nico.
Annabeth smiled and said, now guys be nice because it is not pick on Percy Day, that is always on a Friday. Percy smiled at the beginning of his girlfriend's speech, both pouted at the end of it. Crap, today is Thursday, cried both the demigods. The gods and goddesses laughed at the demigods and wondered, is this how we act? I am not sure why, but when I was fading out of Limbo to meet you guys, Talia just came up and kissed me and told me good luck. Naruto numbly, Percy sighed and smacked his head and Grover chuckled a bit. Oh, be quiet, seaweed brain, said Annabeth. Athena coughed and said to her daughter, can we please continue the book without interruptions, Annabeth? Annabeth blushed and playfully glared at Percy, who did the right thing and raised his hands in a surrender motion. You have got to be kidding me, Annabeth thought. A relative of Aphrodite doesn't know about love. By the gods. Don't worry about it too much, Naruto, you will find out eventually, hopefully. Knowing my grandson, he will figure it out, but if not I will have to make him get it, smiled Aphrodite. Thals and Sil both blushed brightly. Kushina laughed and thought, well, he did because he has about 4 girlfriends right now. I guess. So how we getting out of here? Naruto asked. You got me. Chiron just said to come back here, Percy said. Correct, Percy. Now I would like you to meet Argus, Chiron said, coming up to them in his wheelchair form with a surfer dude tailing him. Ah, the head of security, Annabeth said respectively. Naruto just quirked an eyebrow. That job was perfect for this guy in Naruto's opinion, for this guy has eyes all over his body.
He will drive you into the city, and, well, keep an eye on things. Chiron and Naruto chuckled at the inside joke.
Hey. Luke came running up the hill, carrying a pair of basketball shoes. Glad I caught you. Naruto noticed that Annabeth was blushing. Oh god, don't tell me she is a fangirl like Sakura, poor deluded girl.
Naruto thought. Of course he didn't have much say in that matter with his old crush for the pink-haired girl, but being in this world long enough opened his eyes. Yay for enlightenment.
The book showed a picture of Sakura. Aphrodite clapped her hands and said, yes, because your girlfriends are much lovely than that girl. Kushina nodded her head and thought, and better fighters. Sil and Thals growled at the image and thought, how did Naruto ever like her? She has pink hair and flat as a board. Just wanted to say good luck, Luke told them. And I thought, maybe you could use these. He then handed the shoes to Percy. These shoes looked like any normal pair of shoes to him. Maya. White bird's wings sprouted out of the heels. Percy was so startled that he dropped the shoes and Naruto said, well, you don't see shoes like that every day. Yes, we do, commented the gods and goddesses in the throne room. Awesome. Grover said. Luke smiled. Those served me well when I was on my quest. Gift from Dad. Of course, I don't use them much these days. More like curse them to drag me down to Tartarus, muttered Percy. Annabeth grabbed Percy's hand and squeezed them. Percy smiled while Nico and Talia laughed at the two. He then had a sad expression on his face. Somehow, Naruto knew he was thinking the other quest he did to get to this came, with Annabeth, Grover and Talia. He didn't know what to do and patted Luke on the shoulder. Luke smiled sadly at him. Hey, man, Percy said. Thanks. Listen, Percy. Luke looked uncomfortable. A lot of hopes are riding on you and Naruto. So just kill some monsters for me, okay? Ha. With Percy's luck, we might just run into a few. Naruto laughed. The throne room erupted in laughter. Annabeth said, even in another dimension your luck sucks. Percy blushed then pouted and thought, aw man. Hey, Percy pouted. Aw don't worry. You got me and my awesome ninja skills. Naruto boosted. Besides, you could use the practice. Percy chuckled a bit at that, he knew was not that great with a sword, yet. I'm just the backup, along with Annabeth's brains and Grover's magical flute, powers. God, I am never going to get used to that. I guess you are right, Percy smiled and then shook Luke's hand. We'll kill one just for you them man. Good. Luke said as he then shook Naruto and Grover's hands as well and gave Annabeth a hug, who looked ready to pass out. Why does that remind me of Hinata? Thals and Sil held their breath and muttered, Zoe. Zoe heard them and tilted her head in confusion because she has never ever heard of a person that goes by of name of Hinata. Kushina waved her hands and said, keep reading because my son's girlfriends will spoil the surprise for you. After Luke was gone, Percy smirked and to Annabeth, you're hyperventilating. I'm not. You let him capture the flag instead of you, didn't you? Oh. Why do I want to go anywhere with you, Percy? Annabeth then stomped down the other side of the hill they met on, where a white SUV waited on the shoulder of the road. Argus followed, jingling his car keys. Ooh, this is going to be fun. Naruto cackled, scaring Grover. There is Hades' sarcastic replies, chuckled the gods and goddesses. Hades huffed but said nothing. Of course Percy had already gathered the shoes and was hastily following Annabeth, so he didn't hear what Naruto said. You scare me sometimes Naruto. Grover replied. Really? Does my pranking side really scare you that badly? Yes, oh well, come on Grover. Let's to go to hell. Naruto said with a carefree attitude. You are not making this any better on me. Grover grimaced. Sorry about that man. Naruto said as they were at the car. Once near the car, Percy remembered that it would not be a good idea for him to wear the flying shoes. So, he gave them to Grover. Naruto could not help but laugh a little at that. A flying satyr. Sad to say, when Grover tried to fly, the results were less than desirable, but it was funny to watch as Grover had no control on where he was going. Poor possessed lawnmower. The room erupted into laughter, especially from Percy and Annabeth. For they remembered that fateful day. Percy then frowned because he could have done something about those shoes before the trip to the underworld. Annabeth looked at him and in her gray eyes said, "It is not your fault, Seaweed Brain." I mean Grover. Chiron rolled up them and said, "Good luck you two. No, I know Naruto has some training, albeit ninja training, but I wish I had more time to train you, Percy. I mean, Hercules." Zoe and Artemis with the rest of the demigods looked furious at the name. Zoe muttered, "Her the jerk." Percy just smiled and thought, that is so his name. Artemis and Talia nodded in agreement with her faithful lieutenant. And Jason in lot more training after all. That's okay. I just wish, Percy said but stopped himself, not wanting to sound selfish and not getting a magical item to help him on his quest. What am I thinking? Chiron cried. I can't let you get away without this. He pulled a pen from his coat pocket and handed it to Percy. It was an ordinary disposable ballpoint, black ink, removable cap. Anaclosmos, Percy smiled fondly at his pen. Annabeth smiled and thought, only you Seaweed Brain. Zoe flinched at the name because it brought painful memories. Artemis frowned slightly at the name because of how Zoe gave it to her half-brother. But smiled a little because without that accident Zoe would never have been in the hunt in the first place. Thalles smiled at Zoe and thought, you will not be hurt again with Naruto. Gee, Percy said. Thanks. Percy, that's a gift from your father. I've kept it for years, not knowing you were who I was waiting for. But the prophecy is clear to me now. You are the one. May the force be with you, chosen one, chuckled Apollo and Hermes. The demigods laughed at Percy's expense. Percy blushed but had a smile on his face while Annabeth rolled her eyes at her boyfriend. Aphrodite cooed at such a cute couple. Kushina smiled at her mother and agreed that Percy and Annabeth were in fact a cute couple. But not as cute as baby Naruto, she was not biased at all. Chiron stated. Percy took a better look at the pen and remembered how he and Naruto vaporized Mrs. Dodds. Could this be the same weapon? He took off the cap, and the pen grew longer and heavier in his hand. In a few seconds, it had turned into a shimmering bronze sword with a double-edged blade, a leather-wrapped grip, and a flat hilt riveted with gold studs. He smiled. Somehow, this sword felt right in his hands. The sword has a long and tragic history that we need not go into, Chiron told him. Its name is Anaclosmos. Riptide. Percy translated, surprised that he could do that so quickly. Well, it comes from the seas, said Poseidon. Percy nodded his head agreeing with his father. Zoe frowned and regretted giving the sword away to her the jerk. Use it only for emergencies, Chiron said, and only against monsters. No hero should harm mortals unless absolutely necessary, of course, but this sword wouldn't harm them in any case. Which is a good thing because Rachel would be dead, said Percy. Annabeth frowned and folded her arms across her chest. Percy saw this and said, I love you, wise girl. Annabeth smiled and said, and I you Seaweed Brain. Aphrodite sighed and thought, that was so cute. Kushina smiled at her son's friends and were happy for them. What do you mean it wouldn't harm mortals? How could it not? Percy asked, confused as he looked at the deadly-looking blade. The sword is celestial bronze, forged by the Cyclops. Just like Tyson, said Percy while the rest of the demigods smiled at the friendly Cyclope. Poseidon smiled at his son comment to his other son. Tempered in the heart of Mount Etna, cooled in the river Lethe. It's deadly to monsters, to any creature from the underworld, provided they don't kill you first. But the blade will pass through mortals like an illusion. Percy sighed and thought, thank you for that. Nico and Hades just sighed because if celestial bronze could kill mortals then there would be a lot more mortals in his realm. Due to accidents with throwing them or in Percy's case slicing them. While Nico just thought, Rachel would be dead. They simply are not important enough for the blade to kill. And I should warn you, as a demigod, you can be killed by either celestial or normal weapons. You are twice as vulnerable. And that sucks, muttered the demigods in the room. The gods and goddesses had to agree with the demigods on that one. Good to know. Percy replied, and after Chiron explained more about the blade, like he could not lose it and how to turn it back, he joined the others in the car. They turned back to see that Chiron was now under Talia's tree, shooting of an arrow, which mean he was just sending them off. Naruto decided to interrupt the silence. So, you got your weapon, huh? Yeah, it is called Riptide. Percy smiled. What are your blades called, Naruto? Annabeth asked. Properly fitting names for the son of Hades, muttered the gods and goddess. Hades just grinned while Persephone looked on in interest to the development in the book.
Kushina grinned but said nothing. Oh, the one that looks like a fox is called Fear and the one that looks like a black dragon is called Destruction. He said nonchalantly.
Perfect names for the weapons for a son of myself, said Hades. Ares just pouted because he wanted those weapons because they just looked deadly and dangerous. Okay. Why? Grover asked nervously. Hell if I know, I just got the feeling that they were called that. Naruto shrugged.
Oh joy. Grover said. 4x. Argus drove them out of the countryside and into western Long Island. For Naruto and Percy, it felt weird to be out on the highway again. They did spend 2 weeks in the camp after all. Naruto caught Percy looking at all the McDonald's and other places like that on their way.
Always be prepared because you have my daughter with you, said Athena. Percy gulped and quickly nodded his head. Annabeth just pouted at her mother. The gods and goddesses just laughed at the scene before them. He could not blame the kid, the camp was like a Renaissance fair after all. Percy was just regaining his grip on reality. So far so good, Percy told Annabeth. 10 miles and not a single monster. Don't jinx it, seaweed brain, laughed Annabeth. The other demigods just nodded their heads. She gave him an annoyed look. It's bad luck to talk that way, seaweed brain. Annie still thinks the same even after all these years, chuckled Talia and Thals. Both grinned at each other before listening to the story. Remind me again. Why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you, smiled Annabeth. Annabeth, thou are repeating thy story, smirked Zoe. Annabeth blushed and said, sorry, she loves him, sighed Aphrodite. Athena glared at the sea spawn that is friends with one of her favorite daughter. Poseidon had a suspicious look on his face. Aphrodite said, it is true love by the way, at least in this dimension. Poseidon relaxed somewhat and telepathy said, do you love her son? Percy just nodded his head before he grabbed Annabeth's hand.
Poseidon said, daughter of Athena, if you hurt my son there will be consequences for your actions, but you have my blessing.
Annabeth paled before nodded her head thanking the god of the seas. I don't hate you. No, she loves you, cooed out Aphrodite. Aphrodite, we went over this, sighed Artemis. I know, I just want them to be embarrassed, grinned Aphrodite. Percy and Annabeth faces looked like cherries. Selena, and Kushina laughed at the two embarrassed demigods. Could have fooled me. He mumbled. Hey, can't we all get along? Naruto interrupted, earning annoyed looks. Look. We're just not supposed to get along, okay. Our parents are rivals. Annabeth replied. That didn't stop Romeo and Juliet or Helen and Paris, smiled Aphrodite. But Helen and Paris started the Trojan War, said Talia. Details, Aphrodite waved off. Stupid contest, thought Hera and Athena. While Romeo and Paris died at the end, said Annabeth. Aphrodite said again, details. Why? Percy asked dumbly. Annabeth sighed. How many reasons do you want? One time my mom caught Poseidon with his girlfriend in Athena's temple, which is hugely disrespectful. Another time, Athena and Poseidon competed to be the patron god for the city of Athens. Your dad created some stupid saltwater spring for his gift. Hey, shouted out Poseidon. My daughter is right, kelp head, sneered Athena. No one asked you, owlface, shot back Poseidon. Athena said, C for brain. Owl, reported Poseidon. Before any more insults Zeus boomed out, enough. My mom created the olive tree. The people saw that her gift was better, so they named the city after her. They must really like olives, replied Percy. I know, right son, chuckled Poseidon. Percy nodded his head but was silenced by Annabeth's glaring eyes. Annabeth and Athena's eyes were glowing a dangerous gray and their faces had sneers on them. Oh, forget it. Now, if she'd invented pizza, that I could understand. Yeah, pizza, shouted all the gods and male demigods. The females just sighed and thought, they will never grow up, will they? I said, forget it. Naruto smirked. You know, that's just what our parents did. I don't understand why certain people have to hate each other for that reason alone. If everyone believed that, everyone would hate me because of all the crap my dad did. Hestia frowned and thought, a child is innocent of the deeds of the parents. Hades and Kushina frowned and tightened their fists, then silently cursed Konoha for what they did to their son. The demigods thought, it is not right for people to judge others just because of their parents, but frowned because they sometimes did the exact thing. The gods and goddesses remained silent, then thought, we really need to. Just like in Konoha. Naruto said the last part softly to himself, but they heard it. Percy knew what Naruto was talking about, but the others didn't, and they didn't want to upset him, so they didn't ask. However, Annabeth considered Naruto's words but kept quiet. Traffic slowed them down in Queens. By the time they got into Manhattan, it was sunset and was starting to rain. Argus dropped them at the Greyhound station on the Upper East Side, not far from Percy's mom and Gabe's apartment. Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye that there was a soggy fly with Percy's face on it. Your famous purse, how does that make you feel? Snickered Nico. Oh, shut up, smiled Percy. Talia said, now Nico, Percy already has a big head, you don't need to enlarge it more. Percy's response was to stick out his tongue at his annoying cousins. What was odd though was that Percy ripped it down quickly before the other two could see it. We saw seaweed brain but didn't want you to worry, said Annabeth. Percy blushed but said nothing. Selena cooed and thought, they are so cute together. Odd. Argus unloaded their bags, made sure they got the bus tickets, then drove away, the eye on the back of his hand opening to watch them as he pulled out of the parking lot. Naruto noticed that Percy was looking off into the distance, probably thinking about his home. Naruto slapped his back and said, don't worry man, we'll get your mom back. Percy smiled at his alternate dimension friend and wondered if this quest would be easier than ours. Annabeth smiled at her boyfriend and fondly thought, what am I going to do with you? I know. Percy said with a sad smile. Grover shouldered his backpack. He gazed down the street in the direction Percy was looking. You want to know why she married him, Percy? Huh. Were you reading mind like Naruto? Just your emotions. Grover shrugged. Guess I forgot to tell you satyrs can do that. You were thinking about your mom and your stepdad, right? That ability is pretty useful. Naruto smirked. Your mom married Gabe for you. Percy frowned but said nothing, knowing his best friend was right. Poseidon grinded his teeth together because that stupid arrogant mortal hit his son and Sally. Athena thought it was a wise decision but also foolish that Sally married Gabe. Grover told him, you called him smelly, but you've got no idea. The guy has this aura, yuck. I can smell him from here. I can smell traces of him on you, and you haven't been near him for a week. Disgusting, hissed out the hunters and Artemis nodding her head. Kushina winced and shuddered, thinking how smelly he would be to her due to her heightened senses. Thanks, Percy deadpanned. Where's the nearest shower? You should be grateful, Percy. Your stepfather smells so repulsively human he could mask the presence of any demigod. As soon as I took a whiff inside his Camaro, I knew. Gabe has been covering your scent for years. If you hadn't lived with him every summer, you probably would have been found by monsters a long time ago. Your mom stayed with him to protect you. She was a smart lady. Indeed, remarked Athena. Athena then looked at Poseidon and said, how did you get her to fall in love with you? Poseidon blushed, then said, none of your business, owlhead. Annabeth and Percy looked at one another and then thought, is this how we acted before getting together? She must have loved you a lot to put up with that guy, if that makes you feel any better. Ah, that still has to suck though. Just walking in there made me want to gag. Naruto replied, and when he got odd looks he said, heightened senses for the Kyuubi. Artemis and her hunters winced and thought, I truly pity you. Kushina shivered but said nothing, agreeing wholeheartedly with her precious baby boy. Percy and the other demigods felt sympathetic to their fellow demigod. They nodded after that, and Percy stared a little more into the distance until they had to move on. They got restless waiting for the bus and decided to play some hacky sack with one of Grover's apples. Annabeth was unbelievable. She could bounce the apple off her knee, her elbow, her shoulder, whatever. Naruto was the same, but he somehow got it to land on his nose. The gods were nodding their heads and thought, impressive. The hunters and Artemis grudgingly nodded their heads. It was indeed impressive. The game ended when Percy tossed the apple toward Grover and it got too close to his mouth. In one mega goat bite, their hacky sack disappeared, core, stem, and all. Grover blushed. He tried to apologize, but the other three were too busy on the ground, laughing. Though, Naruto did wonder how Grover managed to do that. Finally the bus came. After like a gazillion years, whined Percy. Annabeth just snorted and said, "Seaweed brain, it was like 5 minutes." "Hey wise girl, it felt like it though. Remember ADHD, remarked Percy. Annabeth just smiled and muttered, "Seaweed brain, we all have it, sigh. Whatever floats your boat." Selena cooed while Aphrodite smiled at the cute little pairing. Aphrodite just smiled and thought, "Good, I did well." As they were standing in line to board, Grover started looking around, sniffing the air like he smelled his favorite school cafeteria delicacy, enchiladas. "What is it?" Percy asked, curious. "I don't know," he said tensely. "Maybe it's nothing." "Yeah, right," laughed both Percy and Annabeth. Kushina smiled at the two demigods. The gods and goddesses also had smirks on their faces. Grover had to have lied, sighed Annabeth and Percy. As they boarded, Percy was getting nervous because his friends were acting differently. Annabeth kept slapping her Yankees cap nervously against her thigh. Grover kept looking everywhere. And Naruto had a serious face on. Yay, something was up. As the last passengers got on, Annabeth clamped her hand on Percy's knee. "Percy." An old lady had just boarded the bus. She wore a crumpled velvet dress, lace gloves, and a shapeless orange knit hat that shadowed her face, and she carried a big paisley purse. When she tilted her head up, her black eyes glittered, and Percy gained a freaked-out face. "I did because I thought she would give me an exam again because I failed the last one she gave me," exclaimed Percy. Annabeth punched Percy playfully because he always so carefree and sometimes stupid scratch that most of the time. But she loved that about him. Thalls and Syl hummed, "Can You Feel the Love Tonight" from The Lion King. It was Mrs. Dodds. Older, more withered, but definitely the same evil face. Percy silently whimpered and scrunched down in his seat.
Behind her came two more old ladies. One in a green hat, one in a purple hat. Otherwise they looked exactly like Mrs. Dodds. Same gnarled hands, paisley handbags, wrinkled velvet dresses. Triplet demon grandmothers. They sat in the front row, right behind the driver. The two on the aisle crossed their legs over the walkway, making an X. It was casual enough, but it sent a clear message: nobody leaves.
The bus pulled out of the station, and they headed through the slick streets of Manhattan. She didn't stay dead long. "Well, Furies regenerate faster than normal monsters due being my personal servants," said Hades. Kushina thought Thanatos would also like them to get back to work and making his job easier. Hades nodded his head and agreed with his alternate self second wife's statement. Percy said, trying to keep his voice from quivering, "I thought you said they could be dispelled for a lifetime." "Percy, Thanatos would have a bird and complain to Hades every second he could get if that happened," replied Kushina. "Indeed," muttered the gods and goddesses in the throne room. "Percy, these are the right hand, grannies of my dad." Percy and the rest of the demigods laughed at the comment. The gods snickered while the goddesses giggled at the accusations. Hades just shook his head while Kushina giggled at the mention of Naruto's nickname for the Furies. Thalls and Syl had smiles on their faces. They probably don't stay down for long. Besides, they feel more powerful than at the museum. "Yeah, and I said if you're lucky," Annabeth said. "You're obviously not, and if Naruto is right, they must be at full power." Ouch, thought all the demigods in the throne room. Hades just rubbed his head and chuckled nervous because he could feel Kushina's glare, which made him gulp, and he thought to himself how his alternative counterpart put up with both Persephone and Kushina at the same time. "All three of them," Grover whimpered. "De immortales." "It's okay," Annabeth said, obviously thinking hard. "The Furies. The three worst monsters." "Not really," said the demigods. Hades had to silently agree to that statement. The gods nodded their heads in agreement while the goddesses smiled at their child, nephew, niece, half-sister, family member. "From the underworld. No problem. No problem. We'll just slip out the windows." "They don't open," Grover moaned. "A back exit," she suggested, looking to the back, only to find none. Naruto growled, "I could always make one." "No, don't turn into a mini Zeus, we can only handle only one," shouted out a laughing Hermes and Apollo. Zeus' face turned red with anger and thought, "Nemesis will have a fun time when I tell her who stole her sword." Hermes shivered and waved it off as a cold wind. Apollo felt sorry for his half-brother but said nothing due to the sight he foresaw and never wanted to experience it himself.
No, we don't need to cause a scene and bring attention to ourselves. Annabeth replied. Talia faked sobbed and said, I hate to break this to you but being with Kelphead here, you will get attention if he is with you Annie. Annabeth frowned and said, whined. Don't call me Annie Talia. Whatever, replied Talia. Annabeth smirked but played along with her sister figure and nodded her head in agreement. Percy just pouted and silently cursed, noisy cousin and mean girlfriends.
Ah, and I wanted to have some fun. Naruto hung his head in defeat. They won't attack us with witnesses around, Percy said. Will they?
Hades just laughed and said, of course they will attack you Godling. Percy said, well sorry I was clueless back then. Thals and Nico both said, and you aren't now.
Percy glared at his cousins which the daughter of Zeus and son of Hades laughed.
After Nico was done making fun of his cousin he continued where he left off. Mortals don't have good eyes, Annabeth reminded me. Their brains can only process what they see through the mist. They'll see 3 old ladies killing us, won't they? Knowing your luck seaweed not so much, giggled Annabeth. Percy grumbled softly to himself but knew she was right. She thought about it. Hard to say. But we can't count on mortals for help. Maybe an emergency exit in the roof. They entered the Lincoln Tunnel, and the bus went dark except for the running lights down the aisle. It was eerily quiet without the sound of the rain. Here comes the dramatic moment, said Zeus. His siblings said, you would know, cough cough. The king of the gods half-heartedly glared at his siblings. The demigods just laughed to themselves. Mrs. Dodds got up. In a flat voice, as if she'd rehearsed it, she announced to the whole bus, I need to use the restroom. So do I, said the second sister. So do I, said the third sister. They all started coming down the aisle. I've got it, Annabeth said. Percy, take my hat. What? You're the one they want. Turn invisible and go up the aisle. Let them pass you. Maybe you can get to the front and get away. His fatal flaw is loyalty so he won't do it daughter, said Athena. Annabeth smiled and thought, I know now. Percy smiled and thought, never in 1,000 years wise girl.
Aphrodite cooed and said, such a cute moment, but you guys. There's an outside chance they might not notice us, Annabeth said. You're a son of one of the big 3. Your smell might be overpowering. Yeah, and if they come after me, well they won't know what hit them. Naruto said, now go. I can't just leave you. There is his fatal flaw coming to light, muttered Athena.
Annabeth smiled at Percy then whispered to Percy, don't worry seaweed brain I think it is cute. Percy blushed and wrapped his arms around his girlfriend. Don't worry about us, Grover said. Go. With trembling hands, Percy put on the cap and started up the aisle. Naruto watched his friend intently, hoping Annabeth's plan would work. Percy got 10 rows up before he had to dodge into an empty seat as to not run into them. Mrs. Dodd stopped, sniffing, and looked straight at Percy. Ares bellowed and yelled out, is that true love Jackson?
Annabeth, Aphrodite, and her children glared at the war god for the insult of true love.
Percy just smiled at Annabeth for defending him. Hera sighed and then hissed out, Ares shut up. Ares flinched and bowed saying, yes mother. Everyone in the throne room laughed at the war god. His heart started pounding like crazy and Naruto fists clenched. Apparently she didn't see anything. She and her sisters kept going. Naruto somewhat relaxed after that and Percy quickly made his way to the front of the bus. He was about to press the emergency stop button when he heard a hideous wailing from the back row.
Percy don't look back, yelled out a grinning Apollo.
Artemis went up to him and whacked him on the head muttering, idiot.
The goddesses laughed at the stuck stupid look on Apollo's face due to Artemis hitting the sun god so hard.
The demigods were snickering to each other as well.
Hestia sighed and said, I think we should get back to this book.
The gods and goddesses nodded their heads in agreement.
The old ladies were not old ladies anymore. Their faces were still the same, which couldn't get any uglier if you asked anyone, but their bodies had shriveled into leathery brown hag bodies with bats' wings and hands and feet like gargoyle claws. Their handbags had turned into fiery whips.
The Furies surrounded Grover, Naruto, and Annabeth, lashing their whips, hissing, where is it? Where? Hades. The other people on the bus were screaming, cowering in their seats. They saw something, all right. A handful of them properly saw a hag or a bloody murderer, said Hades. Kushina smiled at her husband while Persephone looked at Kushina even more because she was an interesting mortal, a mortal now. Thals and Sil wished that Naruto would get here soon.
None knowing that the fates were smiled but kept watch over the throne room.
He's not here, Annabeth yelled. He's gone. Yeah, so can't we all get along? Naruto asked with a small smile. The Furies raised their whips. One of them snapped it where Naruto's head would have been if he did not dodge. Kushina frowned and thought, I have to talk to Tisiphone, Megara, and Electo. Because no one hurts my baby boy and is left unpunished. Kushina was releasing an evil aura that had all the demigods, hunters, and demigoddesses trembling.
Hades looked at Kushina and smiled at his supposed second wife.
Persephone looked at Kushina before nodding her head and grinned. Else she could tell if her other could deal with her and accept her, then so can she.
Yikes. I guess not, he replied as he took out Fear. Annabeth drew her bronze knife, and Grover grabbed a tin can from his snack bag and prepared to throw it. All hail the mighty can, bowed Apollo and Hermes with grins on their faces. Artemis groaned and thought, he must have been adopted. Apollo grinned at his little sis and thought, I know you love me deep down. It was true, Artemis did love Apollo because she was the one of the only connections to her mother and they were family after all. But she was not ever going to say that to his face, and besides, a sister can knock her brother's ego once in a while too, right? Artemis sighed and motioned to Nico to continue. Percy then did something so stupid that should be posted as the ADHD poster child. He grabbed the wheel of the bus and it slammed against the side of the tunnel, grinding metal, throwing sparks a mile behind them. Percy, what has the bus done to you? Shouted out Hermes. Yeah, what? Grinned Apollo. Percy just laughed at the two gods. Artemis scowled and muttered, stupid Apollo. Apollo looked at his little sis, and put his thumbs up and shouted, hey Artie. Artemis refrained herself on beating the shit out of Apollo. The other gods and goddesses snickered at the twins' antics, then thought, Apollo will never learn. Artemis blushed while Apollo just bowed and smiled. Artemis' eyes glowed in rage and tackled her annoying brother. Artemis had Apollo in a full Nelson and she screamed out, I am older, how many times do I have to say in to make it through your thick skull? Apollo smiled and being the smartass he has said, oh, a couple more eons. Artemis growled and tightened her grip on Apollo's neck. Apollo made a choking sound but no one wanted to deal with an enraged Artemis. Apollo's last thought before he blanked out were, traitors. Artemis nodded her head and threw him onto his throne and thought, at least he will be quiet for a couple minutes, hopefully a half an hour. The bus careened out of the Lincoln Tunnel and back into the rainstorm. People and monsters were tossed around the bus, cars plowed aside like bowling pins. Somehow the driver found an exit. The bus shot off the highway, through half a dozen traffic lights, and ended up barreling down one of those New Jersey rural roads where you can't believe there's so much nothing right across the river from New York. There were woods to the left. Artemis smiled at the thought of wildlife and nature but frowned because there were so few around in the world today. The Hudson River to the right, Poseidon and his son smiled while Percy just thought back to the Battle of Manhattan. And the drivers seemed to be veering toward the river. Percy got another great idea and slammed on the emergency. One of your better ideas too, kelp head, joked Talia. Thals just smiled at Percy and agreed with her other. Percy did the manly thing and pouted while Annabeth just sighed and squeezed his hand comfortable. The bus wailed, spun a full circle on the wet asphalt, and crashed into the trees. The emergency lights came on. The door flew open. The bus driver was the first one out, the passengers yelling as they stampeded after him. Hopefully lawsuits, thought Athena. Annabeth nodded her head agreeing with her mother. Percy stepped into the driver's seat and let them pass. The Furies regained their balance. They lashed their whips at Annabeth while she waved her knife and yelled in ancient Greek, telling them to back off. Grover threw tin cans, while Naruto cut up the whips there were aimed at him.
Don't think just because you are the son of the master, we will go easy on you, boy.
Oh, you better, crackled Kushina's violet eyes twinkled and her form was cloaked a dark aura. The gods winced and the goddesses just smiled at their fellow member. Somewhere in the underworld the three Furies' loyal minions of Hades shivered and thought, what is this strange feeling in me? The gods felt pity for the poor monster or entity that dares harms Naruto due to Kushina's wrath. One of the old crones lashed out. Why would I expect that? Naruto commented while smirking as he sliced up the whip that came for him, infuriating the Fury even more. Great going now, I will have to get more whips for them, grumbled Hades. The other immortals just laughed at the Lord of the Underworld. Kushina smiled at her husband and thought, you will get used to it. Hey! Percy yelled, taking off the hat and revealing himself. The Furies turned, baring their yellow fangs at the son of Poseidon, and he instantly regretted it. Going into a situation head first like always, a seaweed brain, giggled Annabeth. Percy's only response was, The demigods just laughed at the son of Poseidon. Percy muttered, great friends guys, great friends. Oh cheer up Kelphead, said Talia. Nico snickered silently while holding the book at his cousin's misfortune. Syl and Thals just grinned at the frustrated son of the sea god. Which was easily seen thanks to his freaked-out expression. Mrs. Dodds stalked up the aisle, just as she used to do in class, like she was about to give him another failed paper. Percy grumbled and said, she liked to do it a lot. Annabeth giggled and said, I bet. Meanwhile Thals, Talia, Nico, Selena, and Syl were smiling and thought, some things never change. Every time she flicked her whip, red flames danced along the barbed leather. Her two ugly sisters hopped on top of the seats on either side of her and crawled toward him like huge nasty lizards. Perseus Jackson, Mrs. Dodds said, in an accent that was definitely from somewhere farther south than Georgia. You have offended the gods. You shall die. I liked you better as a math teacher, Percy told her. Naruto heard him and said. Oh? That's news to me. Percy just blushed and muttered, Naruto knows me well. Annabeth just smiled at her boyfriend and placed her hands on his arm. Percy just smiled and thought, maybe my luck is changing. Somewhere on Olympus two certain goddesses sneezed. Tyche the goddess of luck thought, I wonder who could have made me sneeze, oh well, and went back to her duties again. Nemesis just glared at nothing in particular and vowed to get even with whoever made her sneeze. Poor Percy. Mrs. Dodds growled and yelled, stay out of this. Kushina growled but stopped because she knows Electo doesn't want to hurt her son. Hades just smiled thinking how different Naruto is to his other kids. Persephone listened closely because she was interested in her harem sister son Naruto and what he can do. Naruto grumbled something inaudible, help Annabeth and Grover sneak up behind the creepy-looking grannies. Percy had, by this point, uncapped the pen and it was not the sword that helped kill the old bag. The Furies hesitated. Because of the celestial bronze, said the Lord of the Dead. Well, she is a monster, said Annabeth. We know that, wise girl, chuckled Percy. Annabeth blushed before punching him in the arm and hissed out, shut up seaweed brain. The rest of the throne room just laughed at the predicament of the son of Poseidon. Mrs. Dodds had felt Riptide's blade before. She obviously didn't like seeing it again. Well yeah, because she was killed by the very same blade about 2 weeks ago, said Hades. Kushina looked at her husband and said, now honey, don't get too worked up. Persephone just laughed, agreeing with Kushina. Nico had his eyes widened slightly because he has never ever seen his stepmother or father act like this. Meanwhile the demigods in the room just laughed while thinking, Hades is so whipped. Then Percy thought for a moment before cringing and thinking, oh great, that is me down the road with Annabeth. The unmarried gods snickered and thinking the same as the demigods in the throne room. However, the married gods were thinking, how not whipped in their minds, but when their respected other gets anger they will do pretty much anything to calm them down. While the goddesses just smiled at the two females in question. Submit now, she hissed, and you will not suffer eternal torment. Nice try, Percy replied. Percy, look out. Annabeth cried. Mrs. Dodds lashed her whip around his sword hand while the Furies on the either side lunged at him. Percy grimaced at the pain that whip was causing, but he regained some composure to strike back. He used the hilt of his to knock away the Fury on the left, but noticed that he would not have enough time to strike the one on the right because she was coming in too fast. Annabeth grabbed his hands while Percy was whispering soothing words to her. The goddesses smiled at the scene before them while the gods just gagged, which was silenced by the glares of the goddesses and females in the room. That was when Naruto suddenly appeared and kicked the hag away, shocking the leader of the Furies so bad that she loosened her grip on Percy. Hades whistled and remarked, I have such an interesting son, don't you agree, brothers of mine? Zeus just grumbled and growling out, lousy no good brother. while Poseidon was chuckling at his two brothers' antics at one another. In the end he just nodded his head agreeing because Naruto is an expectation of the stereotypical behavior for a children of Hades. He took that opportunity to get free. Mrs. Dodds glared at Naruto and said, "Stay out of this, we were ordered not to kill you." "Of course," murmured the gods and goddesses in the throne room. Meanwhile Kushina was grinning like a madwoman, which scared some of the gods and demigods in the room. Persephone leaned back into her throne and thought, what an interesting person one Kushina Uzumaki. She also thought, maybe she will take in delivering new punishments that are tortuous and funny to watch, because let's face it, Hades' punishments are getting kind of old. Nico had to nod his head in agreement but continued due to his father's glare was on him. "But that just gives up free range on what we could do to you." "Over my dead body," growled out Kushina. The males in the room were just thinking, protective as a mother bear, and then shivered in fear. The goddesses thought with grins on their faces, what a mother should do with any of her children. Naruto had a deadpanned expression on his face at that. "Sorry, but I like younger girls." "Like Thals and my daughter maybe?" giggled the Lady of Doves herself. The two in question were blushing madly and thinking of their harem sisters. Artemis saw the two and said, "Aphrodite, I think we should get back to the book and not embarrass them." Aphrodite pouted and said, "Ah," but was silenced by a Hephaestus voice, "You can talk to them later, dear." Which got a beautiful smile from the love goddesses. Thals and Sil nodded their heads and silently thanked the moon goddess. This made them even more mad than they were, which probably was not a good thing to do. "I guess they don't like rejection much," giggled Aphrodite. Hades just nodded his head agreeing with the love goddess. Kushina had to grin because Naruto takes after herself in that department of teasing and joking. She thought with tears in her eyes, how her baby boy has grown into a young adult. Kushina smiled and said, "Nico, be a dear and start reading." Nico nodded his head and flipped the page and continued where he was at. Because the one on the right lunged at him, but he smirked and spun on his heel to stab her in the neck, killing her instantly. Annabeth got Mrs. Dodds in a wrestler's hold and yanked her backward. "I still thinks that is the coolest thing I have ever saw," smiled Percy. Annabeth blushed but thought, "Seaweed brain." Talia groaned and said in a jokingly manner, "You two get a room please." The two demigods in question blushed brightly. Annabeth was making excuses of nonsense while Percy stood there open-mouthed in surprise. Aphrodite just cooed and thought, what a cute couple. While Grover ripped the whip out of her hands. "Ow," he yelled. "Ow, hot, hot." The fury that Percy had hit before came back in full force and tried to slice him with her claws, but he swung riptide and she broke open like a piñata. Candy," yelled out Apollo and Hermes. "Stupid," muttered the moon goddess. "Aw little sis, you love us," smiled Apollo. Artemis screamed out, "Apollo, I am not your little sis." Yeah little sis," waved the sun god. "I can't believe we are twins," groaned out Artemis. Zeus boomed out, "Enough, you two can finish this discussion later." Apollo said, "Sure thing, Pops," while Artemis replied back, "Yes, father." Zeus nodded his head and said, "Continue." Nico was not stupid of getting fried to a crisp and continued without hesitation. Mrs. Dodds was trying to get Annabeth off her back. She kicked, clawed, hissed and bit, but Annabeth held on while Grover got Mrs. Dodds's legs tied up in her own whip. Finally they both shoved her backward into the aisle. Mrs. Dodds tried to get up, but she didn't have room to flap her bat wings, so she kept falling down. "Fail," said Apollo and Hermes. "You two will remain silent or I will be having fun with you two." "Dangerous," hissed Artemis. Hermes gulped and choked out, "OOFC course, because who won't be terrified and enraged Artemis." Apollo waved off Artemis' words and said, "Little sis, you couldn't," but was interrupted, a silver streak hitting him hard. Artemis was upon him within seconds. An hour later we can find a bleeding, groaning and twitching Apollo. Artemis was smiled and went back to her throne and said, "You may continue now, son of Hades." Nico gulped and began. The demigods were snickering at the book and the two gods' predicament. "Zeus will destroy you," she promised. "Hades will have your soul."
"Still hasn't," said Percy. Annabeth just said, "Seaweed brain don't," while glancing at Hades.
Hades glanced at his nephew and thought, "Sooner or later I will." Nico smiled at Percy's response but continued with the story. "Hey, let them try, We can beat anything you throw at us, Naruto said happily. Bracas meas vesamini, Percy yelled, which oddly meant, eat my pants. In Latin interesting, thought all the Greek gods and goddesses. Athena grinded her teeth in annoyance because if he was a Roman that is more reason to not have him around her daughter. Fools, you will die. The Fury yelled. Thunder shook the bus and Naruto smelled gas. Get out. Annabeth yelled. Now. They rushed outside and found the other passengers wandering around in a daze, arguing with the driver, or running around in circles yelling, "We're going to die." The demigods were snickering at the confused mortals. The gods were grinning or silently shaking in laughter because Hecate must be having a field day. While the goddesses were shaking their heads in disappointment at the maturity of the gods in the room. The female demigods were wondering what the mortals were seeing through the mist. Nico continued with trembling hands. A Hawaiian-shirted tourist with a camera snapped their photograph before they could put away their weapons. Which turned out to be a baseball bat, smiled Percy. Annabeth giggled and remembered their first quest, and it also marked their friendship first started. Our bags. Grover realized. We left our, boom. The windows of the bus exploded as the passengers ran for cover. Lightning shredded a huge crater in the roof. Way to go, Dad, said Talia. Zeus grumbled and looked away from his daughter. But an angry wail from inside told them that Mrs. Dodds was not yet dead.
Run, Annabeth said. She's calling for reinforcements.
Annie, since when can you understand furies? Questioned a smirking Talia. Annabeth blushed and whined out, Talia, it is just common logic. Athena grinned and nodded her head, agreeing with her daughter. Poseidon just coughed, which got a glare from Athena.
We have to get out of here. They plunged into the nearby woods as the rain started to fall, the flaming bus behind them and nothing but darkness ahead of them. Naruto smirked and looked at Annabeth while running. So, what was that about not causing a scene and having all the attention on us?
I blame Percy, frowned Annabeth. Hey, shouted a surprised Percy. Just kidding, seaweed brain, waved Annabeth. Okay, was Percy's response. Whipped, said Nico and all the males in the room. The females just glared at the guys besides Percy, which silenced all of them. The females thought, whipped like they should be. Oh, shut it. Her rang throughout the forest. Well, who wants to read now? Questioned Nico. The throne room was silent until a flash of light appeared in the throne room. A bright flash of light blinded the occupants in the throne room. When the supernova of light died down to reveal a crib, the sounds of a crying infant sounded throughout the once quiet throne room. Kushina walked over to the crib and gasped because inside the crib was her precious perfect baby boy Naruto. Kushina quickly ran to the crib and picked him up and whispered, Naru-chan, mommy is here. The goddesses cooed at the touching sight of the mother and son. Baby Naruto stopped crying because he recognized this beautiful voice. He slowly opened his blue eyes to see a red-haired woman that he knew was his mother. Kushina smiled and cooed at her baby boy. Tears were streaming down her face because she didn't have this opportunity ever before, so why not start now? The goddesses and the female demigods were cooing at the adorable sight of baby Naruto. Baby Naruto just giggled and looked over to Thals and Sil. He then raised his hands up to them and cooed. Kushina giggled and said, he knows you. Aphrodite squealed and cooed out, true love. Kushina blushed and shouted, Mom please. Persephone looked at the baby critically and thought, he is a little cute I suppose. Kushina smiled at Persephone and Persephone had to smile back because Kushina's grin was infectious. Hades smiled at his wives and thought, my other you lucky bastard. Artemis just scowled at Hades because she knew what he was thinking, then she thought, men are pigs. Meanwhile Aphrodite sighed but then grinned again at her little baby grandson. She then bounced up and down screaming, I am the happiest grandmother ever. Baby Naruto looked at the love goddesses then giggled at her. Aphrodite cooed and thought, I love my grandson. Thals and Sil thought with a happy smile, I love him so much. Athena said, I don't mean to interrupt, but who will read the next chapter? Thee will read, Lady Athena, replied Zoe Nightshade. Artemis smiled at her oldest huntress. As soon as Zoe touched the book she glowed softly. A note appeared and said, only when Zoe is reading will she sound like a person who has no accent, but will regain her accent when she is interrupted by anyone. Zoe looked gratefully because she didn't want to make a fool of herself and keep on repeating herself to the demigods in the throne room of the gods. Zoe began by flipping the book to the right page and started. In a way, it's nice to know there are Greek gods out there, because you have somebody to blame when things go wrong. For instance, when you're walking away from a bus that's just been attacked by monster hags and blown up by lightning, and it's raining on top of everything else. Most people might think that's just really bad luck. When you're a demigod, you understand that some divine force really is trying to mess up your day or just trying to rid the world of you. A little more the latter than the former, said Poseidon looking at Zeus. The sky god had the decency to look elsewhere from his brother's glance. Hades just smirked at Zeus and thought, serves him right, because he remembered how his brother killed Maria D'Angelo. That was what was going through Naruto's mind as he walked alongside Percy, Annabeth, and Grover. Currently, they were walking along the Jersey riverbank, with the glow of New York City behind them. If the scenario was different it would be so romantic, giggled the love goddess. No, shouted a blushing Percy and Annabeth. Aphrodite laughed and said, you two are blushing, so that means I am right and I have done this for eons, I know my stuff. Hephaestus chuckled and said, now calm down dear. The Lady of Doves blushed. Thales and Syl nodded their head because she really does know about love. Enough red huntress. Boomed out Zeus. Zoe nodded her head and began once more. Meanwhile Artemis was smiling at her closest friend and most loyal hunter she has ever had. Grover was shivering and braying, his big goat eyes turned slit-pupilled and full of terror. Three kindly ones. All three at once. Come on. The farther away we get, the better. Annabeth said, still looking shaken. A wise choice daughter, praised Athena. Ares just grunted and said, bullshit. In response to that statement he got a heated glare from the wisdom goddess. All our money was back there, Percy reminded her. Our food and clothes. Everything. At least you have your lives, some aren't so lucky, said Hades. Zeus looked away and knew he was thinking about his lost love Maria D'Angelo. Hades just waved his hand and told the hunteress to start reading once more. Well, maybe if you hadn't decided to jump into the fight. What did you want me to do? Let you get killed? You didn't need to protect me, Percy. I would have been fine. Besides, we also had Naruto. Sliced like sandwich bread, Grover put in, but fine. Shut up, goat boy, said Annabeth. Naruto won't have let his friends get hurt if he could help it, even if he has to take the wound for you, said Thales. Syl just nodded to her head in agreement. Kushina meanwhile smiled at her son's lovers and thought, you are very lucky to have them son. But then turned her focus on the infant in her hands and smiled.
Baby Naruto eyes were wandering around the throne room with amazement because he has never seen stuff so bright and shiny.
Suddenly his eyes caught something on his. His arms tried to grab it but couldn't reach it. Kushina looked down at Naruto and softly said, no baby, this is all pointy and sharp. Naruto's eyes started to fill up with tears. Kushina began to panic and soothe her baby by saying, don't worry baby, mommy will get you something to play with. A scroll suddenly appeared with a note on it. Kushina quickly made a cage bunchen and gave her son to her clone. She lifted up the scroll and read the note and smiled. Kushina bit her thumb and focused chakra and a cloud of smoke, and in her hands were a little stuffed fox. She gave the fox to Naruto, which he instantly took a liking to. The goddesses cooed again at the cute scene before them. Annabeth smiled at the sight while Percy, being clueless to this type of stuff, just looked. Zoe Nightshade admitted it was somewhat cute but would never say it out loud to anyone. Zoe began after the throne room became silent once more. Grover brayed mournfully. Tin cans. A perfectly good bag of tin cans. Okay. Enough. Naruto growled out. By the end of the arguing, Naruto's eye was twitching. I got my money, so I got enough for the trip. How? Questioned Percy, and Annabeth had a gleam in her eyes because she figured it had to do something about sealing. Sealing deer, grinned Kushina. Zoe had to admit she admired Kushina's beauty and deadliness in combat. Artemis had to agree with her old-time friend that she saw as a daughter. Oh right. Percy said thoughtfully. Annabeth just looked lost and said, what do you mean? Oh, Naruto has a lot of money thanks to his old world. Grover replied, suddenly remembering as well. That too, said Hades. Meanwhile Kushina just grinned. Percy and Annabeth pouted and thought, I wished we had him on our first quest. Oh, well that is good. Annabeth said softly. After a few minutes, Annabeth fell into line next to Percy. Look, Her voice faltered. I appreciate your coming back for us, okay. That was really brave. We're a team, right? Percy asked with a smile. She was silent for a few more steps. It's just that if you died, aside from the fact that it would really suck for you, it would mean the quest was over. Wow, Annie's smooth, real smooth, laughed Talia, because this could be blackmail material. Talia, how many times do I have to tell you stop calling me Annie, shouted a red-faced Annabeth Chase. Well, Annie, that was about the 2001st time now, said a grinning Talia. Annabeth pouted and said, I am not a little girl anymore. Well, a good older sister will always make fun of her younger sister, said Talia. Zoe just sighed and said, Are thy done with the daughter of Athena so thee can read the book? Talia nodded her head and scratched the back of her head and apologized. This may be my only chance to see the real world. Technically, this is a double quest for both me and Naruto. Percy replied. Besides, Naruto would never let me die, just like back in the bus. Like the time we went to band camp, grinned Apollo and Hermes. Everyone either laughed or had smirks on their faces besides a certain individual with silver eyes and her hunters. Artemis groaned at the lack of maturity of her brother and said, Pigs. Talia, Zoe, and Phoebe just nodded their heads agreeing with their lady. Got that right. Naruto smirked. Of course I would not let you two die either, he said, pointing to Grover and Annabeth, who looked grateful. Ah, my grandson is so caring and cute, squealed Aphrodite. Kushina smiled at her baby boy in her arms and cooed, Mommy will always love you, never forget that. Naruto smiled, then leaned forward and gave a sloppy kiss to his mom. Kushina grinned and kissed him as well. Everyone in the throne room grinned at the cute sight of mother and son relationship. Then I guess it is a good thing that we have two children on the big three on our side. Annabeth smiled. Yeah, especially one that is the son of the Lord of the Dead, Grover shakily said. Hades nodded his head and thought, I would never hurt my children intentionally. As the storm finally subsided, leaving them in total darkness as they drifted back into silence once, well until Percy broke it. You haven't left Camp Half-Blood since you were 7? He asked Annabeth. No. Only short field trips. My dad, the history professor, interrupted Percy. Yeah. It didn't work out for me living at home. I mean, Camp Half-Blood is my home. The demigods nodded their heads in response. The hunters on the other hand stayed quiet because to them the hunt was their home. Artemis smiled at Phoebe and Zoe. Then she nodded her head towards Talia, who just grinned back at her half-sister. She was rushing her words out now, as if she were afraid somebody might try to stop her. At camp you train and train. And that's all cool and everything, but the real world is where the monsters are. That's where you learn whether you're any good or not. Very true, grinned Ares. Athena sent a death glare to the war god. But the god of war just struggled it off and leaned back into his throne. Kushina said, How do you feel now with that statement, Annabeth? Annabeth just looked at the mother of Naruto and said, I stand by my words still. Kushina smiled at the daughter of Wisdom Goddess and focused her attention on baby Naruto again. You're pretty good with that knife, you think so? Anybody who can piggyback ride a fury is okay by me, Percy replied. Smooth purse, snickered Nico. Percy gave his cousin a glare for mocking him but was ruined due to his red dusting on his cheeks. Annabeth giggled at her boyfriend's response to Nico. While Talia grinned at her cousin's misfortune. Thals and Syl both questioned, they never changed, do they? Kushina shook her head and said, they won't be them if they didn't. Thals and Syl nodded their heads agreeing with their lover's mother. You know, she said, maybe I should tell you something funny back on the bus. She didn't get to say much about it because a few seconds before, Naruto was silently chuckling at the couple in front of him and Grover. Said Satyr glanced at the blonde nervously and brought out his reed pipes and gave an experimental blow and the sound of a tortured owl came out. Poseidon bellowed, which got a glare from Athena. Before an insult battle could take place, Artemis said, you can settle your differences later. Apollo grinned and shouted out, my little sis is growing up, it hurts to watch. He started crying at the end. Artemis glared at her twin and opened her mouth, but Zeus slammed his master bolt, aka his precious toy of mass destruction, and thundered, enough. Let us continue with this story. Artemis, Apollo, and Athena said, yes, father. Poseidon on the other hand just waved his hand and said, oh yes, mama's boy, let's continue the story. He laughed at the end as well as his siblings while Zeus' face turned red and opened his mouth. Was interrupted by Hera, who had a grin that promised pain if you don't agree with me, and said, "Now honey, we should start this story once more, right?" Zeus gulped and quickly nodded his head in agreement because he would be very stupid to argue with his wife. "Hey, my reed pipes still work," Grover cried. "If I could just remember a Find Path song, we could get out of these woods." "Well, let's just hope you know how to play that. I don't want my ears bleeding," Naruto growled as he got the full blast of the screeching sound. "Ouch," muttered the demigods while the gods just nodded their heads. Kushina gripped her son and softly in the sweetest voice said, "Ah, my poor baby." Naruto giggled and snuggled in his mother's arms to get comfy. Then Naruto yawned and was dozing off. Kushina smiled softly and hummed to her baby a lullaby to get him to sleep faster. Then after he was asleep she quietly placed a silencing seal on him because all the shouting would not disturb her baby boy's sleep. If someone somehow would wake her baby boy up, they would face off against a pissed off mother. "Oh, don't, Naruto, I can play just fine." Grover smiled and puffed out a few notes, but the tune still sounded suspiciously like Hilary Duff, making Naruto's eye twitch. "Oh, the legendary Uzumaki temper," chuckled Thal's. Sil meanwhile was giggling at Kushina's face. Kushina's laughed and said sweetly, "You don't mean me, do you girls?" "And no, Kushina," shouted out both girls. "That's what I thought you said. Oh, and dears, remember call me mom," grinned Kushina. "Right, mom," said a scared Thals and Sil. Zoe said, "Are thy done so thee can finish?" The two girls nodded and so Zoe began the story once more. Percy was too busy listening to Grover playing on his pipe that he never noticed a tree in front of him in the darkness and smacked right into it. The throne room just erupted into laughter. Percy meanwhile was blushing because that was one of his stupider moments. Annabeth was trying to control her laughter but failed while reaching out and grasping her boyfriend's hand. Talia and Nico were snickering because this was perfect blackmail material. Grover playing and Percy not paying attention and hitting a tree. Talia said, "Percy, I didn't know you liked that trees so much." Percy blush deepened and he said, "Pinecone face, shut up." Talia stuck out her tongue and said, "No." Nico shook his head at his cousin's interactions. Zoe sighed and thought, this will take weeks to read, but waited to read again. Making laugh out loud. He marked infrared vision off his list of possible superpowers that he could have. The closest to infrared vision is Artie's power, smiled Apollo. Artemis growled at her annoying twin because he knew how much she hated that cursed nickname of hers. Zoe knows when her mistress is annoyed with her brother and quickly began reading lest a fight would break out. Suddenly, he remembered that Naruto had good night vision. "Hey! You're the one with the night vision here, why didn't you warn me?" "Well, I guess it would be funny," snickered Nico and Talia. Thals and Sil were smiling while Annabeth had a smirk on her face. Percy crossed his arms and muttered, "Traitors." The gods and goddesses had to agree it would be funny to see someone hit a tree. Kushina cooed at her sleeping baby. Baby Naruto just kept on sleeping soundly. Zoe and Phoebe smiled because the boy, Percy, got what he deserved in her option. Zoe continued where she left off. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "Sorry, I was too busy listening to the pop star over here," he said, making Annabeth giggle a bit. Like everyone in the throne room did. After about a mile or so of listen to Percy curse as he bumped into things and Naruto chuckling to himself. "I would so enjoy seeing you on that quest," laughed Talia and Nico. Percy pouted and said, "Best cousins ever." "Thank you," said a smiling Nico and Talia. Thals just thought to herself, "Is this how I act with Percy?" Sil just giggled and nodded her head making Thals blush. Annabeth was smiling at Percy because she loves him so much. Percy also makes life more interesting and fun to live in. They saw a neon sign in the distance. Naruto sniffed and asked, "Please tell you guys smell that too." "If you are smelling fast food like it am, then yes." "Yes I do," Percy replied. "I really need a double cheeseburger right about now." Thals and Talia both drooled thinking about a nice tasty burger right now. Annabeth thought with a grin on her face, Talia will never change at all even in an alternative dimension. Apollo and Hermes waved their hand and a double cheeseburger appeared then taunting the two girls in question. Thals and Talia looked at one another and screamed out, "Mine! Mine! Mine! Minee! Mani!" then charging at the two gods in question ripped the burger out of their hands. All the demigods looked scared because they have learned never ever taunt Talia Grace with a burger. The other gods and goddesses were snickering at the faces of both Hermes and Apollo. Finally, they came upon a deserted two-lane road through the trees. On the other side was a closed-down gas station, a tattered billboard for a 1990s movie, and one open business, which was the source of the neon light and the good smell. A rest stop, Grover said happily. With food, Naruto commented with joy. Sure, it was not a true fast food place. It was one of those restaurants you see on the open road. You know, some locally owned place. It looked like it also sold those lawn flamingos and wooden Indians and cement grizzly bears and stuff like that. The main building was a long, low warehouse, surrounded by acres of statuary. The neon sign above the gate was impossible for normal demigods to read, because if there's anything worse for their dyslexia than regular English, it's red cursive neon English. The demigods groaned at the thought of reading it. The gods and goddesses chuckled at the looks of the demigods. Kushina smirked at the faces as well. Percy and Annabeth shuddered and thought, stupid horrible neon cursive English. Suddenly an iris message showed the image of Auntie M's garden gnome emporium. The demigods in the room groaned while the gods renewed their laughter. While Percy just said, "My eyes it burns," Annabeth just blushed while hitting Percy's head and thought, seaweed brain. "Ow wise girl, that hurts," whined Percy, rubbed his now sore head. Annabeth smirked and said, "Good, that is for being an idiot." "But I am your idiot," smiled Percy. Annabeth blushed once again while the rest of the demigods laughed. Apollo and Hermes had popcorn and was watching the show. Meanwhile Dionysus thought to himself, maybe I should do that to the cards for camp. All the demigods around the world shivered in fear for some reason. The demigods at Camp Halfblood silently prayed to their godly parent to protect them. Sadly, they were too distracted with the reactions to the demigods in the room or paying attention to the reading that is about to start. Zoe began the story once more. Naruto growled at that. He could normal English just fine, but throw in that cursive crap and he just gets confused. "Don't we all?" said all the demigods in the throne room. To Percy and Annabeth, it looked at this. ATNYUMESGDERAN Gomen MEPROUIM. To Naruto, it looked like some kid's drawing. "Well, that is interesting," said Athena. The gods and goddesses in the throne room nodded their heads in agreement. Athena looked at Kushina and thought it might have to do with her bloodline. Zoe sighed and thought, "I will never get done with this chapter," but like a strong huntress she began once again. Bound to be interrupted again in the next 5 minutes or so. "What the heck does that say?" asked Percy. "I don't know," both Naruto and Annabeth said at the same time. Grover translated, "Auntie M's garden gnome emporium." Medusa, thought Annabeth and Percy. I bet Ino could give them a few tips. Naruto commented as he observed the place a little more. Flanking the entrance, as advertised, were 2 cement garden gnomes, ugly bearded little runts, smiling and waving, as if they were about to get their picture taken. The god of the sea's eyes widened slightly and thought, Medusa. Meanwhile Athena's eyes were twitching because that stupid Poseidon's lover then hissed out, Medusa. The gods and goddesses' eyes widened slightly in surprise because it has been a while since Medusa has encountered a hero. The demigods gasped and thought, Percy does have bad luck indeed. Making Naruto's eye twitch. Percy quickly crossed the street, following the smell of food, the others quickly following. "Hey," Grover warned. "The lights are on inside," Annabeth said. "Maybe it's open." "Snack bar," Percy said wistfully. "Snack bar," she agreed. "Ah, they are thinking like a couple," cooed Selena. The 2 demigods blushed and grabbed each other's hand. Zoe glared at the daughter of Aphrodite and Percy. Because she hates the Lady of Doves herself and she hates boys as well. Zoe hissed out, "Thou are so infuriating." Percy just grinned at her and bowed, which made Zoe's glare to increase in intensity.
"Oh, I hope that serve ramen." Naruto smirked. Kushina cooed, "That's my precious baby boy." Kushina then looked at her sleeping son in her arms and smiled softly at him with all the love she could muster.
Hera smiled at the young red-headed mother. "Are you 3 crazy?" Grover said. "This place is weird." He was ignored in favor of filling their stomachs. "Men," said the Zoe, Phoebe, and Artemis. The gods chuckled to one another thinking, some things never change. Artemis blushed and quickly waved to Zoe to continue. Zoe nodded and began once more. The front lot was a forest of statues, cement animals, cement children, even a cement satyr playing the pipes, which gave Grover the creeps. Blah ha ha. He bleated. Looks like my Uncle Ferdinand. They stopped at the warehouse door. Don't knock, Grover pleaded. I smell monsters. Your nose is clogged up from the Furies, Annabeth told him. All I smell is burgers. Aren't you hungry? Meat. He said scornfully. I'm a vegetarian. You eat cheese enchiladas in aluminum cans, I reminded him. Those are vegetables. Come on. Let's leave. These statues are looking at me. Boo. Naruto said from right behind the goat boy, making him jump. Oh, I wish he was mine, sighed out Hermes. Apollo, being Apollo, couldn't be outdone by his half-brother and said, no, he would be mine, Hermes. But he is mine, smiled Hades, which silenced both of the younger gods. Ah. Don't do that. Sorry, Grover, but that was the perfect moment. Besides, they are just statues, Naruto said with a chuckle. Besides, whatever meat comes your way, I'll eat it. Gee, thanks, Grover deadpanned. Then the door creaked open, and standing in front of them was a tall Middle Eastern woman because she wore a long black gown that covered everything but her hands, and her head was completely veiled. Her eyes glinted behind a curtain of black gauze, but that was about all anyone could make out. Her coffee-colored hands looked old, but well manicured and elegant, so they imagined she was a grandmother who had once been a beautiful lady. She was indeed, sighed Poseidon. Athena just glared at him for reminding her of what they did in her temple. Her accent sounded vaguely Middle Eastern, too. She said, children, it is too late to be out all alone. Where are your parents? They're, Annabeth started to say. Please don't let Percy talk, please, joked Annabeth. Hey, shouted out a blushing Percy and thought, my plans aren't that bad, are they? We're orphans, Percy said, hoping Naruto would not be too mad at him for that. Orphans. The woman said. The word sounded alien in her mouth. But, my dears, surely not. Oh yeah. We are orphans, lady, Naruto jumped in. You know, people who live off the streets, people who must move through the trash just to get a bit to eat, he said with fake tears, making his three companions sweat drop. But, when in a group, it eases the pain. What, did you take theater, Naruto? No, he is just that good, he got it from his mother, laughed Kushina. Hades opened his mouth to object to that statement but was silenced by Kushina's glare. The gods and goddesses laughed at the Lord of the Underworld's predicament. Heck, even Persephone smiled at Kushina's attitude with her husband and decided she would get along with her sister-wife just fine. Hermes shouted out, burn, which made Hades grit his teeth and glare at one of the messengers of the gods. We got separated from our caravan, Percy said, a little put off by Naruto's dramatic speech. Our circus caravan. The ringmaster told us to meet him at the gas station if we got lost, but he may have forgotten, or maybe he meant a different gas station. Anyway, we're lost. Is that food I smell? Way to be obvious, kelphead, remarked Talia. Hey, you would be obvious because of the cheese hamburgers, said Percy. Talia blushed and thought, he is right, unfortunately, damn. Nico snickered and said, owned Sparky. Percy laughed and said, Sparky, I like that name, Talia. Talia's eyes narrowed dangerously and shot a bolt of lightning at the son of Hades and Poseidon, who yelped. Zeus chuckled at the punishment of his nephews. Zoe sighed and thought, they are not going to be done soon, methinks. Artemis smiled at her old friend, then said, let us continue the story, please. Oh, my dears, the woman said. You must come in, poor children. I am Auntie M. Go straight through to the back of the warehouse, please. There is a dining area. They smiled and thanked her and went in. Were you kids that naive back then? Questioned Hermes. Annabeth blushed meanwhile. Percy smiled, then nodded at the messenger of the gods, who laughed while Annabeth gave a playful glare to her boyfriend because he embarrassed her in front of the other gods and goddesses. Annabeth muttered to me, circus caravan? Always have a strategy, right? Your head is full of kelp. Annie, I am so glad you see it my way, grinned Talia. Thal's smirked and thought, watching Annie getting messed with is so much fun. Annabeth just glared at the daughter of Zeus and seethed and shouted out, I hate it when you call me that. Talia and Thal said, I know, Annie. So why do you do it then? Questioned an annoyed Annabeth. Because that is what a sister does, right, replied Talia. Annabeth blushed, then looked in the opposite direction. Athena smiled at her daughter in amusement. Zoe coughed to get everyone's attention and said, "May I continue now?" The gods and goddesses laughed, waved their hands as a sign to continue with this interesting story from another dimension. Excuse me. I got that idea by watching Mr. Drama over here. And my flair for drama made you think of a circus. I am hurt. Naruto fake pouted. Oh, shut it. It worked, right? Percy asked, annoyed. Naruto just smirked. The warehouse was filled with more statues, people in all different poses, wearing all different outfits and with different expressions on their faces. Normally, they would not be going to some strange place in the middle of nowhere, but they were hungry and tired, and this place was just convenient. Too convenient, sighed Hades. Paranoid much, brother? Questioned Demeter. Hades scowled at his sister, mother-in-law. Meanwhile, Poseidon looked worried for his son and friends but kept it to himself. Percy looked worried for him and his alternative dimensional friends. Annabeth thought, all those demigods and mortals with satyrs wasted. Athena had the same look on her face as her daughter. That was when Naruto felt weird. The smell from those cooking burgers was intoxicating and they seemed to be dulling his senses a bit. Possibly a little toxins that numb the senses, murmured Hades. Kushina narrowed her eyes and thought, she better not hurt her baby boy or there will be hell to pay. Ares cheered, demanding action, aka battle, gore, and violence. Aphrodite hissed out, shut up, Ares. Meanwhile, Hephaestus was laughing at his scared brother. Artemis coughed to everyone's attention and said, I think my huntress wants to continue with the chapter. The lieutenant of the hunters of Artemis sighed in relief but began nonetheless. He also noticed Grover was whimpering a lot now, and add in the fact that he heard the door lock behind him was not a good thing. So for now, he would just play along. Something was definitely going on here. Good, find out what she is planning, smirked Hades. Athena looked interested in what the son of Hades was planning. Annabeth and Percy thought, what are you going to do, clones, or a jutsu? Zoe said, thy are frustrating. Artemis smiled at her hunter and said, Zoe, you may continue. Zoe nodded her head and said, as thy wish, milady. As soon as they go to the back of the place, they noticed a fast food counter with a grill, a soda fountain, a pretzel heater, and a nacho cheese dispenser. Groaned out Apollo, Hermes, and the other gods. While the goddesses in the throne room just rolled their eyes and thought, men. The demigods were also drooling, slightly dreaming about food. Meanwhile, the demi-goddesses shook their heads but laughed, thinking, boys. Everything you could want, plus a few steel picnic tables out front. Please, sit down, Auntie M said. Awesome, Percy said. Grover said reluctantly, we don't have any money, ma'am. Auntie M smiled and said, no, children. No money. This is a special case, yes. It is my treat, for such nice orphans. More like turn into statues, muttered Athena. Poseidon frowned but let it go because he was more concerned about his son. Annabeth frowned and whispered to Percy, why didn't you listen to me? Percy blushed and said, sorry, wise girl. Zoe groaned at the lovey-dovey scene before her. Thals and Syl meanwhile were grinning at the huntress, then thought, you will get used to it, Zoe. Thank you, ma'am, Annabeth said. Auntie M stiffened, as if Annabeth had done something wrong, but then the old woman relaxed just as quickly. Properly thinking of Owlhead's eyes when she was cursed, drawn out Poseidon. Athena glared at the sea god for bring up her memory of that event. Enough, boomed out Zeus. Athena bowed and said, yes, father. Zoe sighed in relief before beginning reading the story again. Percy just shrugged it off, but Naruto was not suspicious. Okay, something is going on here, but what? This lady is giving me a bad vibe. Like those times when some of the villagers back would be nice and then try and kill me. Kushina's frame shook with motherly rage at those beasts hurting her precious baby. Her eyes went to the sleeping Naruto and thought, I will not let anything hurt you again, I promise. Hera smiled at the touching scene and thought, such a touching scene. I so hope it is not that. Quite all right, Annabeth, she said. You have such beautiful gray eyes, child. Okay, my memory is not that bad. We never even introduced ourselves. Naruto thought quickly. That didn't ring off warning calls to you, chuckled Poseidon. Annabeth blushed but said nothing. Meanwhile, Athena narrowed her eyes and thought, you dare try and embarrass me with my daughter's actions. The goddess of wisdom thought. What does the sea god not like? Fish, no seaweed. Kind of. Squids. Oh, I remember he got into a fight with one and it ended in embarrassment. Athena sneered at her rival and hissed out, "Shut up, squid god." "I am not a squid god. I hate that name." Athena, bellowed Poseidon. Then he groaned because he has just said valuable information to his rival. "Well shit." Athena smirked in delight and sang out, "Squid god." Poseidon's eyes were twitching and sighed, waved his hand to Zoe to start reading again.
Their hostess disappeared behind the snack counter and started cooking. Before they knew it, she'd brought them plastic trays heaped with double cheeseburgers, vanilla shakes, and XXL servings of French fries. In little time at all they started chowing down. Naruto only ate because he didn't smell anything wrong with them.
"Good, always be alert," said Hades. Ares cried out, "Needs more action and less lovey-dovey stuff." Aphrodite rolled her eyes and said, "Silence, Ares, or you will feel my wrath." Ares, being the stupid god he is, laughed out loud, saying, "What wrath? A bad hair day or even a broken nail? Oh, I am so scared." Aphrodite's face was red with rage and she silently vowed she would make Ares' life a living hell. The demigods snickered at the poor unfortunate war god. The daughters of love noticed the gleam in their mother's eyes and knew Ares was going to be in trouble. Syl and Selena with Kushina smiled at their mother's future actions on the war god. Ares huffed and growled out, "Read, girl." Artemis glared at her half-brother and snarled out, "Do not threaten my hunters, Ares." Ares snarled back and said, "Oh yeah, miss, girly scout." Artemis' silver eyes glowed with power and sneered out, "Do you wish to test me, brother?" Ares, "Artemis, that is enough," boomed Zeus. The two immortals glare at one another, said, "This is not over by a long shot," but backed down while glaring at one another. Naruto gulped down his food with ease. It may not have been ramen, but this was just as good at the moment. Kushina smiled at her favorite food in the world. Persephone smiled at the reactions given by this interesting book. Meanwhile, Demeter grumbled that Naruto should eat more cereal to be stronger. Hades groaned because now he will have to hear about this argument in this book as well. He noticed that Percy was halfway through his burger before he realized he need to actually breathe, while Annabeth just slurped down her shake.
Grover picked at the fries, and eyed the tray's waxed paper liner as if he might go for that, but he still looked too nervous to eat. "What's that hissing noise?" he asked. Percy and Annabeth looked around but shrugged, not hearing anything. Naruto, however, shivered. It was always snakes.
"Stupid python," thought the twin archers. "Hissing?" Auntie M asked. "Perhaps you hear the deep fryer oil. You have keen ears, Grover." "I take vitamins. For my ears." "That's admirable," she said, "but please, relax. If you do, then you will die. Always be watchful of your surroundings," said Athena. Annabeth smiled due to she was thinking the same thing and the wisdom in her words as well. Auntie M ate nothing. She hadn't taken off her headdress, even to cook, and now she sat forward and interlaced her fingers and watched the four children eat. It was a little unsettling, having someone stare at you when you couldn't see her face. It was boring, very creepy in Naruto's opinion. Orochimaru creepy. Percy decided to be nice and make some small talk, even though the full stomach was making him a bit sleepy. "Must be a small dose of poison mixed in with the food," said Athena. The gods and goddesses nodded their heads because it sounds like the most logical explanation. Percy laughed sheepishly, thinking about the instinct with Medusa. Annabeth meanwhile was grinned at her boyfriend, while Talia and Nico were taunting their cousin like any good cousin should do. "So, you sell gnomes," Percy said. "Really, Percy? You asked her that? God, those things creep me out." Naruto thought, annoyed. "Oh, yes," Auntie M said. "And animals. And people. Anything for the garden. Custom orders. Statuary is very popular, you know." "Indeed, Persephone does love those statues, says, it adds character in the underworld," said Hades. Persephone blushed and looked away from her husband. Demeter grumbled that no good rioted brother stole her core from her. Persephone sighed and thought, "I wonder when mother will stop because I am a grown goddess now. A lot of business on this road." "Not so much, no, since the highway was built. Most cars, they do not go this way now. I must cherish every customer I get." "I bet because it might be the last," said Athena. Annabeth looked uncomfortable at that statement. "I bet." Naruto thought as he saw Percy suddenly turn around, like he thought he was being watched, only to find the statue of a young girl with an Easter basket looking at him. Artemis narrowed her eyes at the thought of a maiden's loss of life just because of Medusa glaze. Meanwhile, the other goddess felt a pulling feeling at their heartstrings because somewhere in the world a mother lost her child forever. What was weird though was the look of terror in the face. That is when Naruto felt strange. He looked more closely and saw a ghost-like figure behind the statue. The girl was silently trying to tell them to get out of there before it was too late. Oh, this is so not good. Ah, Auntie M said sadly. You notice some of my creations do not turn out well. They are marred. They do not sell. The face is the hardest to get right. Always the face. Well, seeing Medusa's face is not really pleasant, commented Athena. The gods were snickering because she still hates Medusa with a passion. The demigods were silent throughout agreement because they did not want to die a very painful death. You make these statues yourself? Percy asked, a little creeped out. Oh, yes. Once upon a time, I had 2 sisters to help me in the business, but they have passed on, and Auntie M is alone. I have only my statues. This is why I make them, you see. They are my company. Yeah, the only company you will ever have, thought of frowning Athena. The sadness in her voice sounded so deep and so real that you couldn't help feeling sorry for her, but that also made her more dangerous. Indeed, thought all the immortals while Kushina smiled fondly at her baby boy's sleeping face. The demigods on the other hand looked at one another and agreed with the gods and goddesses. Annabeth had stopped eating. She sat forward and said, 2 sisters? Athena smiled and thought, so she is finally realizing who she is. It's a terrible story, Auntie M said. Not one for children, really. You see, Annabeth, a bad woman was jealous of me, long ago, when I was young. Bullshit, you defiled my temple with fish for brain here, screamed out Athena. Zeus frowned at one of his favorite daughters and said, Athena. Athena blushed and waved her hand to continue the book. I had a boyfriend, you know, and this bad woman was determined to break us apart. She caused a terrible accident. My sisters stayed by me. They shared my bad fortune as long as they could, but eventually they passed on. They faded away. I alone have survived, but at a price. Such a price. Then you shouldn't have defiled my temple, bitch, darkly thought Athena. Shit. Naruto thought frantically. This has got to be Medusa. He then saw Percy getting really sleepy now and his and Annabeth's eyes met and they both knew they were in trouble. He gave her a barely noticeable nodded. Percy? Annabeth was shaking him to get his attention. And it fails badly, sighed Annabeth. Percy blushed and wrapped his arms around Annabeth. Talia and Nico snickered at Percy's focus skills. Percy saw what his cousins' teasings and stuck out his tongue at them. The gods and goddesses had smirks on their faces or were laughing at the amusing scene before them. Maybe we should go. I mean, the ringmaster will be waiting. Naruto noticed that Grover was nervously eating the wax paper from the trays, but either this lady didn't see it or already knew what he was. Naruto's guess was on the latter. Such beautiful gray eyes, Auntie M told Annabeth again. My, yes, it has been a long time since I've seen gray eyes like those. Yes, it has, remarked Athena, still remembering that fateful day. She reached out as if to stroke Annabeth's cheek, but Annabeth stood up abruptly. We really should go. Yes. Grover swallowed his waxed paper and stood up. The ringmaster is waiting. Right. Hey, and he will be pissed that the main actor won't be there, Naruto said, getting up as well, but Percy seemed reluctant to get up and leave. Of course a sea spawn would endanger my daughter, remarked Athena. Poseidon frowned at his rival but turned his attention to the second in command of the Hunters of Artemis and said, You may continue before this gets ugly. Zoe nodded her head and resumed where she left off. Please, dears, Auntie M pleaded. I so rarely get to be with children. Before you go, won't you at least sit for a pose? A pose? Annabeth asked warily. A photograph. I will use it to model a new statue set. Children are so popular, you see. Everyone loves children. Annabeth shifted her weight from foot to foot. I don't think we can, ma'am. Come on, Percy. And here goes Percy putting us in danger again, teased Talia with a smile on her face. Percy just blushed and knew his cousins were joking, so he smiled and stuck out his tongue at the daughter of Zeus. Sure we can, Percy said, a little irritated with Annabeth for being so bossy. Excuse me, questioned a grinning Annabeth. Percy's eyes widened and tried and failed to make excuses to calm his newly made girlfriend. Annabeth started laughing because she knew she can be bossy at times but wanted to see if she could freak out her boyfriend. As soon as Percy heard Annabeth's laugh he sighed in relief. Athena just looked at her daughter and the sea spawn and thought, that sea spawn is corrupting my daughter. Poseidon just smiled at his son because he has finally found someone he loves. The sea god also hoped to the fates he would have a happy ending that heroes rarely get. So rude to an old lady who just fed them for free. It's just a photo, Annabeth. What's the harm? Yes, Annabeth, the woman purred. No harm. Annabeth reluctantly allowed this and they followed the lady to the front door, into the garden of statues. Auntie M directed them to a park bench next to the stone satyr. Now, she said, I'll just position you correctly. The young girl in the middle, I think, and the two young gentlemen on either side and the blonde one behind the girl since he is a bit taller. Not much light for a photo, Percy remarked. Oh, enough, Auntie M said. Enough for us to see each other, yes. Where's your camera? Grover asked. Auntie M stepped back, as if to admire the shot. Now, the face is the most difficult. Can you smile for me please, everyone? A large smile? Grover glanced at the cement satyr next to him, and mumbled, that sure does look like Uncle Ferdinand. Grover, Auntie M chastised, look this way, dear. She still had no camera in her hands. Percy, Annabeth said. The boy wanted to listen, but for some reason, the sleepy feeling was coming back again. I will just be a moment, Auntie M said. You know, I can't see you very well in this cursed veil. Percy, something's wrong, Annabeth insisted. Wrong? Auntie M said, reaching up to undo the wrap around her head. Not at all, dear. I have such noble company tonight. Definitely what a monster would say, said the demigods. What could be wrong? That is Uncle Ferdinand, Grover gasped. Wait. Naruto interrupted, getting all the attention on him. How about I get a picture of just me? After all, I am the star of the show and you can even get an autograph. The woman smiled behind her veil. If that is what you wish, Naruto. If you three would please move away, I will get to you later. This was odd. Why was she listening to this boy? She wanted all four of them now. Charm speak bitch, thought Kushina with a smile. Meanwhile Aphrodite just smiled because her favorite grandson had used some of her powers. As the three moved, Annabeth looked at Naruto worriedly before she saw him wink at her. She widened her eyes. She hoped Naruto was not thinking what she was thinking he was going to do. The kind lady interrupted her line of thought though. So please give me a pose and a big smile. Naruto smirked as he got into his fighting stance and made a cross seal over his chest and gave a fox smile. The lady thought nothing of it and removed the veil, making Annabeth and Grover look away while Percy pushed down by the blonde girl, who then disappeared thanks to her hat. Grover just ran for all he was worth. Percy looked around from his position on the floor and saw Naruto, only he was encased in stone. Thals, Sil, and Kushina frowned because they were worried about him. Kushina picked up baby Naruto and said, You listen here young man, you will not scare your mother like this again or there will be consequences. Baby Naruto slept on due to the seals on him. Kushina smiled and fondly thought, he is my little angel. That made him fully awake and freaked out now. He didn't want to be stoned like his friend. Sucks to be a shadow clone right now. Naruto's voice echoed out to them with cheer as the statue poofed away. Medusa, as they now knew what to really call her, growled. So you are the son of Hades. I will enjoy killing you, but tell me how you knew it was me. Hey, that girl's statue. I saw her soul and she was not happy. I wouldn't be either if I got turned into a statue, said Kushina. Everyone agreed in the throne room that being turned into statues were not something they wanted. Came Naruto's voice, but it was serious now. Ah, is the son of death no happy? I thought you would be, but I guess the rumors are true. You are so not like your siblings. Thank the gods, thought the girls of Naruto's world. Thanks, I take pride in that. Medusa was getting annoyed now, so she turned her attention to Percy and smiled, not that he would dare to look up. Throughout the exchange, Percy was freaking out. He now heard the soft hissing of the snakes on her head. He also saw that her heads had turned into gnarly claws. Great, another old lady that wants to kill me. Such a pity to destroy a handsome young face, her voice told him soothingly. Stay with me, Percy. All you have to do is look up. He fought the urge to obey. Instead he looked to one side and saw one of those glass spheres people put in gardens, a gazing ball. He could see Auntie M's dark reflection in the orange glass. Her headdress was gone, revealing her face as a shimmering pale circle. Her hair was moving, writhing like serpents. Auntie M, Auntie M. Ah, how could I have been so stupid? Percy, use the lessons Chiron taught us back in school, use your brain on this one. Brain. What brain? Teased Talia, Nico, and Annabeth with matching smiles on their faces. Percy pouted and thought, even my girlfriend betrayed me. Oh, will you shut up? Medusa yelled. Make me. In fact, would you please just come after me instead of my friend? Naruto asked. The snake lady felt an odd pull on her heart when he said that. Oh, I would love, she then regained herself. So it is true. I did not want to believe it, but you also have some Aphrodite's blood in you. And proud of it, screamed out the love goddess. Kushina smiled at her mother, who just grinned back. I will not let you charm speak me. Aw man, wait, what? Never mind. Percy, looks like you are on your own on this, so I am going to find the others. Percy was freaking out now. Naruto couldn't help him and his other friends are too scared to help him out of this mess. He needed to think of a way to somehow beat her before she turns him to stone. Come on. Think. Wait. The guy who I was named after, he beat her. Theseus, chuckled the sea god. Percy just blushed and laughed with his father. Annabeth looked at her boyfriend and said, I will help you remember these legends. Percy gulped and mouthed, help me. The rest of the demigods shook their heads with smile on their faces. Percy pouted and thought, traitors. I just can't look at her, this is so hard. The gray-eyed one did this to me, Percy, Medusa said, and she didn't sound anything like a monster. Her voice invited him to look up, to sympathize with a poor old grandmother, though what she was a grandma of, he did not know. Annabeth's mother, the cursed Athena, turned me from a beautiful woman into this. Bitch. Screeched Athena. Hestia frowned and said, Athena. Athena blushed and apologized to the most friendly goddess in the throne room. Don't listen to her. Annabeth's voice shouted, somewhere in the statutory. Run, Percy. Silence. Medusa snarled. Then her voice modulated back to a comforting purr. You see why I must destroy the girl, Percy. She is my enemy's daughter. I shall crush her statue to dust. But you, dear Percy, you need not suffer. Because she still loves Poseidon here, said Aphrodite. The sea god blushed and said, you can continue before any more interruptions come. The daughter of Atlas nodded her head and continued. You Auntie M. You got a lot of rage for an old hag. Of course you wouldn't be here if you didn't get jiggy with Percy's dad and in Annabeth's mom's temple of all things. So, your fault. The son of Hades is very smart, nodded the wisdom goddess. Poseidon rolled his eyes and said, of course, because he is on your side. Athena just smiled at her rival. I told you to shut up, you annoying pest. Medusa spat out. I will enjoy doing the same to your statue as well. She better not, angrily thought out Kushina. No, Percy said firmly as he tried to get on his legs. Do you really want to help the gods? Medusa asked. Do you understand what awaits you on this foolish quest, Percy? What will happen if you reach the underworld? Do not be a pawn of the Olympians, my dear. You would be better off as a statue. Less pain. Less pain. But he won't have experienced love like he is now, said a frowning Aphrodite. Selena, and Kushina nodded their heads in agreement. Percy. Grover's voice was heard behind him, but it was coupled with a buzzing sound. Duck. The son of Poseidon turned, and there the flying satyr was in the night sky, flying in from 12 o'clock with his winged shoes fluttering, Grover, holding a tree branch the size of a baseball bat. Hermes said in an announcer voice, in this corner we have Grover Underwood with a branch and in the other corner we have Medusa, the Gorgon. Percy and the rest of the demigods smiled. Zoe sighed and thought, why are boys always so immature? His eyes were shut tight, his head twitched from side to side. He was navigating by ears and nose alone. Duck. He yelled again. I'll get her. That finally jolted Percy into action. Knowing Grover, he was sure the goat boy would miss Medusa and nail him, so he quickly dove to the side. Thwack. You miserable satyr, Medusa roared with rage. I'll add you to my collection. That was for Uncle Ferdinand. Grover yelled back as Percy scrambled into the maze of statues and Grover came in for another hit. Kerwhack. Air! Medusa yelled, her snake hair hissing and spitting. While Percy was regaining, Annabeth appeared next to him with her cap off. Percy. Use the force, said Hermes. Poor Percy cleared a gnome in fright. Or not, pouted Apollo. Percy, what did the gnome ever do to you? Joked Annabeth and Talia. Thales just smiled at the scene before her. Meanwhile Percy just blushed because his girlfriend was teasing him. Geez. Don't do that. I'll get over it. You should be used to it by now. Naruto said as he appeared next to him as well, further scaring the boy. Why didn't you help me? I am not going to fight all your battle for you. You are so weak, punk, sneered Ares. Percy smiled at the war god and questioned, well, I beat you, so that means you are weaker than me then? Ares just scowled at him, then glared at the son of Poseidon. This one is all yours since it is an old family thing, replied Naruto as he casually leaned next to a statue. You have to cut her head off, supplied Annabeth. What? Are you crazy? Let's get out of here. Medusa is a menace. She's evil. I'd kill her myself, but... Annabeth swallowed, as if she were about to make a difficult admission. But you've got the better weapon. Besides, I'd never get close to her. She'd slice me to bits because of my mother. You've got a chance, and like Naruto said, this is your battle. True words, daughter, remarked Athena. Annabeth blushed and said, thanks, mother. Athena just smiled at her favorite daughter. What? I can't. Look. Do you want her turning more innocent people into statues? She pointed to a pair of statue lovers. Aphrodite frowned because the potential they're wasted. A man and a woman with their arms around each other, turned to stone by the monster. Annabeth grabbed a green gazing ball from a nearby pedestal. A polished shield would be better. She studied the sphere critically. The convexity will cause some distortion. The reflection size should be off by a factor of. Would you speak English? That was not English, it was like mathy talk that makes my brain hurt, shouted out Percy. Annabeth looked at her boyfriend and thought, well, I am the daughter of the wisdom goddess. Annabeth then sighed and said, what am I going to do with you, seaweed brain? Percy smiled and said, ah, wise girl, you love me, and wrapped his arms around Annabeth. Annabeth blushed and looked away, but if you could see her face, she had a smile on her face. Athena frowned at the sea spawn and her daughter. I am. She tossed him the glass ball. Just look at her in the glass. Never look at her directly. Hey, guys. Grover yelled somewhere above them. I think she's unconscious. Bruere. Wrong, G-man, try again after the beep, snickered Percy. Annabeth just shook her head at her boyfriend's antics. Nope, not unconscious, just pissed, smirked Thales. Talia just nodded her head. Okay, maybe not. Grover corrected. He went in for another pass with the tree branch. Hurry. Annabeth told me. Grover's got a great nose, but he'll eventually crash. She then put the cap back on and disappeared. Naruto smirked and said, well, good luck, man. Wow, he just left me, shouted out Percy. It's okay, seaweed brain, I still love you, joked Annabeth. Aphrodite cooed at the touching romantic scene before her. Kushina smiled and thought, looks like they are hitting it off just like their alternate selves. He then jumped away. Scowling, Percy took out his pen and uncapped it, making it turn into his bronze sword, Riptide. He slowly followed the hissing sound of the snakes on her head, while keeping his eyes locked on the globe. Finally, he was able to see her reflection in the ball. Grover was coming in for another turn at bat, but this time he flew a little too low. Medusa grabbed the stick and pulled him off course. Ares laughed and roared, get rejected, fanboy. The other gods and goddess, mostly Athena, gave Ares a warning glance or glare in Athena's case. He tumbled through the air and crashed into the arms of a stone grizzly bear with a painful umph. Medusa was about to lunge at him when Percy suddenly yelled, hey. Annabeth sighed and said, why do you always direct unwanted attention to yourself? Percy scratched his face and said, because Taish hates me. Annabeth shook her head and stated, I don't think so, or she would have, but trailed off. Then shook her head and began. Maybe you are right, or maybe. The daughter of Athena paused, then sighed and said, never mind, seaweed brain. Her attention was on him now, so he was able to catch a glimpse of Naruto saving Grover's ass. Percy slowly made his way over to the snake hag, but she seemed to expect him to do that. He could see the reflection of her face now. Surely it wasn't really that ugly. No, she is uglier than that, said Athena and Annabeth. Both looked at one another and smiled. The others in the throne room thought, like mother like daughter. The green swirls of the gazing ball must be distorting it, making it look worse than she actually looks. Actually, the ball helps her image, remarked the wisdom goddess. Poseidon just sighed at his past lover and her horrible fate. You wouldn't harm an old woman, Percy, she crooned. I know you wouldn't. Percy hesitated, fascinated by the face he saw reflected in the glass. The eyes that seemed to burn straight through the green tint, making his arms go weak. From the cement grizzly, Grover moaned, Percy, don't listen to her. Medusa cackled. Too late. Apollo began to sing, It's Never Too Late, but was interrupted by Artemis who threw a shoe at Apollo. Apollo winced at the force of the shoe thrown and Artemis smiled and silently thought, payback is a bitch. She then lunged at the boy with her large talons and in his panic, he swung his sword for all he was worth. He heard a sickening slock. Then a hiss like wind rushing out of a cavern, the sound of a monster disintegrating. Something fell to the ground next to his foot. It took all of Percy's willpower not to look. Which isn't much, joked Nico and Talia. Percy huffed, but if you looked closely you would see a smile on his face. Annabeth smiled at her boyfriend and thought, I am so glad you chose me, seaweed brain. Percy just smiled at Annabeth and thought, I am the luckiest demigod alive for having my wise girl. He could feel warm ooze soaking into his sock, little dying snake heads tugging at the shoelaces. Not a good feeling. Oh, yuck, Grover said. His eyes were still tightly closed, but Percy guessed he could hear the thing gurgling and steaming. Mega yuck. Annabeth came up next to him, her eyes fixed on the sky. She was holding Medusa's black veil. She said, Don't move. Very, very carefully, without looking down, she knelt and draped the monster's head in black cloth, then picked it up. It was still dripping green juice. Nice job. Naruto suddenly appeared between the three of them, rattling their nerves even more. Ah! They yelled as they fell on the floor. Ninja moves, Apollo and Hermes' fist pumped the air. Artemis sighed and thought, why couldn't I have a mature twin? But deep down she wouldn't change Apollo, well except maybe not flirting with her hunters and not being such a playboy. Annabeth got up and smacked the back on Naruto's head while asking Percy in a shaking voice, Are you okay? Yeah, Percy replied, but he felt like he wanted to upchuck the cheeseburger he ate before. Why didn't the head evaporate? I love spoils of war, cheered Ares. Hera gave a glare to her son which cowed him into silence. Once you sever it, it becomes a spoil of war, she said. Same as your minotaur horn. But don't unwrap the head. It can still petrify you. Do us all a favor, Jackson, look at the head, sneered Ares. Hestia frowned and made a mental note to talk to her war-crazed nephew later. Annabeth glared at the war god's words. Ares saw this and growled out, What little girl? Nothing, just looking at something stupid, stated Annabeth. Ares' eyes glowed hotly and said, Do you want to go, little girl? Athena glared at her brother and said, Touch my daughter Ares and you will pay dearly. Ares gulped and back off because he doesn't want a celestial bronze spear up his ass again, thank you very much. Grover groaned from his position next to Naruto. He would never get used to the speed Naruto traveled at. Though, the big welt on his forehead from the snake hag wasn't helping any. His green Rasta cap hung from one of his little goat horns, and his fake feet had been knocked off his hooves. The magic sneakers were flying aimlessly around his head. Wow. Talk about getting your shoes knocked off, commented Naruto. The Red Baron, Percy said to Grover. Good job, man. He managed a bashful grin. That really was not fun, though. Well, the hitting her with a stick part, that was fun. But crashing into a concrete bear or going at the mind-numbing speeds Naruto goes at. Not fun. He said as he snatched his shoes out of the air, while Percy recapped his sword and put it away. They quickly made their way back into the warehouse, hoped that they might find something of use. Hermes grinned at the mention of stealing his favorite sport and thing to do in his free time. Which isn't a lot because all the deliveries he has to make during the day. Thankfully, they found some plastic bag where they double-wrapped Medusa's head in it. After that they plopped it on the table where they ate before, three of them too exhausted to doing anything else. Naruto then got an idea. Hey, Percy. Yeah. I am going to put that in a scroll for later for you. All you have to do is put some blood on the seal and you'll get the headless snake back. No thanks, Naruto, I am not taking this with me. Percy said shakily. Naruto just shrugged. So we have Athena to thank for this monster? Oh no, you think, said Poseidon. Athena glared at her rival and hissed out, "Silence, Poseidon." There was a pause and Athena sneered and growled out, "Don't think I have forgotten, Poseidon, of your little moment with her in my temple." Poseidon's response was just waved his hand, which infuriated Athena more. Percy then asked Annabeth after a few seconds. Annabeth flashed him an irritated look. "Your dad, actually. Don't you remember? Medusa was Poseidon's girlfriend." Poseidon coughed with blushing on his face and murmured, "Lover." Athena casted her glare on Poseidon once again for interrupted. "They decided to meet in my mother's temple. That's why Athena turned her into a monster. Medusa and her two sisters who had helped her get into the temple, they became the three Gorgons. That's why Medusa wanted to slice me up, but she wanted to preserve you as a nice statue. She's still sweet on your dad. You probably reminded her of him." "Man. Why are all snake-like people pedophiles?" Naruto growled and then said, "Percy, didn't you listen to what I was saying to Medusa?" "Not really, only bits and pieces since I was freaking out," Percy said, a little irritated. "And how is this my fault?" He rounded on Annabeth. Annabeth tried to imitate Percy's voice, but it was not that good. "It's just a photo, Annabeth. What's the harm?" Naruto almost got stoned. "Forget it," Percy said. "You're impossible. You're insufferable. You're flirting," said Selena. Aphrodite smiled at her daughter. Syl just smiled at her alternative self and thought, "They are so cute together." "Hey," Grover interrupted. "You two are giving me a migraine, and satyrs don't even get migraines. What are we going to do with the head?" Percy seemed to be in thought for a moment before he said, "I'll be back." "Percy," Annabeth called after him. "What are you?" Then he was gone as he rounded a corner. Annabeth just threw up her hands and walked off in another direction. "Percy is properly doing something stupid," said Nico. Talia remarked back in a jokingly manner, "When is he not?" Percy pouted at his cousin's harsh words. That thought back and nodded his head that yes, it was stupid, but he got away with it. Annabeth smiled and said, "If you didn't do anything stupid, then I wouldn't have to correct you." Percy said, "We wouldn't want that now, would we?" Annabeth just laughed and whispered in his ear, "Only you, seaweed brain."
Taking a look around, it was only Grover and Naruto left. Naruto started chuckling to himself. What is so funny?
I may be clueless to love directed at me, but you got to admit that they might have a thing for each other.
So he is dense only to him, but others he can see the attraction, said Aphrodite.
Syl and Thals nodded their head with smiles on their faces. Kushina cooed at the sleeping baby Naruto and said, "You grow up to be big and strong, my little baby boy." Grover looked at the blonde like he was nuts. They are only on this quest together because Percy had a quest and Annabeth wanted to get out of the camp for a while. Besides, their parents hate each other. So, how does that dictate them? They are their own persons. They have a right to judge themselves. Naruto paused and smiled. Besides, they might just be acting that they don't like each other.
Speaking of acting, you did a pretty good job on that. You had me going there. Heck, you even scared me when you were going to get the picture. Man, you guys keep forgetting about my shadow clone jutsu. Syl and Thals blushed brightly at the images of multiple Narutos.
Kushina snickered at her half-sister and the daughter of Zeus. "Well, I guess I am not used to it yet. I mean, it is not every day a demigod has that power." "Well, that is a good thing then. People will never know what to expect. You'll be like, poof. Where did he go? Poof. Where did he go? Poof. Where did he go?" Naruto smirked as he poofed to a different seat of the table with each poof, making Grover shake his head. "You really need to lay off the Disney movies." Thals giggled and thought, then our dates wouldn't be as romantic. Syl just blushed at the reminder of her dates with Naruto. Grover replied. Before Naruto could retort, Percy was back with box and a delivery slip. It read, "The Gods, Mount Olympus, 600th floor, Empire State Building, New York, New York, with best wishes." Percy Jackson. Zoe sighed in relief that the chapter is finally done and asked, "Who thy wants to read?" Everyone looked at one another before a hand raised itself. To be continued.